making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. ENCE is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ENCE.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A Trollic win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Darby!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Welcome in, one and all, to the IEM Dallas European Qualifier. It is myself, Scriv, and Naokai to take you through the action. We've got many streams going on, of course, as well, so there are plenty of games to get through across the course of the early week here, you know, getting it done. Counter-Strike on a Monday. What's not to love? Yeah, I guess we can just kind of open straight into it, to be fair, Nao, and get into the sort of bracket, the qualified teams and things. We've got a lot of talking to do, as there is quite a lot of Counter-Strike going on. So yeah, I suppose we'll look into our bracket first. I think that's a good place to start. And just kind of talk over the teams that we have and the games that we have going on today. So VP Bait to open up. How do you feel about that game?
It's interesting, right? Because I think Bait have been out of the limelight for quite a while, right? They're a side who, I think if I'm right, it was 3 RMRs in a row, and 2 in particular, where they start off the RMR super well, picking up 2 wins, and then end up losing 3-2 and not making it to the major. I think they have, like, when it comes to qualification games, they're 0-6. I think I remember seeing a stat. So Bait have been kind of out in contention for a while. We haven't really seen them at a top level event since probably the Blast Paris RMR. And they've kind of dropped out of a bit of notoriety, and now they're starting to pick up a little bit of form. Of course, a couple of names that people will know. Ringcool, for a long time, has seen as one of the more promising young AWPers coming out of that region. Obviously, MPL as well, had a stint on Na'Vi. Didn't exactly go to plan, but he is still actually a pretty decent player by most metrics. And from my understanding as well, he's now IGLing over towards Bait, which is quite interesting. And Captain Kirk has just gone back to straight rifle roles. So interesting to see Bait back in the limelight. But I go without saying, VP, the #1 seed in this tournament, the highest ranked team in this tournament, being 7th in the world currently. They are expected to win that, and probably that entire side of the bracket. I'd be very surprised if we don't see them in that upper final on Tuesday.
Yeah, indeed would make sense. I think that, you know, this team obviously looking very, very good at the moment. VP were liking the look, I would say, of where this team is at for me. It'd be kind of exciting to see them play online as well and how that translates. But Flit and Fame at the moment, just on an absolute tear, looking fantastic. Great to see Flit, you know, one of the boys from tier 2 at one point that we've obviously got to cast an awful lot of back in the day. So yeah, I'm kind of agreeing with you. They should be able to make it through that side pretty cleanly, especially because, you know, moving down into the next game there, we've got Movistar Koi up against Apex. Again, 2 teams that have looked pretty good towards the top level. Apex, obviously, fantastic run at the last major. They have been riding that wave for quite some time now, I think it is safe to say. Not really putting up any performances quite as impressive as that one. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Movistar Koi, they're a really difficult team for us to look at, right? They're doing very well at the moment in terms of qualification for the major and things like this, but when it comes to like online qualifiers, they always disappoint us. They always perform under expectations, which is really not what we want from them. So it's hard to kind of call, right? If this were on LAN, then there'd be a good chance that, yes, indeed, they could battle for that qualification spot. But because it isn't, I think that Apex actually might be a pretty difficult opponent for them to open up against.
No, I agree. I think I've got to give Apex the flowers, right? If you look between the span of that top 8 finish at the Blast Paris Major, when we looked back then, you know, if you look at all the teams that kind of were unexpected to be there, we're talking the ITBs, the Monties, the Gamer Legion, the Apex. For a long time, it was actually only Monty who kept that top level performance. But, you know, if Monty and Flux now losing Bro, losing SDY, Apex are now the only real team who are consistently kind of keeping that ranking. Gamer Legion have been in those conversations, of course. They've had a decent couple of runs, but sometimes we see them drop out very early in tournaments, you know, not making the majors, another big one for them. Where the Apex side, got to give them all the credit, man. They continue to play super well. I think that's going to be quite an interesting game. The assumption is that we're going to get that Apex VP game as the kind of the next round in those semis, and honestly deserved, right? I think Apex have looked really solid, especially the changes they went through as well. Losing the like to Kicksan, I think, was a big loss for them. He's, in my opinion, one of the best IGLs that was coming through, outside of the mainstay names, right? I think Kicksan has been an incredibly good at IGL. Fragging as well has always been a decent thing they can bring to the table. And of course, it's been a bit of a redemption as well for individuals like Stiko, right? For someone who got dropped from this team, performances weren't looking too good individually from him. Then in a bit of a sticky situation, they needed somebody. He was on the bench. He comes back in. He takes his team to a major. So it's really good to see Apex back. I think for Koi, I've got a bit of a point to prove as well. You've got your Iberian brethren of Saw now locking in a Blast London spot literally yesterday. So they probably seeing this and be like, well, Saw are doing exactly the same we're doing, and now got another LAN. We've got a chance to lock ourselves into an IEM Dallas, which would be absolutely huge for them. It's going to be, I think, very hard fought, though. They've got a really tough run. First got to take on Apex, then most likely got to take on VP. And even then, they've got to go into an upper final against, one of Heroic, Preezy, Metasport, or ENCE. It goes without saying, it's not exactly going to be the easiest run. But if Koi want to prove themselves as a mainstay in Tier 1, which they're slowly starting to open the doors to that conversation, this is the sort of tournament where they can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like, just on that point as well, that this is maybe even a bit more stacked than the Showdown was, to be honest.
I probably agree.
Because you've got so many of these European teams coming into play, right? You don't have, and it's also a little more forgiving, let's say. The Showdown this time around was an absolutely savage format, so there's also that as well, that you do have a bit more room to play with. But yeah, it should be an interesting game there. We'll obviously keep up with that one. I think we'll leave the next game for just a second, and then it will flow in nicely, because that is the game that we're going to be on if you guys are maybe following the bracket with us there. So we'll go down a little bit to Metasport up against ENCE. Now, when you looked at this maybe like a week ago, you'd be like, okay, ENCE, easy roll for them. This is the one game here that maybe we're not going to pay too much attention to, because Metasport, what are they really doing? Few names you might recognize, but they're all a number of guys that have had a bit of a taste of the top. Chiquinho, ZCR, not really finding that success. Nilo a little bit, and it's like, okay, this is one of those Swedish teams playing in Tier 2 tournaments, 45th in the world, not too much to consider. But after what we've just seen, again, in the Showdown just a few days ago, this team, I think, has really started to turn some heads. In all honesty, very, very impressive looking team. They beat out Falcons, right, which I think really impressed a lot of people that they were able to do that. They bounced back very, very well on one of those maps as well, in the form of Vertigo, I believe. They were in a position of, not really winning it. They were also playing like multiple online games at the time against loads of different teams. They beat Monty, which is no mean feat. And then, unfortunately, that final hurdle of Spirit did indeed get them down, but again, gave them a good run for their money in a 3-map series. So Metasport, really impressive team, I think it is safe to say. And yeah, ENCE have got to watch themselves. Another, really exciting looking team at the moment, exceeding expectations. Is it all down to Glaive? But Metasport, I think, actually are not going to be that easy run that they perhaps would have thought a week or two ago.
No, I think Metasport, another team that you've got to give them a lot of credit. Not many teams in the world right now can say that they've taken a map off Spirit. I mean, we saw that Kata run. We saw how dominant it was. Teams are, struggling to even find any sort of weaknesses. And Metasport, even pushing that to a 3rd map series, that was out of the realms of expectation entirely. And the fact that they even made it a conversation, that they were 1 map away from locking a Blast London spot over the likes of Spirit, says a lot about how Metasport's current form is. I think, obviously, the talk of the town is that youngster of Nilo. He got the most nominations for a bold prediction of a rifler ever, right? Nobody's even got as many of him. Only person he got, if I'm right in saying, it's he equaled the amount that Manesi got, which first of all says a lot, and he's just 1 behind Hedrick, who has the most, right? So, for Nilo, got to give this guy a lot of credit. But I think, there's a couple of unsung heroes on this team. ZTR's been calling an absolute masterclass. He's obviously been stepping up individually too. And the twins, man, Adam B and Sus have become real kind of stalwarts in their domestic scene and are now starting to do it internationally. I think you're spot on. ENCE will have their work cut out for them. The expectation is that ENCE will take that. They are a side who are a little bit more proven at this top level, have probably a little bit more in the locker as well. And that Polish core, the X9 core, another side who made it to the major, and really started to make a name for themselves. They've all looked really solid. But yeah, man, for me, that game could be a lot closer than we probably would expect. So I'm interested to see how that one finishes. Of course, we'll be covering the winner of that game versus then the winner of ours, right? Of course, here on the A stream, we're going to be doing Heroic taking on at Preezy. Now, we had our pick of the litter of what games we wanted to go to, but I think this one has all the narratives, right? All the storylines around it. The Danish derby coming in is exactly what I want to see. Heroic taking on Preezy. This is a matchup as well that does have a little bit of history, not only in terms of the names on kind of paper, but also in the fact that they have played against each other in a best of one at the RMR as well, right? And of course, that was that Heroic taking down Preezy in a 39 on Ancient. It was, a relatively decent game, but all things considered, this is a really interesting matchup because Preezy, they themselves have really started to turn heads. No one really expected that much out of this side when they came together. Then they added Dupree, and now we're starting to cook.
Yeah, I think so. I think they are for sure. As sort of a tier 2 team trying to battle up, I think that Preezy really could be impressive, right? But it's just kind of a question of whether this will be a bit of a ceiling for them. You have a lot of guys who maybe are past the peak of their career. I think for me is maybe a bit of a savage way of putting it. Now, Dupree's probably happy with that. He's looking at bringing up some of these young guns and trying to help them out. He's obviously just such a decorated player at this point that I think he's just playing for the love of the game and the love of passing on that information and whatnot, and the competition. But you've got players like Roy, 30 years of age now, had a bit of a taste of the top in a couple of teams there, Copenhagen Flames, Fnatic, so I feel like he's maybe a little bit struggling here to really push through this ceiling. He's already had that chance at it. Refresh, maybe another player that is kind of similar, had a really weird bit of time there, where he was indecisive about what sort of role he wanted to play and how he was going to do it, and he was in and out of teams for a good while. So some players on this team do freak me out from like a mental perspective, but I do think that they certainly look good and trying to keep the Danish stream alive, like you say, of bringing all these players together. It's Heroic on the other side for me that is really the interesting team to watch. They hit the ground running. They got that win against Astralis, which I think everybody was very excited about. To see them do that. It was only in the BO1, but then it was also a game against Vitality that looked really solid as well. That I think impressed a lot of people in the sort of lower bracket side of Kato to knock them out. So a really good start to the year for them, I think, but they maybe slipped up, faltered a little bit into the RMRs, the showdown as well, not going so well for them very, very recently. So they have shown what they can do, but again, a team that maybe struggled to adjust to the online realm. So I think it could get a bit interesting here, but for me, they're the team to kind of watch and consider. In all honesty, should we have a little chit chat about the veto? We do have the veto. I think if everything runs to plan, which you'd hope with these guys at this kind of level, it will. We should be getting started in a few minutes. So we've got a veto available, and I think this should nicely take us into the game. No graphic for it, so listen up. Preezy picking out Nuke, Heroic picking out Vertigo, and then Ancient remaining if it is indeed needed. So Nuke, Vertigo, Ancient. How do you feel about those?
Yeah, I mean, there is that conversation about Nuke especially. This is a map which, Heroic haven't shied away from. I think when I look at that, for me, that's kind of one of the main talking points. I do have to keep the eye on the Nuke especially, because for Preezy, this feels like a big win factor, basically. It's a map in which if they don't take heading on towards Vertigo has been so good. The only other caveat to that is that Preezy play a hell of a lot of Vertigo. So this is the thing, you're picking into maps that your opponent play a lot themselves. So there's a world, right, in which this could actually be a little bit shakier than maybe we would expect. I think it's probably the way I'm going to go about it. And then Ancient obviously being that decider. Like we said, they played it already once before in a best of one, and Heroic were able to take it. The biggest kind of, I think, difference between these two sides is just the reps they've got on maps. Preezy playing a hell of a lot of online Counter-Strike in these tier 2 tournaments. They get so many official reps under their belt, and it does actually, really bode quite well for them. However, that's also a lot of tape for Heroic to look at. It's a lot of, VOD reviews where they can look into this and say, hey, man, there is these weaknesses here, there, and everywhere, which we can start to plug in our advantage. The way this veto feels for me, though, it feels like it's got 3 maps written all over it. I feel like if I was to make that kind of that guess out the gate here, is that they take their own map picks just because of the confidence going into it. And maybe they've obviously spotted something in kind of the anti-stratting, and then going towards that ancient, that's where it's up in the air. It's a map in which Preezy adore. They play it 19 times in the last 3 months. They play it a hell of a lot. However, there is always an asterisk above it. Heroic have beat them once on it before, in that one time they played in an official. So for me, this feels like it's got 3 maps over it. I'm still obviously going to lean in favor of Heroic here. I feel like this is a side who still, despite the loss to OG in the showdown, they still have really impressed me. They've looked really good. However, Preezy, they're on a decent run of form themselves. 6-match win streak coming in towards this. So we can't sleep on them either.
Yeah, I mean, definitely confidence being picked up, I think, since the RMR for this team, looking very, very good online. And again, you know, this is something that dupreeh will be able to bring, is that sort of winner's mentality, and indeed getting lost in the grind, but in a good way, I suppose. So yeah, looking very impressive in that sense. I think they'll feel good, they'll feel warm, they'll feel confident. Yeah, it's kind of a tough one for me. I think I probably agree, Heroic 2-1. Not too controversial there, but at the very least, they should be able to take a map off their opponents, which would be really, really sweet here, to just give them a good competition. But you never know. You never know. Preezy, I think, with the form that they have, it is possible. I think, again, as mentioned, with the showdown, it's a small sample size, but it does give a little look in for the Heroic side of things, that online-wise, they're still working it out. You know, when your teammate is not next to you, it does make a big, big difference. But it makes a big difference when you're still working out the kinks, you know, when you're still working on the communication. You can't immediately just take a moment and have a little look or talk or little comment with your teammate next to you. You know, you have to be able to work that through online, and it's harder to do. So Preezy will be much more comfortable in this environment, which is something that I think could turn the tide for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We will be heading in towards the game in just a second. But just so you know what we're playing for overarching, there's 2 spots available. The final 2 spots available at IEM. All the rest of the teams have been confirmed. We've got FaZe, Vitality, Spirit, Mouse, G2, Na'Vi, Falcon, Complexity, Monty, Liquid, Big, M80, Jeeves, which is the ex-Greyhound guys, 9Z, and these final 2 spots. So you aren't going to want to miss it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw this one to a break. When we are back, we're heading straight in towards map number 1. It's Nuke, Preezy's pick coming up next. We'll see you in a moment.
Listen, man, when the snail guy says quick break, he ain't joking. They are very, very fast into the action here. Just a minute off screen there. And indeed, we are underway. So not missed too much of the action there, thankfully. Roy looking for a bit of a lurk play here while the rest of his teammates make all the noise in the world. He's not going to get away with it. Meanwhile, Lobby Crunch coming in. This is an absolute mess right now. Julie's going to get into the action for 2. And that might just turn this one around. Refresh and dupreeh. They've got some space on the bomb site, but they have no bomb, and they're really, really struggling for information here to try and find these frags, try and even things up. Looking to just edge around and get this bomb plant. Ooh, okay, Kicksan will get caught in the side of the head. dupreeh, looking good on the Glock. Yes, sir, in for another dink. Oh, my goodness gracious. So much damage done, and he might just indeed, as I said, as was needed, turn this one around. Refresh, staying up top as the bomb gets planted. Easy frag onto the first, and now it is just Tessus against 2. Oh my goodness, trying to isolate a fight down below, he goes.
My God, and refresh, where I say, is that insurance policy? Tessus gets dinged. dupreeh will see it off. What a round by Preezy. 2v4, it looked done. You know, they had the site, yes, no bomb, No real idea about what the setup was. It was double stacking through single, one towards our side, one wrapping through heaven. It felt like it was a done and dusted round, and somehow, out of nowhere, out of nothing, they've pulled off an incredible round. Really well played. Dupree especially. 3 kills to his name. That'll be an AK upgrade in towards this one, and Heroic, they're going to be kicking themselves. They're scratching their heads. How have we let that one slip? Breezy going to find the first, and my God, that changes the narrative already.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, that really lays it down as well, right? Obviously, Dupree seems against a lot of these Danish teams. He really does have a message to send, you know, a point to prove. Roy. His way around. Oh, will be flattened, as is TMB. Also looking good. Altex tries him for a double spray down. Not quite going to work for him. Strong rifles left alive. A lot of utility here as well, but ideal way to start this one off. There's still a player up top as well. Tessus gives his position away. Can't deny the bomb plant. Puts Dupree under some pressure. Tag landing. Dupree just trying to stay cool. Not going to happen for him. Refresh up top. Bomb is tapped, and down he will go. Forced by win for Heroic.
Yeah, okay. Answering back. Already starting to heat up as well. Sometimes as well, we talk about those CT side force buys being such an inherent risk. There's the reward, right? Really nice turn from Heroic. Answering back. I think Roy's got to do a little bit better there for me. Try to set that first fight down through Seeker. He gets a lot of early space towards our side, which is great. They can't kind of utilize it effectively. Not efficient in terms of those fights, and the trades are pretty poor as well. He falls, and they're able to isolate a second before then a third comes to join. It was too little too late at that point. So Heroic answer back. Now we find ourselves quite the interesting kind of crossroads. Breezy, of course, they themselves have to force in response. Force by wars is the expectation. All they've got to wield is one AK-47 on the hands of Altex, and yeah, I mean, a few bit of pistols around it. It's not exactly going to be an easy round. A bomb plant would alleviate a lot of the pressure of this force, but yeah, they lose us without it. That means Heroic take a lead, but not only that, they're able to really roll with it. Start to chain a good few rounds together.
Molotov will break them up here on the back in. Tessus takes a dink. Oh, and a bit of a burn, but does well for one. Nikodos hanging about. First picked up. A little bit more on the cards. He's peaking well here for sure. Knows his limits, however, and he will back off.
Pretty. Back as well, Roy. I'm not looking towards that of hell. Not a huge amount offering up. 2 versus 5, and it goes without saying, I mean, this one feels like it's under lock and key already. As long as kind of Nikodos or Tessus don't overface it, they should be fine just to isolate these fights, even though they are low. They're at least going to give them the sight. This is the slightly interesting caveat to a degree, because they might actually be able to squeeze out a bomb plant here.
Certainly is possible. Very possible. There you go. You made. Oh, actually, no. Denied away by Nikodos on 8 HP. Goes into the swing. Too likely. Dupree trying to survive here, and he will go down after time. So, actually ends up being a disaster class in the end from Breezy. I thought they would very much get away from it, but yeah, Dupree. It's unfortunate for him. And yeah, pretty rough now for Breezy. Heroic should be able to extend this lead quite substantially.
Yeah. Here's a question mark as well. Do they force around that just because Dupree's in double eco? But it's a real point, right? Just maybe Dupree can squeeze out Mach 10 in towards the next. Not going to be a pretty one. He's definitely going to be a bit of a lesser buy unless he swaps out with somebody else. With Dupree's form right now, they might actually want to give him a rifle to work with. He's good for one in these rounds thus far. Heroic, there's that lead we spoke about. And the denial of the plant as well, even more important. Tapping away at range, nerds, never in doubt. We'll find Dupree. These pistols shouldn't face too... Wow, the rifle shouldn't face too much of a problem with these pistols. Just the Glocks. They've got no use or armor around them.
Nertz hanging about on the off angle. Seems like they might have spotted him there. Judging by the body language here, maybe like a barrel spotted or something. Yeah, waiting for him to face. Oh, he's left on 1 HP. He's so lucky. It was all part of the bait for Nico. Easy cleanup in the end. So that should be all she wrote for this one. Refresh made some as well. And he will be the next to fall. Probably going to look for a buy here, aren't they? But it will not be the best.
Dupree's a real question mark. I mean, technically, Galil Armor is not exactly out of the realms of possibility. Just the lack of util is going to be the real issue. He's actually just going to opt for pure Tech 9 upgraded pistol because he wants that belt of use all around him. We rifles across the board and TMBs and stuff. That's what I was talking about earlier, right? With Dupree's current form, probably even no matter what he's got, you want to try and get him in the fray. Arguably the most important man when it comes towards the fragging. Get him active. Volley's going both ways. TMB going to make his way down with the Tech 9. That's not bad at all. He's space to work with. He's the only one who crossed down Ven. And the rest of the team got to try and find a way to join up with him. Test is going to be tested. We'll find one. Can't line up a second and somehow stays alive as well despite being tagged. From behind, TMB gets caught and Tessa still causing problems. Doubling away back towards the site as Roy drops Nikodos. Now Tessa's under a little bit of pressure.
Beautiful communication coming in from Heroic here to allow Tessis to stay alive and be aware of that possible flank. Big round for him. 3K comes in, making himself known here on the board. Voltex and Dupree have got a slim window to get this bomb down, but it is closing. Kicksam makes sure of that. Shoosh also chiming in. So, very, very clean stuff from Heroic. As said, the lead, it had potential to expand, and that's exactly what's happened here. Looking very, very scary now in the early stages.
Yeah, man, they're looking good. Heroic, this is what they can do. They can start to pull away. We spoke about this in the pre-show, saying for Preezy, this nuke does feel like a win factor. Vertigo has been a map in which Heroic have played effectively and efficiently, and I feel like there's such an inherent risk losing your map here going in towards one, which we are so confident on. With a pistol. I think Nikos did spot one. He looked a little unreactive as Roy sprints his way past. A Molotov comes down. Roy will just go through it. Makes a chunk of damage. Nertz is down here to meet him. Roy gonna pump the brakes. We've seen them get very, very active early. Once they've crossed towards Secret, Nertz is there, spots him crossing. Doesn't need or want to stick around. Goes back towards sight as he buys time for rotation.
Ooh, deleted. Big kill from TMB. Gets his hands onto that M4 as well. This could get very, very curious indeed. Dupree creeping, reading Kicksan like a book. And another kill coming in for the half by here. Shoosh survives the barrage of bullets, at least for now. Molotov coming in. Will burn up a couple. Oh, but another one coming round. Tessis goes in for a little lucky, and he will lose his life. So, looking good here for Preezy. Should be able to clean this up, actually.
Pistols now find themselves just 2 kills away from that second round that they desperately needed. What is an eco? Nertz walks straight into the Deagler TMB, and it's one man before to do. Shush! Head on a swivel. We'll get one more as well. Might get the opportunity, but Old Tech's other ideas. Only the one casualty on just a Tech 9 buy for Preezy is a huge way to respond in a massively important round. Granted, there'll be no issues reinvesting back in for Heroic, but it goes without saying that for Preezy, what was a little bit of a stunted start to this T side, that's really going to help. They need to start chaining a few rounds together, but the more important thing there is pistols, that low buy, upgrades scooped up for free, and then converted. That's going to give them some stability in terms of the economy, something that so far we haven't really seen from Preezy. That'll help. He's going to come over. Just falls back. Roy is going to cross towards Rekare, and he does get given the space here as well. He's going to get broken, but again, outside control has been actually pretty good for Preezy.
Oh, Shoo, short of fight, goes down. Dixon, double spray down for him though, and Dupree is late. Ready for that Heaven player, unfortunately, refresh. Meanwhile, coming in for a 3K. What is going on? This round is all over. But not quite yet. Nikodos has the bomb. That's about the only thing that will work for him here. Roy making his way up towards heaven, but Nikados, he knows, especially on Nuke, you've got to keep moving in these 1vx situations. Reduces your chance of getting flanked out. Refresh, ready for him, however. A lovely bit of movement in from Refresh to just completely change up his position. Huge, huge round as he finds 4.
So needed. So needed. And now we are starting to get a little game on our hands here. 1-round game, in fact, as well. We'll start to open the doors to conversation about Preezy putting up a solid T side. When we look at the map of Nuke currently, as of the last sort of 6 months, so basically with CS2, Nuke has now reclaimed the throne as being on the CT side of map in the pool, with Overpass dropping down in towards second. Does mean that if you can get, you know, 4 to 5 rounds in your T side, 4 is workable. It's not great, but it's workable. 5's, by most metrics, actually pretty damn good. If Preezy can start to do that one, maybe we're talking Kixan just unaware of the possibilities of Roy around that corner, but thankfully Nerd will answer back to keep the numbers level.
Refresh looking for another massive round here as he's lurking out towards ramp. Nothing really presenting. Much slower, much quieter here from both teams. Preezy in particular, I think, understand that the likelihood of getting another round like that out of Refresh is pretty low. So they need to make this one work, break the bank, even it up, and actually put themselves in scope for a very good T side.
Eerily quiet, 35 seconds. Preezy got to make a move. Time starting to tick. Tesses on for a good flank here. When that Molotov, it forces Refresh into his demise. Down he goes 6 feet under. Nikados doubling back towards the B site. He might get the right timing, but he can't connect the spray. Labored from him. Royal answer back, and that will allow the bomb to go down. Post plant set up, and our timer put above Heroic on this retake.
See if they can make it work. Not going to be easy at all. They're quite far away from the bomb site as a group, and indeed they will concede it now. So, not all that much effort for Preezy, but they will indeed get it. They don't care how the wins come. This save, very, very important for Heroic. Cannot afford to lose this round at all, so it does make sense for them to back away. Kitless, and as said, they were quite spread, so it makes sense. It is unfortunate. Preezy working their way up to 4 already, though. Really impressive.
Yeah. Like I said, man, 4 is very workable on his T side. Heroic started so well. Actually, now in the bulk of these gun rounds, full of question marks. Here's what I'm saying. It's all tied square. There's where that pause is going to come through. Good opportunity as well for Saw to enter the conversation. And I think for Heroic, they absolutely need to just pump the brakes here. It's been some very hectic rounds. You know, Kixan getting caught off guard very early in towards that one. Did not even expect that level of pace out of Roy down secret. And this should now start to become a bit of a known quantity. The last 4 rounds, Preezy have taken secret control in the first kind of 25 seconds. You do need to look at this from Heroic standpoint. How do you try and battle your way back into this? I think for me, the best way to start kind of fighting fire with fire, I think I want to see them get a little bit more aggressive. When you look at the pound for pound individuals, you'd always bank on Heroic here. You look at some of these guys like Nertz, Shush and Tessus as well, who can all find their moments. Nikados, if he gets the AWP out as well too, right? These are guys that can really cause a couple of problems. Try and get them active. Try and get them these multi-fragging opportunities. I think sitting back is costing them a lot of space.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Speedy round coming in here from Preezy. Refresh first to fall. Quick trade there from Shush. 3 versus 3 once the dust settles, however. There's that player in mini that's going to be very, very difficult to deal with here. Shush with a reposition. They're trying to change things up, keep that T side guessing. With a smoke on the ground, Voltex trying to take a peek around it, but Tessus uses that as a distraction to confirm the kill. Bomb is unable to commit. So a man advantage looking pretty damn good here from Heroic, and I think, yeah, Preezy have to call off the A hit and try and make something else work.
TMB and Roy, 2v3. Swing here, great find, but lining up to Shush will shut it down. Heroic going to find a much-needed 5th. Were starting to look like that round could have fallen apart as well, but a quicker call from Preezy is an interesting one. Just when they were finding so much success by actually slowing things down, they try and change the tempo, and Heroic are ready for it. We said we want to see these guys get a little bit more active, get into all these opportunities to find fights. But they do, and effectively. So Heroic, that 5th is really going to help. They can get at the bare minimum 6, I think it's good, but I want to see them push towards just guaranteeing a lead. This is CT side nuke after all.
Ooh, Nikador's going to go down through the smoke. Meanwhile, trying to reposition here in towards Secret. If he gets good timing, he might be able to catch them off. It's the first round that they have gone for a play like this. Dupree seems to be savvy, but he will still lose his life. Nerds doesn't need to do any more than that. Just the pressure in at Secret. And, of course, evening things up. So, pretty big kill from him. Refresh. Meanwhile, waiting for someone to walk into his crosshair. Shush has a feeling that they are on the way to put. Great angle, great timing. Lines up 2. Is it enough? Might just be. Roy misses the opportunity, and TMB's nade comes back at him. Whoopsie daisy. Bit of help from Tesses, of course, but never nice to see that in the kill feed.
No, you really do hate to see it. But you love to see now Heroic. As you said, locking in that 6th. Getting now a little bit of space to work. A bit of breathing room after what has been quite a back and forth game in this derby. These two sides will know each other so well. Of course, for Breezy, this round, unfortunately, we're not expecting really anything. It's not exactly even like that Tech9 half buy that they had a few ago, which they converted. This time it is one Deagle, a few Glocks, a couple of nades. Where do the nades go? Towards configure. Yeah, nobody's there. Nerds playing further back, and he'll find the first. TMB caught. A lot of the onus here is on Altex's Deagle, but even that's a big ask.
Nerds with Molly. Going to slow them down. Just being corralled into the Heroic meat grind, ultimately. Stan. Oh. Finish it off with the spam all the same. Looking good. Nerds with the 1 tap at the end. 4K in for him. 7th round for Heroic. So looking pretty good. Not mental here from Heroic, but still just keeping them at arm's length.
There's at least, you know, a bit of breathing room for Heroic, right? I just think now they can feel a little bit more confident. It was a bit shaky in the mid part of this first half, but I don't know, a little level of confidence. That round we're not going to take too much away from it. It was just a singular Deagle. This round, though, opportunity. See again. Fall back towards our side. Nikador's not going to respect it. Nursed about the first and the second as well. Looking for a third, but he's not going to be given that luxury. But the opening 2 alone should be enough to give them some confidence in this round. Numbers advantage, and they forced them away from outside.
Nasty. Very, very nasty indeed. TMB holding around the corner here. Oh, he nearly got set up in the angle, didn't he? But he was just like half a second too late, and that kill is going to make all the difference now. I'll take some refresh left to do it all, and you don't fancy their chances too much. Shush up top. Should be an easier check in from this kind of there's just so many different spots to check. Confirmation of 1, and there it is. Shush with a bit of a readjustment will manage to find the all-important kill. Altex now trapped in. They know exactly where he is at. He gets flanked out, and that is an 8-4 finish. Pretty clean stuff from Heroic. We'll see if it's enough for them in the second half. Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen. Preezy on their own map pick, looking to have a pretty stormer of a CT side. Kind of an average T side, I think, out from them. They maybe were hoping for a little bit more. And a couple of the rounds they got, for me, came maybe off the back of luck, let's argue. Indeed. Overarching performance was pretty good, but not sure it'll be enough. A lot rides on this pistol. Ramp burst coming in from Heroic. It looks like they're very, very ready for this. One sacrificed, and Altex needed a tiny bit more out of him. TMB not ready for Tessus to be in so deep. 4 versus 2. Recovery mission. Dupree, after such a clean pistol in the first, can't make it happen again here in the second, leaving Mr. Roy himself to get it done. And we ain't too sure from here.
Yeah, this one doesn't really feel likely, does it? 1v4. No kit either. Not going to help. Yes, he has armor, but no util to even give himself coverage of the angles. First fight. Effective and actually flawless. Not taking any damage, but the toes being tapped away there. Like Kicksan up on high. With time ticking. Yes, he's getting the kills. Yes, he's getting the kills, but he doesn't have the time. Has to pick up a kit. We're inside of that 10-second mark, so it does not really matter. He's got to now try and find that fight. It's not going to happen. That's going to be the round. And that's going to be Heroic finding it, but my god, a bit of a sigh of relief as well. It's Roy in a competition out of what felt like nothing for a moment there. All that matters. Heroic going to find that 9th, extend the lead to a 5-round buffer. And what felt like actually a relatively close first half at times, the way it ended, now the way it started, it's feeling anything but. 9-4. Heroic have all the advantage in now trying to find themselves in towards a 10th. Preezy are looking like they might force buy, and they will. This is a risk. Yes, it worked for Heroic, but Preezy are bringing a lot less to the table. 1 rifle for Roy. Try and save face. Couple of 5.7s. Some Julies on refresh. TMB can't even pick up an upgraded pistol. This is not going to be easy.
No, but ultimately not really expecting too much from this kind of a round. But they have indeed gone for it, like you say. Spam does some decent damage. Smoking as well to just slow Heroic down. So we'll see what the Heroic T-side is really made of here in the next few rounds. That is for damn sure. Nert's on his signature MP7. First kill comes in for Preezy, though. So this has immediately got interesting.
Surely not, right? 1 M4. That would be an incredible statement. TMB. All it is an information play. We're only a USPS. Just trying to double back and stay alive. Bait in the rotations. Bait them into a trap. So Altex and Dupree will rotate over themselves. But Heroic aren't exactly falling for it. Not exactly yet. TMB is up close. Dupree's on that corner. TMB in trouble. Yeah, caught in no man's land. Isolated. Kill to be found. Smoke on towards window and a flash around that corner as well. Altex playing backside is the big one. He can find the kill, that'll be huge. He's baiting attention away. Do they clear it? Yeah. Was blocking Altex, so he will get a kill. Altex in the corner, dropping a flash, goes for a peek. Down he falls, and down go Preezy. Heroic find a 10th, and that's a massively important round to be finding. It was a 4th buy of Preezy, and losing that has left them reeling. Nothing in the bank, so Heroic should get all the way up to 11, basically for free.
Yeah, they were ready and waiting, I think, for something chaotic to happen. That's why they moved in a bit slow, make sure that they are all together and in position to just take fights out of nowhere. And you could see as the observation moved around to loads of different players, it was very, very scrappy, but Heroic making sense of it all at the end of the day. Tessus. Gotta be careful here. 5 gates. Roy! Ooh, Deagle comes close, but not quite close enough. That aim punch getting the better of him. So, outside control looking pretty easy here for Heroic. And where the Preezy look to respond. You know, this is really, really, really scary stuff. If this is how this first map is going to go down, the rest of the series might be a lot quicker than we were expecting.
Yeah, I think you're right, dude. I think you are. TMB up close, got the Zeus, got the skin for it as well, so has 5% power, you'd feel. And a kill! He will. Kicks out a fall. We take those. In these sort of rounds, anything is a silver lining. And also, information, right? He saw all of them round that corner. The 5-7 up close refresh might get a chance.
Certainly possible. Single door going to open, though. That takes his attention away. He's still quite clocked him. Moves around. In for one and two. Ooh, decent damage. There was a teammate around him. They may well have been able to capitalize on the top of that, but because of the lack of help, Heroic have been able to reset the game, so to speak. Nikados can't find this kill at range. Nert's giving it his go as well. Ooh, Nikados stinked out. They've got to be careful. They really do have to be careful here. There you are. Headshot landing, but Altex comes in with a P250. Nert's going to commit to the bomb plant. 1 versus 1 is definitely a hell of a lot closer than we were expecting this to come. Altex trying to spot him. He's playing patiently, but gives Nertz too much room, and he will rip the head clean off in the end.
My God, that was way closer than there should have been. Way, way closer. Fair play. 5-7 on site doing really solid work. But it still is Heroic. Only 2 rounds away from stealing Preezy's map pick in their favor. And we said this felt like a bit of a win factor. If Preezy want to make a conversation, at least Nuke had to be taken. And now the fact that it's been so far kind of pushed to the wayside. Relative comfortability. Not a nice position to be in. Roy. Doubling up here as well towards the outside position. Smoke gets broken. Tessis doubles away. He's in time, but he gets spammed down just as it starts to plume once again. Tessis a fall. There's an opener, but Shush will answer right back onto Altex.
Yeah, difficult for Preezy. You know, they start off so well for just a split second, but Heroic showing their prowess. Bit of spam onto Kixan. Trying to clock where that is at. Nikados, meanwhile, ruins Roy outside. So we're looking very, very good here. Dupree trying to work his way in and hoping that, you know, a cheeky play from Heroic comes round. But these guys are not messing about. I think wake-up call after Showdown didn't go so well. It seems like they have really, really tightened things up here. They can't miss another event, you know. They need to make Dallas actually falls slightly before the show, well, the finals, I should say, of Blast, but all the same, you know, they really do need to keep these events rolling. A team of this caliber, an org of this caliber, needs to survive. Nikados. Oh, how's he gone away with that? Dupree surely should have had him. I thought he was going to get traded, but he doesn't, and, you know, Dupree may just miss the window of opportunity, looking to take some fight through the smoke. He does clean up that one. It's a little bit of an angry fight, isn't it? A frustrated fight in himself. And of course, gives his life needlessly away. Nikados to find the head of refresh, and beginning of the end now.
Yeah, it does feel like it. That was the one they had to convert, or at least make it an opportunity. And the fact that they haven't, I feel like we are on the last legs in this map. 2 M4s. FAMAS maybe a second as well in the hands of Altex and Roy. No, he's going to double up with the MP9. It's not the greatest buy. They're limping here at that finish line, Preezy. I felt like an opportunity in this series and maybe a chance to make a game out of this. They have really not at all too much to speak of. Boy, up close to the MP9's a big ask here. At range, this thing is not exactly the best. Does have an M4 A1S in garage to support with. Does Roy even get cleared here? Might be a bit of an unseen. No, clearing properly, but he will fall. Shush. Just double checking all the angles. Tessa's going to find one of his own through the smoke as well. And it's all falling apart very rapidly.
Yeah, not looking too good here. Survival is, of course, what they are fighting for. Refresh. Yeah, thinking about the fight, but opting against it. Will go in towards that heaven angle and may just lose his life for his trouble. Nade continues to do damage. Meanwhile, Dupree in behind, looking for the perfect moment to strike. Spots a player. What can he do with this? Oh, no, that's rough. That is rough in the end. Altex, at the very least, will use it to his advantage. Bring it back down to a 2v2, but it is short-lived. It is just Refresh to keep the hopes alive here on Nuke. They know that he's around this A-bomb site. They do not want to mess with him necessarily. Shush is out of there, slowly making his way towards B, and he definitely will now that they've confirmed his position.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, they don't even really need to commit to this, right? All of outside control means a free cross down towards B, and Refresh got a long, long old flank to work with. The issue is now is, how does Refresh play this? 1v2, tag down low, one flash to speak with a no kit. So time's of the essence here. Got to isolate a fight early. Both Shush and Kixan are healthy. Kixan tucking said, I don't think Refresh spotted him, but he will. Second time of asking. Tap, maybe even a stick as well. No, just a tap, waiting for a chance. No, he doesn't have a kit. They know he doesn't need to face. Shush is playing this perfection. This round should be won just off the fact of time alone. On the corner, waiting for the chance. And we're inside that 10-second mark. That should be all she wrote. Really solid map coming out of Heroic. 13-4. And it was anything but pretty easy for Breezy. They have been put to the wayside so comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, we expected, you know, that nuke map at the very least to be competitive. It is a favorite of Preezy at the moment. Maybe not the best map in the world for Heroic. So, yeah, we were expecting things to at least be close. And if not, I think we both kind of gave an edge to Preezy on that, didn't we? And said that it should have 3 maps. Definitely not a surefire thing. But at the very least, if they were going to lose, it'd be like, you know, a 13-10 or maybe an overtime, something very close. But no, just really could not get into that game at all, especially in the second half, you know, looked kind of dejected. Heroic, meanwhile, on the other side of things, as I kind of touched on, really, really, really solid look from them. They have clearly put some work in and just general communication stuff, general discipline stuff since the knockout at Showdown, you know. So this could be a very good Heroic throughout this qualifier now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We're going to throw this onto a break. When we come back, we head towards Vertigo, and it's Heroic's pick. I mean, times are tough for Preezy here. Granted, it is double elim, so they will drop to a lower bracket if they are to lose, but nobody wants to be started off day one already in the lowest. We'll see how things pan out, but we're going to throw this onto a break. We'll see you soon.
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back in for map 2 between Heroic and Preezy here. Of course, Heroic making quick work out of Nuke, I think it is safe to say. Preezy, we were hoping for more of a competition from them, but maybe it looks like today they won't be able to match up. Time is indeed going to tell. We've still got another map at the very least, and maybe one after that if Preezy get their way. But this is, of course, now the pick of Heroic on Vertigo.
Yeah, we need to see a completely different Preezy. I really think they just struggled to get going. It actually started okay, right? We saw a couple of moments in the early part of that first half where we were like, okay, back and forth, a bit of a conversation. And the second kind of Heroic woke up, the second they sort of figured out the game plan, it very quickly fell apart. And I think this is the worry now. Now, you can head towards a map like Vertigo, the expectations that Heroic will start on this T side, if they get snowballing again, I think there won't even be that much of a competition, right? That they start to get a lot of that form that we saw them get, even on the small amount of the T side that we saw from Heroic. That's where they can just run away with this game. But let's take a look and see how things pan out. We're heading in towards map number 2. Can Preezy stay alive and push us towards that side of Ancient? Any time will tell.
Indeed. Here we go. Loud as ever, of course, on Vertigo. Roy going to be the first one to open up. A little bit of a cheeky smoke there out towards Gap from the CT side, in fact. And, well, they are working with it really nicely. Tessus, though, 2 kills around the corner for him. Leaves it in an even situation. So, you know, there's a lot of presence here on the ramp. Just a question of finding the frags.
Can they, right? Time. Not really of the essence just yet, but it will start to become a factor as this clock ticks down. 2 versus 2. Now we saw Preezy, the opening pistol round of this series, convert a 2v4 in their favor. Now Heroic look to try and convert a 2v2. Oh, Nicolas, that's quick. Seriously quick. Oltex falls, but TMB answers back. Puts us now into the 1 versus 1. Tessus. Is he selling a ruse or is he actually going to commit to this? Who knows? He got time, though.
Yeah, plenty of time right now. Looks like he will indeed commit. And should be able to get this bomb down. Smoke will give his game away, of course, but yeah, plan is indeed nice. So TMB, one of the lesser known names coming into this Preezy team, certainly does have to deliver here. Smoke gives so much room for Tessus to work with. On for his 4th. TMB does not have a lot of time to play with as it took him a few seconds to get here, but he is moving forwards at the very least. No kit. Clearing as many angles. No kit. Makes a step. Oh, tries to spin around. He does get a few shots off, but Tessus playing it patiently, playing it smart, and gets away with a hell of a round.
And a quad kill as well to his name. Really, really stepping up in a big way there, Tessus. Needed a bit of a miracle, man, and they do get one. Massively important to continue that tempo flowing in towards your own map pick. Continue that momentum from a pretty dominant map number 1. 13-4, they find the first. And this time Preezy are opting for that force buy. Killed them a little bit at the tail end of that first map, may I say. This time they're just going to slow things down. I think it's the right call. Only too much early control. Force buy here and lose. You know, look at 4 rounds without response. Bit of a boost. Still, it shouldn't be too much of an issue for Heroic. Wait, moving around. Only committed to nerds into his trademarked MP7. I do find the MP7 quite funny. I was looking at a thing the other day. Statistically, there's no real point in picking up over an MP9. It just doesn't make any sense, but the nerd space looks so good.
Just the feel, man, you know? Just feels a bit different, I guess. Fair play. Ooh, boost nearly finds success. Sets up the kill for TMB, but everybody else is able to hold their line. I was going to say that should be all she wrote, but Dupree knows his stuff, comes in at the right time. 3k for Nerds, so making good money on that MP7, and gets himself an upgrade to the AK. Beautiful when a plan comes together, but Heroic getting the round nonetheless, and no real sweat off the brow thus far.
So, pretty comfortable there. A technically speaking bonus here for Heroic as the first full buy comes out for Preezy, and one that is of the utmost importance to convert. If they don't, I mean, Heroic are going to start pulling away with this T-side rapidly. Molotov in towards mid. Depends double back away from it. More of a stacking towards his A-ramp position. Looks like they want to fight through it. Heroic, actually too aggro here on the offset. Shush will eat a grenade there as Oltex sits up close. So far, so good. Breezy already looking considerably better in this one. A bit more calm under the pressure.
Absolutely. Oltex digging out for information. It's actually funny they were going for that boost, but fell off of it. Whether that was on purpose or an accident, not quite sure, but potentially saved the life. Either way, no kills coming off as yet. Pretty quiet start into this beginning of this round. 55 seconds. Information dig from Preezy, but it's Roy flanking around. Oh my goodness. Refresh actually saves him a little bit there. I think that first player definitely could have taken him down, but they have made their way all the way down ramp and, yeah, caging Heroic in now with only 3 players.
Not easy, is it, for Heroic? What's even the call here? 35 seconds, and they don't really have any information to work with. And it looks like by the setup, are they just calling for a save? You'd expect not, but I mean, they can rebuy in towards the next, but saving so early into a round, I guess, is a bit of a rarity. It looks like that'll be the case. Heroic gonna save. Preezy gonna find their first. And it comes on the back of just 2 kills. One for Refresh, one for Roy. That'll be it. That'll be everything in towards this one. Weird way that we go about it. But that is the round. They can reinvest in to a degree. It's not exactly going to be pretty for Nikodos and Kixan. They might take a little bit of a weird investment in this one. It is unfortunately, a tech pause rather than a tactical one. I mean, all things considered, that was not kind of how we were expecting things to go. Initially, what looked like a bit of a weird sort of scenario where there was something to work with for Heroic. They just call it early, and that'd be pretty easy finding it first. Even they were probably a little bit confused.
Yeah. Super safe play, I suppose, from Heroic. Again, trying to send the feelers out there for this game, really. Not quite sure what to expect, I suppose, out from that Preezy side of things, I guess, is maybe the logic. You know, just don't want to go in all guns blazing sort of thing and get caught off by the way that they approach the map. Seems like we've got a little bit of a technical issue coming in, so bear with us on that one. Hopefully not too long. And we'll try and keep you updated with what's going on, of course, as and when we get the info. Yeah, exactly that. And I guess what we got this kind of, rare break, we want to call it. We can have a look at what's going on across the other streams as well. Over on the VP bait game, we were kind of talking about that one, saying VP should be comfortable. 11-9 down currently losing, which is definitely not what we expected. Apex took map number 1 off Koi in a 13-10. And over on the first, the other side of the stream, Met Support beat ENCE, map 1. Met Support, 1 map away from taking on the winner of this game, upsetting ENCE. But it's only a quick tech pause. We're back up. Yeah, no messing about here, of course. Looking good. A lot of early nades coming in from the Preezy side of things. They are just kind of peacocking a little bit, I think, really showing what they are capable of on this map. Very, very impressive indeed thus far, but need to keep this rolling, and Heroic, of course, will have an awful lot available in the back pocket. It's a map that they are trying to make a name for themselves on, and a map that's not too popular at the high end, so it does make sense. Trying to sneak up past TMB. Well, he trades out 1, but ultimately there was a big squadron on the way. They will indeed get control of ramp.
So, things go a little quiet. Back at that initial fight with Kixan. Only one to die towards Heroic thus far, so the numbers in their favor. Despite this slightly kind of haphazardly buy around that weird save call. Back towards B. They can spot him. Swing coming through. Could be caught off guard. And he will. Nikodos' Deagle connects beautifully. Do they expect Refresh up close or Dupree backside? The answer is no. Both combined for kills. The Galil now got to isolate. And a 1v2. bomb is dropped. This is going to make things awkward. Debris rolling it back. Pistol pulled out to try and save them here. Khalil running out low on ammo, but Tesses will close it out close. But no cigar. And Heroic just win out a round.
Close, man. Seems like this one might be a bit more of a battle than the first, which is, you know, absolutely what we are after. Really, really, really scrappy stuff. But yeah, Heroic just about able to get it over the line. Timeout coming in as well from Heroic, not wasting any time here, as they need to keep this rolling, it would seem. And I certainly do commend this early timeout, considering the fact that they're still in the lead and they're a one map up. You know, they are giving full respect across to their opponents.
Yeah, there they are. Early timeout, early conversation. But again, now back into the buy for Preezy. Either side built up kind of all that much stability in terms of the econ, just back and forth, and still remains conversation mark of who's going to really take this one by the, by the horn, so to say. All right, do have a 2-round lead. That'll at least help. Easy dose swing of the corner around that flash. Roy was full blind, so no idea sort of who he was even aiming at. Roy slowing down that tempo.
Just a little bit. Roy. Ooh, got to be careful from here. They are double stacked on top of each other, though. I do like this setup, and a cheeky move from Tessis while everyone's spamming. They were indeed ready for it. Kicks and creeps through for one, but the spam back is also pretty effective. 3 versus 3. T-side not looking too healthy, but they have again managed to pressure ramp pretty well. Nika does on that crab peak. Takes out Roy, leaving Altex and Dupree. Dupree's already on the A-bomb site. Altex on the way.
Smoke. Go down. Shush up closer. This fight's all the more important. Flash in the corner just as Dupree turns. Shush just taking a tag. Not over facing. Dupree just trying to desperately stay alive. An aptly timed front sight smoke. Niko's going to play around this. Goes up on high. Does he get cleared? As Nert's going to play the railing here too. Dupree. Right idea. Bomb going to go down, but Nert's holding for exactly that. At least Oltex have it all to do. And he is out of there, out of dodge. He knows the finances are low. He knows they're feeble. Just going to call for that save. That's going to be Heroic, extending the lead to now a 3-round gap and a 4-1 scoreline.
Pretty nasty stuff here. Really, really good luck for them thus far. Yeah, and just kind of going to show that it's the nuanced moments. You know, that looked like a very chaotic, very up in the air beginning to the round that either team could have come out on top of.
Yeah.
But Heroic are able to just play those moments really, really effectively. Super impressive, and yeah, they are obviously getting their reward for it with how well this scoreline is looking.
And now we do have to start questioning Preezy again, man. There's actually starting to get to a concerning position where things are slipping quite rapidly away from their grasp on their opponent's map pick. We said Heroic's T-side was very solid in towards map number 1. If they continue it here, map number 2, here for a quick series. Looking like the case. Boost going to come through. Just a 1 rifle of Oltex to work with. Might get a chance this. Nicholas around that corner. Might not clear this. Might not. At least 2 across though. Tess is going to find the first.
Be nasty. Tess is coming in with an easy opener. Roy, Altex burning ever so slightly, so they're going to know about this presence. Altex does work around his teammate nicely for 1, but not much else he can really do. Will end up falling. Headshot Molotov off. Oh, God. And getting out of there is going to be really, really tough now. Nikodos with the nade as well. Not quite meeting the mark. They know exactly where this last player's at. Oh, my goodness. And Refresh has made it out. Absolute heroic run there past the bullets. All the same. That's the round secured.
Definitely going to help, isn't it? Refresh will stick around. That P250. Any more for any more would be nice here, but I doubt he's be even given that luxury. Nikodos that onto the contact as actually kicks on to close it. Simple, effective, nice and easy. Just like that. Find ourselves again. A buyback in for Parisi, but this is a similar sort of cycle they're finding themselves in. Buy in, no form, and losing round upon round. It's a brutal cycle that they're yet to break. All buy in, failing to find it. Already pulling further and further away. Really, really solid showing. They are making light work of their opponents. 4 rounds out in this deficit. Again, this gun round kind of needs everything. If Parisi want to make this a doable first half, it does feel like it comes down to whether they can find the next couple of rounds.
Just spamming away here from Tessus, keeping attention on the ramp. Parisi at the very least have got the wherewithal to know that there's potentially a bait out, so they've gone for a move, and the move is middle. No one really coming in from here, though. Nice flash round from Nertz to just scare them off the angle. It looks to be a B hit here from Heroic, though, ultimately. Oh, actually, saying that, maybe a few seconds ago, but they have started to move away and get up the ramp. Tessus has made it in quite deep. Oh, gets caught by the Molotov. This is looking good for Parisi now. Big damage done. Roy has to be careful not to go down here. They will manage to back away. Decent nade in. They will continue softening them up. And Shush, yeah, might just go down to that one. It's all down to Nikodos all of a sudden. He can't make it out. And a flawless round there from Parisi with almost a team ace. Pretty much everybody chiming in for a kill.
Yeah, much better. This is exactly what I said. I think if there's any sort of a competition to be had, they had to come in towards that sort of round there, take it, more or less flawlessly, which they do. These will now give them a bit of confidence, and also just a bit of consistency in terms of the econ going forward, in terms of how they're now going to approach this ramp control, something they've actually really struggled with. It's good to see. It really is. Now, though, of course, we do have to look the other way, right? How the Heroic respond after losing that sort of round, one in which was barely even fought with. We'll call for a pause. Saw gonna enter that conversation. I think as well for Heroic, they're not under too much pressure or trouble at the moment. It's just about, making sure they don't let things slip, making sure they don't allow any sort of way back in for Parisi. But I don't think that is probably going to be too much of a risk, at least just yet.
Charging up here, great flash in for him, and a big kill onto Roy. TMB meanwhile has pushed in quite deep, doesn't want to give his position away here. Where is this player at? He's not going to be able to locate him. On B, Dupree has gotten aggressive for a frag. Nertz up through middle, is going to get sideswiped here. It was nearly beautiful, but refresh, he just gets perfect timing. Unfortunately, however, there is another man on the inside in the form of Kixon, and he gets a catch of his own. The A-bomb site now completely open. Very well read here from Heroic. Yes, they find that kill on B, but there's 2 over on B. Nertz is out mid. That means that surely the A-bomb site is in this weird position where it's not being defended very well, and that's exactly what they're able to find.
Yeah, nicely done. I don't really think Dupree or Oltex are going to give this too much of a look in. You can see them sort of slowly but surely just falling away. Tessus is low. Doesn't make a difference. That's just such a risky retake for them. Looks like exits will be the call. I don't really know if they're going to be given any either. All things considered, off the back of the pause, good conversion. That's all we ask for, right? Going into those sort of rounds. Making sure you convert them after you take that breather. Yes, Parisi had a very decent second put on the board, but if it's not consistent, we don't really care all too much. Consistency has been the big thing that Parisi have lacked. That's where Heroic have been taking great control over this game. So a 6-2 scoreline. Parisi lost bonus is keeping them afloat, but that's still a ship taking on a hell of a lot of water.
No one on the other side of the spam. Breezy are still looking for that all-elusive second round in a row. And they're sent back to square one, unfortunately. So, looking tough again for this team. Altex will find Shoosh. Nerds, however, and the rest of the boys seem to have found a hole in towards mid and refresh. Many backflips all the way down. 51 floors. TMB followed through the smoke. Heroic again, looking good. Just really running rampant right now. Yeah, they've found a clear issue with this mid hold right now.
They have. Utilizing it to their advantage so damn well. Again, it's Altex and Dupree on for that save. And this time, they might not even be given the luxury of it. It's a world in which Heroic, with the numbers they've got, needs to look around for an isolated fight. The bomb will go down towards A in just a second. Actually, you can see them starting to maneuver here. Kigtan's looking for something. Given the luxury, great find. Dupree caught napping there. Pants around his ankles, didn't even know what hit him. Kigtan looks for more. Knows Altex is now up close. He dips and dives around Jen. Now the sport. Oh, he's coming over to find it, and Nert to see it off. Really good round from Heroic, and just to rub salt in the wound as well of finding all the frags at the tail end. That's going to hurt. Freezy. They are faltering. They are falling very flat in towards map number 2. And actually, you know, fundamentally, this series, so far, only 6 rounds across what is getting to the point of a map and a half. You know, it goes without saying, Scriv, this is not good enough.
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. Absolutely. They really are struggling here. And it's not the biggest surprise in the world, but I think it is certainly a surprise to not see them at least be competitive. In the past couple of rounds from Heroic here on the T side have just been brutal. They're looking to do it again as they get fast up ramp. They've definitely scared Priest off, but we do have a bit of life left in them. May well be misplaced as Tessus has an easy one. Once Flash not catching him. Nerds for a double spray down. Ah, they've been red. They've been so red here. TMB, it's a nice find, but yeah, you've got problems in at mid. 2 rounds that they found a gap there. One was slow, one was fast. Third time, you're not going to let it happen, are you? You're going to put more resources in there. So Nerds, he holds back and waits for them to come to him. A very solid 3 rounds in towards mid from Nerds.
TMB, well, that's left. That M4, I don't know if he's even going to be given any sort of a luxury here. Deep smoke in towards CC by Kicksan. A bomb plant to come through as well. And TMB, that last man remaining over towards ramp. He'll tuck his head and kind of tail between his legs to a degree of just trying to stay alive. Even that might be a luxury because they are starting to posture and kind of maneuver in the look for a hunt. Nikidos closest to the action. Get to support a Nerds in just a second too. TMB could be in trouble here. Don't know whether he's been given the luxury of saving. Right idea by Nikidos. Round that corner, TMB awaits. Spotted. Oh, knife it. Do it for the boys. Thank you very much. That is going to be an 8th on the board for Heroic. And in the most embarrassing of fashions for Preezy too. A 6-round deficit they find themselves in. And unfortunately, they have been a complete no-show to Vertigo.
Yeah, it is really quite disappointing to see, I think. It's more just the nuke. We wanted way more out from them on nuke. It's a punishable map for Heroic. And Preezy didn't even come close, really. Didn't even scratch the surface. So, yeah, it's difficult, and maybe that has gotten under their skin a little bit moving into map 2. That way ever so slightly, and now they're, as I've said, past 3 or 4 rounds. They're trying a lot. They are indeed, you know, keeping up the aggression and whatnot, and the confidence in terms of the plays at the very least. But it just isn't working. So, really not an easy run here. Nice nade there to soften a couple of them up. Will be pretty useful for these Deagles that they have in play, actually.
Well, something's going to happen, right? They're going to stick together. Pack mentality. That's what Preezy are calling for in the penultimate round of the half. Flash in the corner. TMB's MP9 spots nothing, but Nerd's going to stick around. He knows there's probably some freebie frags around the corner. Doesn't clear it efficiently, though. TMB gets an upgrade.
He's fine for him. start the domino effect here. But with that AK, are they going to go for it? Are they going to look for a save? It looks like they will give this a little bit of a look. And that player boosted up on the AK. Just half a second too late. Shush will follow him down and find him. So clean here, some of these kills from Heroic, man, I have to say.
No, you're all right. You really are. This has been so comfortable for them. Shots from Dupree does not connect, and TMB with that saved AK is unfortunately all there is to work with. Has been a really good run up though, it really has. Now we'll start to find ourselves again in such an interesting kind of position where, I mean, again, Dupreezy, we've asked this round upon round, what is there to work with? So far, nothing. So far, there has been no instances where we feel kind of this comfortability. For this team, they are being put to the wayside with, you know, maximum efficiency. As I was saying, it's been considerably worrying. Not over by any part, but they would need a completely different showing in towards kind of second half before we even remotely open the door to that conversation. But right now, so far, so good. Final round of the half as well. Pretty easy. If they don't get a third here, I don't really think there will be too much of a conversation.
Okay. Anything is going to help here for Breezy, isn't it? You know,
Yeah.
I think they know they have a monumental task ahead of them. It is all about the belief. Stay alive here in the upper bracket. Quick towards B. Shush trying to get a catch. Doesn't happen for him. Loses his life. Nuts only good for one. The bomb was behind them, so they were hoping for a lot better over on that B bomb site. Man advantage here for Breezy.
Workable. Absolutely workable. Roy. TSS leaves Nicholas and kicks on for all to do. Versus 4. Could be under pressure, but Nicholas got other ideas. He'll find one. Pop flash. Oh no, that was the smoke. Alright. Interesting. Molotov comes at his feet. That'll keep him at bay.
Roy melting. Oh, the molly makes it to him a little late, so he wasn't quite sure, was he? But yeah, trying to do something, trying to escape here. Refresh, meanwhile, on the corner. Bit of pre-fire works for him, and that is the bomb dropped at his feet. Nico does. I think might have been spotted here. He's just trying to play patiently. Gun in the way. Happens to the best of us. 9-3 is decent from Heroic here. Should definitely be workable moving into that second half. See you there. Hello, everybody. Welcome back in. Heroic looking to clean this up in a 2-0 fashion. A pretty hefty 2-0 fashion as well. Preezy, then the battle for survival begins on the T side of Vertigo of all places. Certainly not how they wanted to start off their IEM Dallas qualifier run. TMB, first one forward. Oh, and the first shot lands. Dupree going to find one as well. Nika does, still alive at the back end of the sandbags. Nert's coming around the corner with the fadeaway. It was a 5-man on A. That's kind of why I was taken aback ever so slightly. Heroic were ready for that rush in and still couldn't come out on top. Actually, 4 on A. Okay, excuse me. There was a kill over on B at the same sort of time. Didn't quite catch it. Either way, with that kill, Preezy rotate around, get the bomb down, and leave Nert's in the impossible situation.
A little bit dicey there. Very dicey indeed on those fights. But it will still be Preezy trying to find their way back in. And they got a long old run to try and get back in too, right? 5 rounds in the hole. There's no chance there for Nerds. No chance at all. 1v3, no kit. Rotate coming through too. It's never going to happen. Heroic are going to go for this force buy. Now, last time they did this when they lost the round, they actually converted this force. There's a chance. Triple MP9, Deagle 5-7. It's not the worst buy in the world, but losing this force does give Preezy at least a bit of, I guess, momentum to work, right? That T side starts off quite well. We'll see.
Slow creep up here from Preezy. Classic move. Oh, and they trace Nikodos through the wall. Trade things up. Tessis spamming away on that Deagle. Thank goodness TMB was tagged up because he was not finding the heads. Man advantage here for the CT side. They are being kept at bay by that utility. Tessis, greedy for it. Loses his life. They try and swing around off the back of him. Not quite going to be enough here. Roy goes unchecked. And Preezy will keep it together for their second round on the T side.
Yeah, a little expensive, but yeah, nothing overly too problematic, I guess. The main thing is that Preezy do take it, right? So making sure that forced by Heroic not finding the form, make sure that Preezy get a bit of space to work with. Will be an eco here for Heroic. So Preezy can make this a 3-round game pretty rapidly. And we're starting to have a conversation on our hands. Question now being as well, in terms of Heroic, on their first full buy-in towards the next round, how do they approach it? They'll know that at this point, Preezy have a fairly decent buy built up. AKs and Galils here. Not expecting really to lose all that many in this round. I do need to be careful. These sort of MR13s, before you know it, this game can be turned on its head. Tess is in up close. What's the body swing? Find one. Looks for a second, but can't quite convert.
Oh, this could get messy out here. TMB, though, keeping it together to find 2 important kills. Again, they'll be happy with the damage, but Preezy closing that gap quickly, like you say, and building up some momentum. That all-important M word, you know, sometimes overplayed, of course, but really, really solid. As they will manage to keep things together, at least for now. This is the first proper test, however. Heroic getting the rifles out, looking to show them who's boss.
Let's see. Heroic. Can they get back to winning ways, right? Or this way going to be Preezy. They'll have to build a narrative of their T side on Vertigo. Finding the necessary form for us to open discussions about Ancient. It's like a long way away still, but all it takes is a couple rounds in a row here from Preezy, and we could start to open that narrative. Tesses, the lucky man, still be alive. Just playing backside. Using the double box for coverage. Foster first on the drive-by and old Tex will fall. It's Molotov, though. It actually goes into his default. Nerds first to play full all the way back. An open hand.
Could get a little interesting out here. Shushu's going to go down, so he's kind of lost the fight through the fangs here, but we'll see. Nade does decent damage. Another one to follow up does even more, man. 4v4, there's a number of players that could just get blown over here.
Ooh.
Nice find from Roy, though, through the smoke onto Nerds, trying to get cheeky, just spamming down that Guardian angle time and time and time again. And they opt to move away here on the heroic side. So Preezy, lucky that the nades didn't find a kill or that a stray bullet didn't turn the round in favor of heroic, but sometimes luck on your side is a good thing.
Yeah, and really interesting there as well that Nerds kept hold of the orb. I kind of just assumed that Nerds orbed out the gates there off a spawn peak towards stairs. Then even over towards generator, he had Nikodos who was low beside him, and he still opts to keep it. I don't know whether that's going to be a change, or Nikodos not feeling all too confident with the orb. Well, who knows? But it doesn't work out, and they don't even opt to even try and risk going to save it or risk going to pick it up. Luckily for Heroic, with 3 saved and lost bonus, they can buy it back in. That's the most important thing. That'll keep them afloat. They went down to 2 or less. They've just been in a little bit of trouble. Oh, well. Easy. To roll with it. So Kicksan does get the kill, but a little labored. And it gives TMB that opportunity to trade.
Break of the smoke, Altex. Yeah, a little panicked as that nade comes in. Not quite sure where to look. Nerds got to be careful here as they are ready to come down that corner. Shu's taking that fight. Certainly interesting for me. 9-7, big round, and he goes in for kind of a solo peek, dry peek. Leaves Nerds out to dry. Speaking of moments like that, Nikodo's going to be the next one to fall. Wow, this just unraveled, didn't it? Heroic. I don't really know what's happened there, and it all comes off the back of Shush dying. I think they maybe all saw that in the kill feed and were like, what the heck, you know?
Yeah. TeSeS just get one at the tail end. Got some Molotov as well to try and desperately keep the AK alive. But ideas, a little labored from TMB. Down he goes. TeSeS is still being hunted, and rightfully so. Preezy got plenty of money to work with. They can risk both of these rifles being dropped at the chance of that AK of TeSeS falling, and he might get caught. If it's not refresh, it'll be Dupree. Spotted. Dupree got some nades. Oh my god, 2 points of HP. He's a lucky man. A lucky man to still be alive. Preezy make this a 1-round game, and that rightfully so. Heroic calling for a pause. Pressure absolutely on.
Yeah, man. When you're 9-3 at the turn of the half, CT side of Vertigo, you know, it has evened out a little bit. This map's had very, very different sidedness, let's say, over its life cycle. It is a little more even at the moment, but CT side generally is stronger, we say. And especially when you're going in with 9 rounds, maybe you can take the foot off the gas, I guess, is potentially what's happened here, you know, thinking that they would be able to get it over the line. And that previous round is maybe the epitome of that for me. Couple of moments where the discipline wasn't so great. That Shush kill, bro, was just an absolute domino effect. So, yeah, we'll see now. But timeout coming in, maybe to just realign the mindset and indeed close this out 2-0. You don't want to be giving the risk across to Preezy for a 3rd map.
You're right. So let's see, man. Let's see. So far, this game looks like it's got some life left in it, some legs behind it, so to say. Kicksan swing, spots one. Good choice out over face, but he will actually allow them up now on towards heaven. Swing is bad from Shush. Gets caught by Dupree. That's the sight. And realistically, it should be the round. They might even call to save again.
Yeah, I think you have to. Oh my god, they've given them way too much speed here, bro. This is crazy. This is crazy. Should be able to save. Not ready for another player. So yeah, should be able to save quite easily. What a run back here from Preezy would be a hell of a thing if they could keep this flawlessness going. The bank shot through the smoke is incredibly clean from TeSeS, I have to say.
We do take those. We do. Any more? Fresh and TMB, still keeping the pressure on. However, won't be too much of an issue. 9-all. What a response from Preezy. This is the issue, man. You can start coming in towards these sort of games and, you know, you take your foot off the gas for kind of half a second, a round or two, before you know it, you're in a hell of a lot of trouble. And that's what we're finding ourselves right now. So much trouble. Heroic are not looking like themselves. A shadow of their former selves, so to say. Need to be careful. Before you know it, you could be in a hell of a lot of trouble. In the corner, spamming the smokes. Nikodos not joining just yet. He'd have that lined up, but he opts against it.
TMB double kill. Also, he might go overlooked here. He's late in towards gap. Before he goes past. Thought he'd been seen there. Or second player as well, unable to finish him off. TMB, meanwhile, deep in. He's alone. Go on to smoke. Just makes it past. Dupree gonna charge through the Molotov. Not quite clocked by Nikodos. Loses his head. TMB goes round, and a big frag from him. This one should be secure. They've got a flank coming in from mid. There's no need to rush things. Just let him find the frag, and he will indeed. Life given away to make it happen, but my goodness, Preezy 7 in a row to take the lead here on Vertigo and to absolutely threaten this series now.
What is happening in this game? How has it even been allowed to get to this point? What a kind of drastic sort of response and crumble coming through. And oh my god, and Heroic, the worst part for them is they don't have any more pauses. It's not exactly like they can call for another one and try and pull things back in their favor. No. Saw has to sit and wait from the bylines and just hope that something is able to change in what has not been a pretty CT side thus far.
Goodness. Just continues here. Big frag from Altex. Nikodos left pretty low. This is looking very, very good for Preezy to pick up 11. Unbelievable thus far. Still not over just yet, though. This is where you have to be very, very careful from that mental side. Everything is flowing. You lose that 1v3 and the House of Cards comes crumbling down if you're not careful. So, just have to keep your head in the game. Tessis, flash comes around. Roy is positioned perfectly to eliminate him. Nertz meanwhile up top there on B. Gets one. Nikodos, 7 HP. Does so well to even find one on the sense of timing there. 3-on-3. Meanwhile, Roy has pushed in. Played the patient game rather than taking the fight. Tessis smells a rat. Working his way around. A big fight here, and Tessis going to win it flawlessly. Doesn't even take any damage there, so it's not like he will be an easy trade out. Nade is decent, but this is not looking good for Preezy. 25 seconds left. Heroic nervously just holding their positions, trying not to go down. Altex with a big spam for one. Tessis, they know where he's at. He's now incredibly low. Only 15 seconds. What's the move? Does he send it? Does he play safe? He's going, indeed, to give them the space for the TMB. Looking to back off. Finds the all-important headshot, leaving it down to Nertz here. He does not have a kit. This is not looking good. They've swung it back in their favor. A recovery on the second nade. This one might find a frag. Not quite. If it was onto Altex, it certainly would have done. Tap on towards the bomb. And now they know where he's at. There's nothing he can do from here without a smoke, without a kit. He cannot threaten the round. And Preezy find 11.
What a game we are getting. Preezy coming alive and snowballing so close to success. Heroic are in serious trouble now. This is slipping away drastically from them. Oh, man. They are not in a solid spot at all. 2 rounds behind, but their opponents of Preezy are 2 rounds away from stealing away Vertigo from a 9-3 half in Heroic's favor. Look where we find ourselves now. What has gone wrong? Well, everything. They're opting to go for a force here. An MP9 in the hands of Kicks and shush into a UMP. 3 rifles around it. This feels like the Hail Mary call, the now or never. Desperately try and change things.
Aggressive move down ramp here from Heroic to just display some presence and indeed keep Freezy pushed back without options. Key thing. Just let them know that Heroic are still in the server, despite not putting up a single round here in the second half. Kicks and getting aggressive. 1-for-1 would have been a nice way to start it, but they lose a player on the edge of the smoke. Nikadoz going to eat a nade as well, just hoping someone comes his way, and Refresh is working his way up, but you can see he's hidden inside that smoke. Kick goes down, and Refresh looking for the frag. Head spotted. Oh, yeah, it's a rough fight for Nikadoz. Definitely do not envy him from that position. Can't escape once he gave himself away. Nertz and Shush, what are they going to do?
It's not easy. On that corner, Free gets a lot of room to work with. Nertz, he's got to come alive here. It does feel like now or never for Heroic. On away, Nertz. Successful to beat up on high as well. Does he catch him? No, he doesn't. Refresh and Dupree see it off with only the one casualty. That's Preezy map point on their opponent's map pick. And what a colossal crumble from Heroic this would be, pushing us towards a third. From Heroic taking a 9-3 half, they have yet to pick up a round in the entirety of their CT side. And I mean, by most metrics, Vertigo's anything but T-sided. This has been an incredible display by Preezy.
Who's coming in? Heard it, ready for it. Spam's down, but it's a return spam from TMB. Maybe that was all part of the plan. Shush, following in his teammate's footsteps. Flash comes around, but they've already gone. They've already cleared out. They just need the one kill, man. They don't need much more than that. That's tagged up. Flash round is pretty clean. Shush has found Altex there in towards B in the end. 4 versus 3. Refresh looks to take control of middle. Nikadoz with a nice shoulder peek. Means that he cannot advance further. So the first round, potentially all half, where Heroic have been in a pretty clean winning position.
On that corner, TMB waits. Still not exactly out of the realms of possibility here for Preezy. Yes, numbers don't favor them. Not a bad opportunity, especially thinking I say a couple of fights. Oh, TMB, that's 2. Oh, hang on a second. 3v4 to 2v3. The swing is poor from Tetis, and that could be that. A flawed T-side from Preezy. I cannot believe how they have turned that on its head. 9-3 Heroic. We're at that first half, and they did not pick up a single round on the CT side. That's got to be one of the biggest crumbles I've seen in such a long time.
Yeah, crazy. Absolutely crazy. And, you know, that final round just really goes to show as well how much it fell apart, right? You had TMB creeping in with the bomb, finding a double spray down. Should never be getting away with that, but it just seemed like there was a bit of the energy sapped out of Heroic in the end there. And this is what we were talking about coming into the series. They have some issues, some chinks in the armor that can be worked on, and maybe a lot of that is mental, is communication at this point in time, and it was exploited there by Preezy. They wanted it a bit more in the end, and you could see that on the server. We are indeed going to have a third map then, so we've got a quick break. When we're back, more Counter-Strike. See you there. After a 13-4 on Preezy's map pick and a 9-3 half on Vertigo, we're somehow on this third map. Ancient coming up very, very quickly here, but Heroic have absolutely dropped the ball there on Vertigo. They were in prime position after that first half to solidify their 2-0, start focusing on the next game, but Preezy, they awoke the beast. I don't know what happened. You know, they had a hell of a team talk at halftime, and it turned everything around.
Yeah, you know, from a 9-3 half, you know, surely Heroic get at least one round, right, in that second half? Surely? No, not a chance. I mean, a lot of credit has to be given over towards Preezy. They would look like a completely different side, reformed on that T side of Vertigo. Is there something you brought up? You know, we've already seen that Heroic, they do have some pretty evident gaps in terms of their gameplay. They're a good team. The individuals are great, but there definitely is some, you know, some problems that still need to be sorted out in this team. And I think that was just the pure evidence that we needed, right? We now head towards Ancient, and this could really swing either way. There's two different stories here for me. We've got Ancient. The last time these side played, the only time they played an official was on Ancient. It was a 13-9 towards Heroic. So they got the confidence of saying, okay, well, we've done it once before. You know, there's a room here where we can do it once again. However, there's the other side of you know, Preezy just come off the back of a flawless T side. They could come into this, you know, brimming with confidence, really rolling with things. And on top of that, Preezy have played this map 19 times this year. That for me, you know, and that's compared to the 4 times Heroic have played this year. Granted, Preezy play a lot of the online, you know, competitions, whereas Heroic don't. But even still, man, they have got so many reps under their belt. You know, there's even a strong argument to be made that momentum might start to swing the other way.
Yeah, it's possible. It is very, very possible. And obviously, Heroic, we saw a good number of rounds where there are a few questionable decisions being made, a little bit too over-aggressive in places. So, yeah, it's definitely a dangerous point to be in if they can't get out of that sort of hole that they were in Vertigo. You know, if they're able to bounce back, we've got 15-20 minutes in between maps. You know, if they're able to bounce back a bit, then indeed we can see a bit more of what we saw for a good, you know, 25-30 rounds of Counter-Strike across the first and second map. But hopefully for them, they are able to do that, and that's where it is worth their salt. The organization that they're under, etc., hopefully will give them that kick up the backside. But you never know. Preezy riding on a high right now could be very, very important indeed. They are on the T side on the Preezy end, so that is something to keep your eyes on. Not the nicest T side at the moment, is it?
Already fighting towards mid. Oltex will be the first to find blood. Shush will fall. Tess is up close as well. Tested. A test in which he passes with flying colors. Everybody does. Over towards that of Heroic off the back of a not so nice second half. Considerably better. You know, they desperately needed to start off this map strong if they wanted any chance just to alleviate the pressure that, it goes without saying, is probably kind of feeling a little bit insurmountable right now.
All right, let's see. Heroic, exactly what they needed to kick this one off. Early eco coming in from Preezy. Actually not seen that many ecos come out in the second round across the course of this series. So expecting a quick one here. Shoosh ready for them up top with the UMP. Will get traded, but that does pay for itself in the end. And they're able to just finish them off quite easily. No utility or anything to get in the way. And only losing an SMG really makes no difference to Heroic. Preezy then into the rifles. Let's see. We are hitting the ground running. The gloves are off. Very, very interested to see what the T side has for the Danish lineup.
Yeah, I think it goes without saying as well that, you know, when we look at Heroic, overall, the individuals alone should be enough for this side to find, you know, forming towards this map. They should be able to have that mental resilience to kind of live and learn, but more importantly, just forget what just happened. However, they do need to be careful because they now know that Preezy, they are a risk. They are a team who have the ability to fight them one-on-one, head-to-head, and always is a bit of an issue. Corner, Tessus doesn't want to overface it.
Just jump spotting away. No fights really being taken by either side. Let the game kind of play out for a moment to see if there is anything unorthodox happening. There's attempts at fights, but there it is. Kicksan had been waiting for his moment to strike. Catches TMB with the Molotov, which doesn't even make its mark in the end. So a big, big frag from Heroic to kick off round number 3.
So far, so good. That opening kill really going to help things. Double stack here. MP9 of Kicksan going to play up close. Time ticking. Breezy got to make a move. And we've got a lot to work with. He's on the corner. Oh, Dupree will catch him. That's such fine margins to work with there. And down goes Nicholas as well. They're over-facing, over-fighting, and it's costing them.
Dupree. Nice find from him onto Kicksan. This is looking good now, isn't it? The bomb site open way up. They might even move to save unless Nertz attempts to find a kill through the smoke. It does not come off. Very unlucky. One more bullet required. The fact that it does not happen will force a save out. Preezy again against odds kind of move. They're very, very confident in themselves right now. You know, a really rough first kill going against them, but they stuck to their guns and they find success.
And I guess that's the main thing, isn't it? Preezy. At the very least, he can commit to work with us on that tail end.
Terrorists win.
Trying to stay alive is the priority. They will for Heroic. Shush and Nertz keep the M4 and the FAMAS alive. However, not a bad spot that you find themselves in. First on the ball for Preezy. They can start to chain a little bit together. We saw how good they made it look, that T side over on Vert. They can do it once again here. Absolutely would be a conversation to be had. Still, early doors, so either side really got this one under too much control. And neither side really have any sort of stability in the econ. So find yourself in what is quite the interesting scenario of winner of this feels like they can swing momentum back in their favor. There's a little bit more cash in the back pockets. Preezy, but it's not exactly stable. It's going to be a very important swing round early and towards the game.
Dupree spotted on the boost up, but it's created some space. Scare that player off from the slant. Could be a big deal here. Nikodos playing pretty far back. Noise at middle, trying to draw attention, but it's not going to work. Kicksan, meanwhile, they know where he's at now, but he's ready for these fights. Nearly 2 for him. Meanwhile, Bomb going to bail. Is that for utility, or is that a full commit to the area of the map? Dupree, big one from him. Left low, finished through the smoke on the timing. TMB also low here. It looks like it will indeed be a double pump kind of move towards B. Certainly interesting. Smoke's gonna be replenished, but yeah, I was gonna say that one slant might just go down a little early. Trades are in. Altex for 2. It's all down to Nertz. He's got a kit this time. Oh, and the double dink through the smoke is huge. TMB is 1 bullet away from death, faking out that he's jumped in towards Cave, and it works. Oh, TMB will catch him under his own barrel. Preezy with another crazy round.
This keeps going back and forth, and you know, neither side really taking some solidified control here. Who was saying, win that and you can really swing momentum in your favor just because you break the back of your opponent in terms of the recon, and that is exactly the case here. Heroic don't have anything to work with. A couple of upgraded pistols, that is about it. Preezy have taken back control of this game. It's come down to the clutch. It's TMB. He's not always the one called upon in the fragging department, but he's made this one stick. Now he's one leading the charge out and towards B. Back 10 in his hands. Molotov drop back sight. He's got some coverage. Just though, in away with the USPS, and a dink gonna come through as well. Altex, lucky man stay alive, but they will find the opening couple of kills.
Whoa, big pickup from Tessis. One plant. Not quite secured just yet, but they're confident enough to take the fights in here. Dupree knows where these last 2 guys are hanging out. There's that bomb that's just a bit awkward, of course. Will be retrieved. It's just going to be down to Nikodos, though, as Tessus is melted there. Nikodos with the knife out. I like the idea. I do like the idea. Not going to happen, but yeah, we love a bit of cheekiness there as he attempts the knife.
I gotta respect it. I really do, especially in that round. Expectations were, generally speaking, pretty minimal. Yeah, not a bad spot to find themselves in. Preezy now a lead back in their favor, and I mean, all things considered, this is a pretty decent continuation off the back of Vertigo. You know, that T-side obviously flawless, so well done. Heroic, who had really struggled, it still feels like they haven't kind of recouped themselves mentally off of those sort of losses. TSS sticking around. That smokes us to fade, though. Might not want to overface. Flash is good. TSS will just get out of there. Another support. Nikodos flops his line. Oh, Roy doubles down. Beautiful for him, and Kicksack can only go up for one. The next buy back in for Heroic, and it's not looking good.
Nerd spotted in towards middle as well, so that pretty much seals the deal. Bomb going to go down, and yeah, they will have to save Preezy. Got that same energy they had on Vertigo T-side, man. Just playing as a pack. Really good discipline. Really good communication. Core fundamentals look fantastic. And Heroic are faltering yet again.
I'm really worried, though, I have to be said, about Heroic. This is a side who no real control at the moment. TMP clears. Nerds dropped. Effective. And Refresh, he's got the right idea. Does he clear this? I'm sure he does. Oh, it just goes from good to better. Now that a Preezy. Everything is starting to really slot itself into place. Man, Heroic. Bad to worse for them. No surprises to anybody. It's the Heroic call for attack timeout here. You want to get Sora into the conversation, but they are not doing well. You know, Preezy are thriving. Every round, they're taking early map control. They're utilizing that into opening frags, but also just, they're so reliant on the individuals, and it's working. Each and every time, they know that somebody can step up for a double kill. They know that somebody can make the difference individually, and it is working. No complaints at all. I don't even know what Saw does to try and change things here, because quite simply, they're just not even hitting their shots.
Yeah, pretty disastrous. Low buy coming round here. So should be another one for Preezy. You would expect B stacked from Heroic. I think they're maybe going to use this as an opportunity to send a few feelers out there. What can they get away with aggressively into that Preezy default? While he comes around, pushes Nerds out. So we'll be able to move that far forwards. Nade is back round, and Nerds was trying to fit back into the corner here. So he takes a fair bit of damage. Dupree seems to know what is up. Trying to spot a shadow there, maybe, as he looks at the ground ever so slightly. Kixon will find Ultex, however. That's the bomb drop. That's going to put a real spanner in the works for Preezy, I will say. They have to pull back a bit, and Roy just kind of kept on going. Good that he survives, and the boys will be able to pick up the pieces. Still two more to get through on this site, though.
Yeah, not exactly a secure position. Oh! Eagle will get it. 1v2. Not impossible. Shush in a 5-7. This is in that realm of possibility. But Dupree, reliable as ever. We'll see Preezy find that round. But yeah, they are made to work for it. Probably a little bit more than they would have hoped for.
True, this is true, but, you know, I think they're happy with the position that they're in. 5 rounds already on the T side is absolutely fantastic. Heroic with their second timeout coming in.
Has to be said as well, Heroic going lower bracket round 1 would never really have been kind of, at least on my bingo card. I don't think it would have been for them either. They are in a bit of a sticky spot. You can see why Sora is, you know, so eager to get these tack pauses in, just get these conversations going, because they know that how much this sort of Dallas spot means to them, right? There's 2 spots available, and they are one of the favorites to take it. They are not looking too hot right about now. And this is where you see the kind of online experience of teams like Preezy actually start to pay off in dividends. They're just so used to this sort of culture.
Dupree nearly getting his toes burned, but he is all good. Kicks and spamming away. Flashing effect on him. Oh, this is looking to be a strike, isn't it? Smoke, however, is still in the way, and Preezy moved fast enough to get ahead of it. There is still a lot of bodies to get through in on the B-bomb sites. Made it in quite deep. Big kill there from Nikodos. Tessus, however, has fallen to a nade. Bomb has yet to be committed in, but there is space for it now. And another perfect position for Preezy to work from. It may well be yet another heroic save. Lurking presence of Refresh, but this is round 6 for Preezy. I would say pretty secure.
Well, no to see off TMB as a, you know, consolation, I guess you could call it. It's not really going to be anything more than that, though. With that being said, we are now, again, finding ourselves in quite the interesting little crossroads. Nurse getting a couple on the tail end. It's better than nothing. Not exactly like Preezy or any sort of position in terms of being the financial woes.
Terrorists win.
I mean, realistically, I just don't think they care all that much. So, swing. Oh my god, that was close to the end. 6-2. And now I would start to say 6 rounds to T-Side Ancient, for me already feels like, you know, kind of a win in my books. That's a very, very good start. Very solidly out the gates and continuing that run of form off the back of what was a, you know, like we said, a flawless T-Side on Vert. So this is where I'm, again, going back to being worried for Heroic. They've never had any sort of stability in terms of the econ. They're back into a buy, but they're in this rut. Full buy in, no success. Eco, rinse and repeat, and something's got to give. Something needs to change. At least they're a deep end on towards Dupree. Small silver lining to start things off.
Bit slower here from Preezy, I suppose. That is indeed how it can go when you move towards the A-bomb site. But yeah, nothing presenting just yet. Flash into A main. I like it from Heroic, but they will lose the player. Not ideal. It's the right idea, but maybe red. Maybe what Preezy were trying to set up. You spoke about an insane amount of reps for this team. They are pulling out all the stops against Heroic.
Sure as well, I think in a lot of these situations, especially when they've come close, you can really just see that Preezy have worked through each and every scenario before, right? They just know how to flip things on their head. Swing, TMB will fall to the hands of Nerds. Tess at range just going to catch Roy. This will change things.
Yeah, it's big that he's still alive, honestly. However, side-swiped and backstabbed. For a
so
moment.
quick, huh?
Yeah,
but it just changes back in control of Preezy.
I know.
This happened every round.
I think they're just so in tune with the way that the map is being played and the way that they want to approach things. They have an idea into the round and they execute it. Mid-rounding, really, really solid. So, yeah, it's looking very, very good, and it feels like there's a few voices speaking, a few ideas being thrown around, and it's really, really nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, you're spot on. Heroic in a lot of trouble. But one more pause in the back pocket. That's it. Oh, man, this is a Heroic side with so little to smile about at the moment. Pre takes a flash. Obviously, gives away his position. He's up close here. But against this sort of buy, you normally wouldn't say it's too much of an issue. Kicks on surely. Well, oh, it's a little labored, but Kicksan gets it in the end. An A-gate there for him to scoop up too, which he would absolutely love to collect. He's dropped his MP9 for it, but he actually hasn't been able to pick up the gun. Now he has. Oh.
Refresh, though. That's a big kill. Brings him back into the fold here. Kicks in. Oh, I like the position, but Altec seems to be ready for it. Yeah, and just kind of spots the back end of him, the shadow, maybe on the mini-map. Knew what was up. Knows his ancient angles. And will punish. So, again, a once winnable round for Heroic has slipped away.
Well, well. Three versus two. So eerily quiet. 25 seconds, though. They got to make a decision. Look towards B. They'll get the site, but there's a pincer maneuver here. Nurse can deny the bomb. No. Plants around the other side. Oh, my God. This is getting dicey. One man left it all to do. Shush. He bides his time. He could be okay because he drops the bomb. It's refresh left in a 1v1. Both attack down low. Bomb collected. Got to stick that plant.
Oh, my goodness. That is so close, but I think he has indeed just got it. Yeah, 4 seconds is usually pretty good. Refresh in with the flash. Has heard him step potentially. Knows who's here now. Another flash goes round, but he goes a bit too early, and Shush will take his head clean off. It's been a while, but we will see Heroic find a round. And now the question remains, can they turn this into a comeback, or will Preezy shut them down as quickly as possible?
Oh, well. First time in a long time we can sit here and say, okay, there's something. Talk about it on a positive note for Heroic. Goes down to the 1v1. The fact that it was into kind of a clutch like that does, even in the realms of possibility of a response, pretty emphatically. Man, Preezy, so close. First time in a while as well that we see actually Heroic come out on the successful end of a clutch. TMB put up a really good one earlier. Shush reliable as ever. Grenade on towards cave entrance. Flash gonna come over as well. Dupree goes up on high. He's gonna be met with a grenade. He's gonna stick around for a fight.
Ooh, big nade from Nerds. Oh, the flash, however, onto Kixon is perfect. There's still, again, players to get through, but they will do so cleanly. Nika does. Orps out in at mid. But it doesn't matter. Preezy have overwhelmed the B-bomb site once again. Deep smoke in. Means that the retake just not going to happen. You've got an AWP as well. I mean, it's tough, but I don't know. Maybe you do just have to concede this one. Shush sticking around. Maybe he finds a crazy double kill. Not going to happen. Flash comes in. And yeah, they can just keep them at bay here, right? Contained very, very effectively. Bomb a bit too far tick. They're kind of sticking around. See if they can find anything. There's kits down on the site. Oh, here we go. Double kill comes in for Shush. Not a lot of time. However, if Nikados can find the kill here, it could indeed be doable. Dupree, however, finds it and indeed finishes off the round. A nice attempt. Heroic trying to be cheeky with the sort of, oh, they might be saving kind of look and then going for it. I think they caught those first couple players off guard, to be fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is mental. Preezy shutting them down and looking for a 9-3 half of their own.
And yeah, people like to joke and kind of jive about the 9-3 curse. It was like the 11-4 curse, but we all know it is a joke. Obviously, in that last round, or last map match, it was the case. Preezy hoping they can push those pressures. That's up close here. Round of the half, flash is good. They're not really going to do too much with it. Big issue as well being that instantly smoked out of elbow here. Zero shelf control. So it makes any attempt to go B actually really difficult.
Ooh. 1-for-1 outside of B. A lot of info gained by Heroic, so Nerds, you would imagine, is somewhat ready for this A hit. However, he is alone. Oh, tries to jump up, and he's not ready enough, apparently. Not respecting how close they could be. Mid flank coming in, however. Only one player spotted there as well, so this could get a bit dangerous if they don't play this correctly. Bomb going to go down. Everybody moving in towards A main to try and clean up these fights, and Shush just swinging around. Not ready for it. Nika does. Was spotted on the death cam because they seem ready for another fight. One falls, and that's it. 2 versus 1 for Kixon here, the in-game leader. Could be a bit cheeky. Trying to go in for the hold. He comes awfully close, you know, but he's not going to get it over the line. 9-3 in favor of Preezy. Heroic. They couldn't close it out with a scoreline like this. Let's see if Preezy can. Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen, to the second and final half of this map and series. Heroic. Not looking good. Only 3 rounds for them. And this has to be considered now that they are on a pretty poor streak since the second half of Vertigo. It's only 3 rounds picked up in 2 halves of Counter-Strike. So let that sink in. Preezy in prime position, as Heroic once were, to close this series out. Can Heroic pull off a comeback of their own?
Heroic falling in the fashion they are looking right now would be kind of hilarious, but it's a great start. Shot for Nikos to find that first. Does he get the chance at a second? He's going to clear this, but Roy can hit the shot. There's a chance now.
Yeah, it is certainly possible. Altex, of course, keeping the pressure there in the cave, so they don't have a lot of positions to play from here, Heroic. Flank coming round, or rather joining with the main prong of the attack. They're going to try and take Altex here. He was ready for that. Good for one. Julie's out for the T side now, though. Could make a big difference. Never mind. Shush loses his head quickly, and the kills come round for Preezy. Heroic cannot hold the line. This is going to be a bit close on the defuse, though, Neo. Not quite sure. Oh, look at the bars. Yep, not going to happen. Oh, my goodness. Heroic so lucky to get away with that.
Yeah, they are so fortunate. So fortunate that they get it. Man alive. That is pretty incredible. And that might just be the luck that Heroic needed to start to spiral in their own way. I mean, yes, Preezy's going to go for a force here. I do think it's a little risky. We saw how kind of Heroic tried to do the same thing, and it didn't work out for them on Vertigo. See whether it's the same case. I mean, what we see so far is that both of these two sides have just looked considerably better on this T side. Is that narrative going to run here again? Here in map 3. Obviously, Preezy looks great. Heroic, it's now up to them. Pop towards A here. And there's two ready to meet them. One through Donut, one through Temple. And a third could come through the Red Room. If he's going to hit something.
Well, refreshing to the first one to fall, unfortunately. 3 chiming in, but yeah, there's not an awful lot. I suppose TMB has landed some taggage here, but yeah, not really much coming off. Heroic looking pretty good. Pummeling down that A bomb site. I suppose a little bit to be expected, but Preezy had it well defended.
Yeah.
Didn't put up all that much.
Oh, yeah, has to be said, there was an opportunity for them to actually flip that one back on its head, but only getting the one casualty and tag damage, it's not good enough. And it will be a save call made for Ultex and Roy. And Ultex, unfortunately, isn't really even saving all that much as well. So, definitely doesn't help. 9-5 now in Heroic. Are going to make this much closer. Get a 4-round game, in fact, is where this starts to open up. So only a couple of buy rounds before you know it. They're on, and there won't be a buy round here for Preezy. Off the back of the force, then they don't have the money to work with here. So Heroic should make this up to 6 within 3, and then we're in for a real fight. The tail end here, this could be anyone's game, but you always get worried when you see teams, solid first half, but similar to what happened to Heroic. They fall to the first few, they get into a bit of a rot and a bit of a cycle that they can't break, and before you know it, map's gone. Same here. Nerds getting close to the second. Not going to get it. Deagle pulled out as he was low on ammo, and no one's there to the trade. Dupree.
Dupree could still be dangerous from here. Calling on a bit of support as well as the utility rolls over the top. Oh, he's ahead of this smoke. Unable to disappear into it. Doesn't find the kill, but there is still that pressure. Meanwhile, boost coming in. Kixon ready for it. Denies any opportunity for a frag there. Ultex the next to fall, and that should be the round secure.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be too much of an issue here at the tail end. At least that M4 still alive in the hands of Refresh. Dupree. It's the Eagle only getting 1, but it's better than nothing. And they're falling away. Just making sure that they keep hold of that M4. Making sure they have something to work with going forward. Heroic making this a 3-round game. They are absolutely within arm's reach now. There's definitely something to be had here. Dupree, though, I don't know what ideas. Attacking 2, but killing none. Nobody falls to the bottom as well, so not really even worthwhile at the tail end there. Don't even need to reinvest into armor. 9-6. Preezy, they have allowed Heroic back into this. I said that force buy in that second round of the half is always a risk because this sort of momentum can start to build up so quickly, and now it does feel a little on edge. You need to be careful. Before you know it, Heroic could make this 1-round game, and this gun round doesn't work in Preezy's favor.
Flash coming round, Refresh. First line of defense there at the back end of the sights, and he finds himself 2. Is it enough? The rotators to work with. Low of the smoke actually backfires for TMB there. So Heroic looking good. We've got another attempt at it from Ultex, and he's unable to find anything. But now the smoke going to go down. At the very least, he's denied the bomb plant for the time being. Creeping round, spotted out, needs to win this fight if they want any chance at taking the round. Meanwhile, seems savvy that they are flanking in behind it. Just can't quite get the timing on it. Distracted away by this fight as well. Surely dead to right. He is indeed. Roy doesn't know where to look as he moves in from the donut. Heroic are closing this gap exponentially.
Yeah, and they just know that that A-site hold is weak, and they're just going to continue hitting it. You know, they're living by the age-old anecdote, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and that's what's working for them. 2-round game. A reinvestment in here? This is a pretty risky. I mean, yeah, I know Refresh had a bit of money, but I kind of just expected maybe an M4 by, you know, half armor, and at the very least he can re-buy back in next. But an orb investment for Refresh. It's a ballsy call here. He's got to hit a crispy couple of shots to even make this one a chance. It'll be Refresh playing close up towards A main. It's worked for the last few rounds, and just the one round that Heroic opted against it.
Ooh. All right. Roy with the damage. Got time smoke there. Oh, don't tell me. Yeah, they thought for a second, didn't they, about headed through that, but they'll call it off. 4 players here for Breezy. This could get bloody if Heroic still commit to be.
He's always seemed kind of good for one. On the D, you know, so far this game has always been very prolific for Roy. Unfortunately, not so much for him. Down he goes. TMB going to take a tag. Still want to commit towards B, but there is bodies waiting here. Ulted on the corner, down he falls. All slotting into place. Dupree will drop, and TMB rocking a hard place here for him. He has no idea where to go.
TMB. Not going to get the timing on the swing. So, just Refresh. He will be holding on to this AWP. Absolutely. But yeah, round does not happen for them at all. They don't really come close. Heroic. Giving Preezy a taste of their own medicine with this one.
Refresh. Yeah, it should be okay. I don't even know if they'll check in this direction. They might be more a little bit cautious of their own spawn more than anything. Heroic, 1 round in it. 1 round game. My oh my. How this one has completely flipped in the exact same fashion that Vertigo did. 9-3. Now there's a chance for Heroic to tie this one up, and if not, take it even further. For Preezy to get a taste of their own medicine in this sort of fashion would really hurt. And now Refresh, it's all about staying alive for him. I think he should be fine. Save over towards CT spawning. Yeah, there won't be any issues. Yeah, man alive. This is getting considerably closer than Preezy would have hoped. It looked like Preezy on track to close this one out comfortably. The CT side has faltered, and it continues that narrative we were saying. Both of these two sides, their T sides have been pretty immaculate. It's their CT sides that are letting them down. But I'm surprised to see that Preezy aren't calling for pauses. They're just letting this one run. At the very least, Refresh did keep that AWP in play. But Breezy are one of the few teams in the world who actually are 5 rifles. They don't actually have a primary AWP, but yes, Refresh has got it, but it's not exactly a common pickup for him, or for anybody on this side.
Yeah, it is one of the things they kind of lack for sure. Roy, with a cheeky move forwards, though, will find Kicksand. Doesn't need an AWP for that. Big kill to try and shut down the hopes of Heroic. Just trying to creep forwards. Whoa, what a shot! Roy, however, might just have nullified it with another kill from him. So, 3 remain. TMB creeping round is blind as a bat. That's a big kill. Roy's still alive, but they know that. Fake gonna come in, hoping to force him forwards. It's the day. Takes out Nikados, however. Oh, and Shush needed to double up. That should be the round. Nertz was on the flank. Just needed 5 more seconds to help his boys out. I think they have now clocked that he must be lurking around. It is Nertz as well, for goodness sake. Still catches Dupree. Not quite sure what's happened there. Maybe it's a 4x3 gun in the way type situation, but looks a little bit comical for us. Maybe looking at his mini-map. So Nertz could pull this one off, waiting patiently, and he's got them split. I think he heard the AWP scope earlier on, and now he definitely knows that he's there. Takes the tag, though.
No bomb, right? This is just the biggest thing. No bomb, no time. Surely no chance. Oh, does get tagged. Does pick up the bomb, though, and now we can actually safe plant. Surely not. Flash gonna full blind again, drops a smoke as well to buy him some time. It's just making something of this. 1v2 on the cards, but Roy got right there. It's Roy who starts that round. It's Roy who closes it. Just like that. Finally, Preezy back to winning ways, not getting a repeat of what happened to Heroic last map. That will be a bit of a sigh of relief after what has been, as I was saying, a rough old showing here so far on the CT side. They are the first side to crack double digits. That's all that matters.
All right. Keep it coming. Keep it rolling for Preezy. Big round from them. Putting a stop to Heroic. Not allowing them to get the reverse. Timeout to come round. First one, in fact, that Preezy have used here. So, fair play to hold on to them for so long. And now they're going to come in so useful here in these all-important rounds. I think Heroic have got one left.
Yeah. Heroic have got one. And I was saying it a little bit earlier, right? When that form was, very evidently dipping for Preezy, they don't bring Dvorborg into the conversation that often. I mean, we haven't actually seen them call that many pauses in total, whereas Heroic are, very quick to bring Saw into the fray and try and see what he spotted and all the rest. It's a 2-round game. Heroic have more than enough going for them to be able to respond right back, which would put Preezy right back under pressure. We'll see. Orbs in play. We had to see it get active. TMB's wielding just an MP9. Might see him play somewhere up close. Maybe the likes of a... Oh, actually, A-main. I'm going towards A-main here as well. Refresh post on the angle, and TMB going to get up close. Mr. Free the first to fall, and Roy's under a bit of pressure.
Oh, Alltech's big find. Tessus, however, dealing with the cave player here. It's a man advantage for Heroic. He pummeled mid, pummeled B. Just really confusing Preezy, I think, was the idea behind this one. Getting the comms all over the place. Seems to have worked as well. The B-bomb site actually very vulnerable.
So, Hawkers are already quiet. The numbers favor Heroic. And Alltech trying to bring them back in their favor, but Nerds holding and waiting for this. Bomb down in the direction of B, and that's where they're going to group. Only one man to meet them there as well. Alltech's got a big task on his shoulders to try and stop them getting towards the site. There's 3 players about to come his way.
Oh, Alltech just goes down instantly, man. I think that's going to be the round, to be honest with you. They've got the rotation held. Don't really expect too much out from it. A deep position from TMB, I suppose, but he's only got an MP9. Like, it's not going to happen, is it? So, Heroic right back in. Big deal. Ridiculous shot from TMB on the MP9. But, yeah, they're not going to go for this one. But yeah, it is pretty scary now for Preezy. They don't have a lot of cash, and Heroic have proven that they are not bowing out of this.
So, Heroic making this a 1-round game. Again, Preezy need to be very, very careful. They're letting this one slip. Refresh your hold. That AWP is not got active at all. Twice in a row, they've tried to get Refresh kind of wielding it through a main, and they're not testing it. It's in a world in which Heroic might not even know there's been an AWP in play at all. It's not had any chances to find fights. Again, Refresh keeps it in his hands. They've got to try and get it into the action. He's playing so passive. It's not causing any problems. Second attack pause is going to be called here. Again, the Dvorborg can enter that conversation. But yeah, man, I've got to see that AWP get in towards the action a little bit more. You normally, AWPs anchoring A is not the worst thing in the world. It's not actually the most uncommon thing either. But especially when they're not testing it, then we've got to start thinking about, okay, can we get this guy playing out through mid, maybe in towards Donut, or out towards B long as well, trying to catch any ramp aggression. Just do something, right, to get it in towards the fights. Because so far, not even taking a shot the last 3 rounds, yeah, it's not good enough, especially for how hefty the investment is.
All right. This is go time, man. This is a really, really great game. It has definitely delivered. We thought it would be over quick. But this has proved to be a fantastic game of Counter-Strike in the end. May well be deserving of an overtime as well, especially on this map with the way that it's gone down. Good read here from Freezy. Oh my god, they're going straight through though. They're unbothered. Oh my lord. What a mess and what a brave move from Heroic. They got ahead of the nades, they felt, and just committed. Dupree spots out one here, but can't finish him off through the smoke. With his final few bullets, he will get it done. However, battling here for an all-important round. Plant is down, and for the time being, it's only a 2 versus 2 on the site itself. They could isolate some of these fights, but the window potentially gone now. Nikodos has made his way around towards the ramp. Molotov well placed and nets a frag. It also isolates Nikodos a little bit here. He can't really get involved. Refresh going to take damage from behind, and Dupree just going to go into the hole, but Shush with the double spam. The bomb perfectly planted despite the chaos of that round gives Heroic double digits.
Yeah, and that smoking towards cave actually helps Shush, basically. It means he has at least a little bit of confidence and comfortability that if someone's swinging, he has half a second to work with as they swing out and realize where he is for him to try and react. So, Heroic are going to tie it up. Preezy just not expecting the pace. And even still, the AWP again, not finding any sort of activity. Can't afford to pick it up, but I don't think they probably would have, even if they could. Refresh coming out of the round. Lost 4 rounds. 0 activity in the pre. Be the first to 40 and he gets caught as well. Now they're alive. Nerds is cooking as he looks for more. It's Kicksan to confirm the kill. And in a matter of moments, it's Breezy down to 2. This is crumbled rapidly.
This is so dangerous. Altex moving around, nearly in for doubles, but not going to happen. Refresh is that A-player miles away from things. 11 rounds for Heroic. Absolutely secure here. Nertz has got it held as well just to make sure. But yeah, this is crazy. Heroic have just got this second wind out of nowhere, really.
Oh, Nertz. It's running the last round of Refresh. Flash of Refresh will allow him to get that kill, but labored. He has to stay alive here as well. I don't think you realize that Nikodos is around the corner. This guy is dancing between angles, desperately trying to keep himself alive. He's not given that luxury. There's Heroic snatching back a lead. From a 9 to 3.5. That 9-3 curse is apparently absolutely true and real. I laugh at it. This is now 2 instances in a row where it's, you know, being as the fairy tale says. 9-3 for Preezy. They've already got 1 round since. And Heroic now take a lead and are 2 rounds away from the map and the series and joining ENCE in this next match.
Spam doesn't find any success for Heroic. Bree's actually going to be the first one to open up. Massive kill. They're going to look to get aggressive off the back of it. Shush, got to be careful here. He's got nade in hand. AK picked up. Oh, it's a team kill from Dupree, but it was important to get that one. Drops the bomb as well. They are going to give up control of it, but they've got info of it, and Heroic all over the place right now. How are they going to recover this back? Tessus gives his position away, checking all angles nice and quick, just playing confidently, attempting to even up odds. TMB walking down with debate for Roy to work with. Ooh, close, you know. Still a solid man advantage and a bomb that's on the ground.
9. We'll find Kicksan. Nertz with it all to do. 30 seconds in a 1v3. Roy and Dupree, you know, perilously low here. Goes out saying an opportunity, and he's found a gap. As Dupree has pushed ramp, he's wrapped cave, so he actually gets the B site. He's given himself an opportunity here, but then Dupree's going to wrap it on towards him, and he might just get out of time. This is working somehow in Nertz's favor. Dupree has the right idea. Bomb going to be stuck. Dupree on the swing, and that'll be all she wrote. A close attempt. It looked like Nertz might have had timing on his side, but ever reliable, the Pre finds an all-important kill and an all-important round for Preezy to once again tie this one up 11-all. Now, we play for two scenarios. One of these two teams get to 13-11 and close out the map in the series, or overtime required.
As said, it certainly feels like this one has got overtime written all over it, definitely deserving of that. Cade's coming over the top here from Heroic. They waste no time getting into B. Altex behind the pillar. Oh, the flash for him is perfect. Double kill comes round. Roy, only one, but looking good. Oh my god, Kixon, he ran through the molly, nearly goes down, but finds the kill all the same, and that's probably the most important kill of the game so far for Heroic. Will they be able to turn it into a victory here and hit 12 first? Tessis, gotta be careful. He is incredibly healthy. Kixon is not, but he's just keeping this player in at CT at bay. Meanwhile, Dupree coming around, 24 kills to his name. He wants one or two more notches here to secure the all-important round. Not going to happen, as he's heard. It's down to just refresh, and he bails on the idea. Takes one on the way out, but he ain't going to get the round. Heroic hit 12.
Map and series point. The upper bracket dream still alive for Heroic. And for Preezy, they're left reeling. Thankfully, they have a bit of cash to work with. Refresh can drop over towards Altex. Thankfully, they can pick up guns around it, so it's okay. But it's not brilliant. Heroic so close to that finish line off that, you know, lackluster vertigo goes without saying. A lackluster first half as well. And before going in towards what is the most important round we've seen in this map, this series thus far, Saw is going to enter back in towards this conversation of attack pause. The final attack pause they get in regulation here, Heroic. Now, if this was to go to overtime, they get one extra each team. Saw and Heroic, they want to make sure that this is not the case. They want to make sure they can close this here and now. And they have the opportunities to do it. No AWP going to be wielded by Nikodos, just the AKs across the board and the full belter util. Neither side being all that prolific with the AWP, and we've barely even seen Nikodos pick it up. Enough memory, I've seen Nerds pick it up a little bit more recently than I had that of Nikodos, and obviously Refresh didn't make it work all too well. I mean, the bat of the rifles here.
All right, another loud one coming in as there's so much utility thrown down range, particularly in towards middle, not an area that Heroic have favored all that much. This will be the case again. Just get Nerds out there, get him lurking and showing presence. Little does he know he's got so much room to move into that sniper's nest and just solidify his position. Small tags coming down here. Nothing too substantial just yet. Roy, got to be careful. They're looking for a burst into cave. He'll just about make it out in time.
Tessis and Kixan, double stacking up close. Swing, nobody here. Roy close left. Altex playing the site entrance. And Molotov actually push him either in or out, and he chooses to stick around with his teammate. Flash in the corner. Altex could be in a little bit of trouble. Tessis a fine one. Do they clear it up close? No, not effectively. And Roy now desperately trying to stay alive. Molotov will come down. He drops in towards the flames, and Kixan and Nikodos see him off. This could be the beginning of the end, and it's a long old rotate, and Nerds are going to hear this.
Yeah, he at the very least is able to secure the information. It's something that Heroic can work with quite nicely. Nerds is always lurking, but his sense of timing and patience, super effective. Dupree can't get it done. Flawless round to close it out, and Heroic will take the 2-1. Man alive, that is difficult to stomach, isn't it? You know, Preezy have tried their absolute damnedest. Vertigo, it's a masterclass of a second half, to be fair. Really, really nice showing from them there on Ancient, but they also took their eyes off the ball in the same way that Heroic did on map 2.
Absolutely. And, you know, now I can fully sit here and say I'm a believer in the 9-3 curse, because that's 2 maps in a row that has happened. You know, obviously the Vertigo one was very, very poor. It was 10 in a row, you know, from Preezy to make that one stick. But at least it was a little bit more of a competition there. We went down to the final round of regulation, but all that matters is that Heroic do see it over the line. And now they find themselves with a very interesting match up next. They're taking on ENCE in our next game. They were able to reverse sweep Metasport, who they took map number 1, and ENCE were able to kind of chain a little bit of momentum together, thankfully, with actually some pretty dominant performances, 13-5s on both Nuke and Ancient. That sets ourselves up for a very, very solid upper semi-final. All the other games are still going. Currently, at the moment, Koi and Apex map 3, 6-all at the halfway point, 7-5 to bait on map 3 against VP. So could be an upset at least on the cards, but it's not to be in this side of the bracket. Both the favorites making it through of ENCE and Heroic, which is it's a pretty good next game, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it definitely does feel like a pretty interesting kind of bracket as well, though, because we are seeing a few chinks in the armor. Couple maps dropped here or there, or really one-sided showings, very streaky, this sort of thing. Felt like Heroic would have had us on break by now with how one-sided that first map was. But as I've just set up a little bit there, and as of course is evident, we're going to take some time, about maybe 45 minutes, I think, before we'll be back on camera for the next game. So a little bit of a break in between. So make sure you keep us open. Check out some of the other games that may be still going on. All the same, thank you very much for watching thus far, and we'll see you in the next one.
auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blicke über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Big Pack, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm mir nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen. Engel und Teufel tanzen Schwanensee. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdielen. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Hello, everybody. Welcome in. We're straight into this one, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you, Counter-Strike on your screens immediately. We've had a hefty break there, so why not come back with the CS? Myself, Scriv, and Neokai, if you may be just joining us. If you were here earlier on, you know that Heroic beat out Preezy. That's what we saw here on the mainstream. ENCE beating out Metasport as well. Really solid look from them. So kind of excited to get into this one. We're kicking off on Ancients.
Hey, both teams struggled though, right? Metasport took map number 1, entered a reverse sweep. Heroic, 9-3 curse, nearly cost them, but then blessed them as well. It was a very weird scenario. If you missed that earlier game, you missed out on a bit of a banger. 9-3, that Heroic were up on their pick of Vertigo, and then they didn't win a single round in that second half. And they start things differently here. Shush can take first contact with Carla. Bomb goes down immediately, and now it's a full 5-on-5 retake, and ENCE got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, this is a weird scenario to be in. It always is. Definitely never feels comfortable. Flash is coming around from both sides to try and create some space here, but Heroic are just giving them all that space at this point. Trying to bait them in. Mikador's on the P250. He's got Glocks supporting him. It's a tap onto the bomb, but with no smoke, no kit, there's no real threat. They have to find the heads. Glaive looking to do just that. Oh my goodness, not showing any signs of slowing down. Unfortunately for Hades, his cover will be blown, and Heroic will win the pistol.
Cracking effort there from Glaive, though. 3 kills isolated. You take those every day of the week. However, I think the real thing that cost ENCE there is just the map control. You know, straight out on towards the A site. Bomb goes down with no fights really being taken, apart from, you know, a couple of taps through Temple. All things considered, I think Heroic could give him maybe a little bit too much room to work with there. They make it work in their favor. We'll find that first. ENCE are going to go for a force buy. Later on MP9, a few pistols alongside it. It's not exactly a nice buy to work with. But they can convert this. Absolutely change the tune of this map thus far. Diha has the support of Glaive up close. These 5-7s at close range, they can be problematic.
Whoa, Diha going to go wide, but it baits one into Glaive. He eats that nade, however, goodness me. A 1-for-1 trade. In the round is not the worst look in the world for the side there. They'll be pretty happy things even. So we'll see what Heroic's response looks like right now. They have been scared off of B.
Actually unfortunate for Glaive as well. That nade was meant to go into that kind of little door frame there, but instead it just misses, bounce off the wall. He's chunked down to 27. Exactly the sort of luck you want this early into a game. Posted, waiting for a chance, missed shot. Let's take a tag. Hades, second time of asking, cracks open Shush's head. That's a beautiful response. And numbers now favor ENCE on the force buy, despite them only, for the most part, having upgraded pistols. Heroic, time ticking, and they've got to make a decision.
It's, of course, leading the pack here on the lurk play. Big kill from him. Nikador's also finding Glaive as they exit from middle. One plan comes round. This is where it gets a bit tough now for the CT side. The CT side, anyway. Eagles swinging round. Nothing going to come off. It's decent damage done. It is decent damage done, all things considered, but Heroic will walk away with the victory.
Exactly. That's all that matters. I think ENCE making that closer than we probably would have expected. Kind of on the onset, coming in towards that round, but all things, you know, at the tail end of that round, all that we care about is the fact that Heroic have made it 2 for 2. In those sort of rounds where you know you're coming against upgraded pistols, they can be a little perilous at times. Thankfully, not the case here. Now low buy for ENCE. Heroic should get a 3-0 start without too much sweat off the brow, so to say. Any constellation kills are always nice. Double P250, triple USBS. Expectations are minimal. There's a bit of a stack around that smoking towards mid. Might be a play to be had here. Big swing coming through. It's 4 making the way in towards mid. And Nerds can start to just isolate one by one, find these fights. Nade from Tessus on the corner should be good. Chip damage, a second more of the same. Goofy or fall, and then one by one just being dropped like dominoes here. Heroic are looking to close this one comfortably, but they will take at least a casualty.
Glaive nowhere to be seen, unfortunately, so can't get involved in that action. But yeah, as soon as you get the word comfortably out there, I think it becomes uncomfortable for them, doesn't it? So
always the case.
Well, just the way it goes, mate. The power of speech, I suppose. But yeah, it's definitely an easy round for Heroic in the end. Glaive just chilling over here, hoping that they're moving towards A. Now, unfortunately, they're going B. So this guy is wrong place, wrong time all round long, apparently. But taking some guns, getting some kill bonus. I think that's something that's often overlooked with these kills on the pistols. You know, it makes your personal buy into the next round a little better, a little more comfortable, less to worry about. You know, you maybe have a nade in a situation where you might have said, oh, I'd love to have a nade right now, you know. So I think that's often something that does get a bit overlooked.
Yeah, exactly. You get Mac 10s getting a couple of kills as well. Really does add a lot to the tally. It was actually primarily rifles. You take, you know, the little bits of additional funds in the back pocket. Glaive, you're trying to look for any sort of upgrade, really. I don't think he'll get it. He's searching around for a gun. He's hoping to find, I guess, something to work with, but will not be the case. Heroic gonna make it a 3rd on the board. Again, comfortably is all that matters. Hang on a second, though. Glaive, right idea. The exit here might get a chance, at least. Damage on towards Kickstand means that he does fall. You can take anything for ENCE. That's 3 casualties off the back of what was 2 PT50s and 2 USBSs. You'll take anything in those sort of rounds. But now the first full buy out of ENCE goes without saying. This one has to be converted if we want to start this narrative of ENCE putting up a solid CT side. Now, for those who haven't seen that top right corner, map picks are Ancient and Nuke to start things. Nuke being picked in by ENCE off the back of played earlier. It's quite a ballsy one, it has to be said. See how that one pans out. Kicks out for the first. Kylor gets caught. Let's start.
Indeed. Decent for Heroic here. Exactly what they would be after. Glaive getting aggressive by himself. Shadow definitely spotted, but he still wins the fight. Mechanically, since coming back, Glaive has looked brilliant, it has to be said. And completely out of character for what we'd expect from, you know, a 2018, 2019 Astralis player. But really, really solid.
Hades finds Nerds. Glaive posted. He might not be cleared here. And even though Nikodos looking in the right direction, he still can't out-aim the king. Glaive, like you said, since coming back, he's really looked like a man reformed, so to say. And the two remaining of Kixan and Shush have really got to dig deep in. A 2 versus 4 goes without saying, it doesn't feel very possible, especially if Shush leave it spray like that. Glaive finds his third. The last man of Kixan, the IGL going to lead by example here, but this feels out of the realms of possibility.
For a catch, timing was almost there. That's as clean a one tap as you're going to get. Back till he reveals his position, and he is not fast enough to take out Goofy. ENCE on the board early, and it is thanks to the big man. Again, continues to be impressive, and maybe something that, you know, teams have become a bit scared of. This guy with such a big brain is finding a resurgence into CS2 with his mechanical play. You know, you would say, oh, maybe there's a bit of a ceiling on it. And I suppose there is, in a sense, quarterfinals at Kato, their sort of deepest run at the moment. But that's still pretty decent if you're relying on Glaive to get your frags, you know? You can get D-Har behind it. You can maybe get Hades waking up a bit more. But I think he's just trying to, especially for a couple of the 9 core, prove what can be done with a bit of belief.
You know, let's not beat around the bush here. That tail end of Astralis, he really didn't look himself right, especially mechanically. He was not putting up anywhere near the numbers that you'd want to see of what is, you know, considered one of the best IGLs of all time, and is one of the most successful IGLs of all time. Man alive, since coming back. And, you know, this really shows that when you kind of refine that confidence in a player, how good they can look. A confident Glaive is such a scary prospect. Actually heroics buy here too. Double Mac 10 and Galil on Shush. This is a bit of a haphazardly buy that actually could work against them. Considering lose this, not only the ENCE make it a 1-round game, but they break the econ, so they should be able to tie it up. This could be a bit of a 2-for-1 special. If ENCE find round number 5.
I don't know, man. It looks kind of weird minimap wise. You got 4 smokes out from the T side early on. When they've got those weaker weapons. It is a bit surprising to see them just lay down all that utility and not really do anything with it. Seems like ENCE have got a pretty good read here, that all that pressure with the utility is kind of a fake out. But then they're going to pull the bomb away. So, questionable here from Heroic. A little bit in their own heads with this round, I think.
Yeah, and the only thing as well, you know, leaving Tessers up towards Shelf, trying to find rotations, or actually, more importantly, to get any information about what they've seen, and the answer's nothing. Hades saw something. Nade'll come through. A little bit late, but at least gets a tag, so better than nothing. Doubling back through Donut. He's going to fight. Kylar backside. Cleared inefficiently, and he looks for more. He looks to isolate before the hands of Kixan. This is a scrappy fight here on towards A. Might just work in favor of Heroic. Bomb gonna go down. Post bomb going to be set up. 3 versus 3. This is now doable.
Yeah, this is a scary look for sure. However, they have given a lot of time across. A reposition coming in, but D-Har will catch Nikodos. 2 players on the reposition here now. Tessa's coming in behind, and Kixan moving in at Donut. They are somewhat savvy. Goofy deletes Tessus, and low HP Kixan, not much he can do. They were very ready for him as well. ENCE looking fantastic on the retake.
That's really well done. Really solidly played. I think Heroic, they just spread out a little bit too much in terms of that post plant. Very little for them to work with. The second they lose that control of the site as well, then they realize they're actually on a bit of a timer. They have to sort of rush that reposition, and it costs them. It really does. A second for ENCE, and like we said, finding a second here basically nets them a third as well, considering Heroic have only got pistols to work with. Big old opportunity now for ENCE to level the playing field. 3 apiece, and that would be huge for Heroic. Bomb plant's nice. This at least alleviates some of those financial pressures, but they know that it's not the time to force. Glaive up close. We'll find one. Shush falls, and Glaive doesn't overextend. He just falls back. Smart play from him.
Nice pick up from Kylar. More for him. Ooh, lovely and clean there for the final 2 especially. Just missed inerts. And what do you know? He's on the other side of the map. Who'd have thunk? It's in his bones. Not really expecting too much out from this. So, yeah, just a sort of overarching picture. I think both of these teams and organizations would really, really want to secure that Dallas spot. Only a couple on the line, of course. So quite a lot of confirmed teams, I think. Maybe not as open as some of your other events within the circuit, but it'd just be good for them, I think, ahead of 2025 in particular, to nail some of these final few events where it's not going to be quite as haphazard. I think the start of 25, bunch of open qualifiers and whatnot, as Valve are trying to push for, is going to be quite chaotic, and you really will have to adjust to the online play. But
agreed.
Heroic and ENCE, I think, will want to solidify their place among the top teams by that point.
Nuts. He's desperately trying to get just something. Trying to get an isolated fight. He's not being given anything. The biggest thing now, he has to die, right? He has to try for the timer. They might actually not face him. They're running away. Oh, this is brutal. There's nobody here to kill him. Oh, no. This is actually a terrible situation for Nerds. He survives off the time, which is the exact opposite of what he wanted. And if he dies off the time too, it goes even worse. Oh, that is awkward. He'll only have $2,000 to work with. I think ENCE played that really well. They kind of actually, in a weird way, give Nerds too much space, which is perfect. That's exactly what they wanted to do. He's running around like a headless chicken. They're not over-facing. They don't allow him to pick up any rifles off any corpses either. So, all things considered, that couldn't really have got any better at the tail end. Nerds will have an AK-47 to work with. Drop over. Likes a Kickstand. GL modest from him. He's good in the old fragging department himself, Kickstand, but knows what Nerds can do. Get this man active. Can be a difference maker. Hang around as well. Nerds going to try and make work in towards mid. Nobody looks like they want to test just yet.
Certainly more mid presence in this game than there was in the previous from Heroic, that's for sure. They were very, 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 very often just having Nerds sit in at mid and try and find a timing. Or push in deep into the mid round, but a bit more presence from ENCE in that sense means that they are scared. Nikadoz will have feet further forwards, and he might have been a goner there. Shot missed. It's just damage at this point. Utility coming over the top. The Molotov does not quite reach Kylar, so therefore he's not forced into a fight. But he still opts to take one anyway, and Shush will find a double opener. That might just spell the end of it, and I think it does indeed. Or are they, unsure of Nerds at mid, probably. Makes sense. Plant coming in, and they're actually looking to stick around and maybe go for it. Hades falls. D-Heart already deep in the action, spotted out now. Shush just playing around the corner and the shadows. Reload comes out, he goes swinging, and everybody on the ENCE side falls.
Yeah, really well done. Really, really well done in terms of the response. Considering kind of how we were saying, they're already coming in with, their IGL coming in with just a Deagle. To convert that with just the one casualty is not too shabby. Now, we do look at kind of the response out of ENCE. Thankfully for them, they do have money. Orbs can be picked up as well. Now, Heroic were unwilling to pick up the AWP all that much until that previous game. They were more than happy just utilizing the rifles. Nikadoz, we didn't actually see it all too often from him. I was going to try and test that of Hades, and Heroic's going to go quick. Out towards A, nobody's home. The red carpet rolled out to a free site, and now they're playing retake again, but Carla's going to fall through the smoke. Bomb goes down, and a retake ensues with only 3 remaining alive. Oh, for ENCE, they might just call it to save immediately.
Man alive, this is crumbling quickly. Hades solidifying the save, I feel like, but yeah, round is just not going to happen. Heroic moving up to 5 and picking up steam where ENCE were really battling in those early stages. It has slipped this is slightly. It is the way it goes from time to time. If they can survive with all 3 here, then I think they'd be in a happy position. Nerds, though, is ready and waiting. Maybe even going to look in for a fight once this bomb goes off.
Close. Swing? No. The answer's no. No, he doesn't. That'll be all she wrote. ENCE, very early save there. Iha and Kyla both fall so quickly. We saw this happen on the pistol round, and again now it happens on the rifle. This is showing at least one fundamental weakness over towards ENCE. That A site hold is not exactly what they'd want. There's question marks about how you then try and adjust to this. Do you then try and play a little bit more proactive in towards A main? Or do you actually give it up completely, but then don't even test as the bomb goes down? Wait for the smokes to fade and play for the full 5-on-5. It didn't work in the pistol. I'm going to go quick A again. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Quick out towards A. Nobody here. A smoke going to come through over towards Donut. And again, they get a free sight. Surely something's got to change here, friends.
Yeah, it's a little unacceptable even at this kind of a stage, to be honest with you. They might stick around for this one, though. They are all here quite fast. Tag lands from the AWP there. Nertz, meanwhile, lurking in towards mid. Dihar is holding for it, but only on an MP9. That is no guarantee that he will win the fight. And there it is. Nertz takes him. And they start to call a bail here from the ENCE side of things. Looking a little uncomfortable, if I'm being honest. Goes through the smoke, beautiful. But yeah, it just seems like the decisions, they're in two minds at the moment. Not sure whether to stay or go or fight or don't. Buy or don't. You know, they're really messed up these few rounds. I think you need to take a timeout at this stage, honestly.
I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. I wouldn't mind seeing ENCE coach call for a pause. Just take a breather. You know, in my opinion, one of the best coaches in the scene that are Cuban on their side. Somebody who is very experienced in these sort of situations. We saw what this guy can do, and there it is. You're a prophet, Scriv. You've called it. That timeout going to be called here by ENCE. At a time for a conversation. It goes without saying, needed. Something has to change. Heroic have just noticed there's zero presence through MA. We've seen once Glaive go aggro on a bit of a half bite against pistols where he played up close, found one, and fell away. And then apart from that, in the gun rounds, ENCE not doing anything towards A. The traditional way in which a lot of people play it is one through Donut, who actually fights mid, one playing anchor towards A, whether they're playing in through Temple or actually close Donut as well, inviting that pressure, and the two guys through Donut retake. There's a few different ways you can go about playing it. All things considered, ENCE have got to start thinking about the way they should play it, because this A site is looking very vulnerable, and it's allowed Heroic to, at the bare minimum, get a tie game at the turn of the half. And the way they're playing right now, probably a couple more.
Glaive, aggressive, up to Shelf. Big kill for him on a round like this. Hope that they get aggressive. Something a bit different. Hades, with the contact play, is faster than Nika does. And all of a sudden, we might just be on Heroic. I would imagine as well, with an M4 and an AWP. Don't quite know what they're up against. Hades manages to survive, and it's DR on the 5-7 that cuts them off over on A. Oh my goodness, of all the weapons to do it, it has to be the 5-7, and Heroic, they slip.
Well, I said they need to change something, right? I said they need to do something over towards A. They stick a 5-7 up close, and at that angle, one-tap headshot is the possibility. It's working so damn well. Last man of Kixan. Big ask for him. He might get caught on timing, regardless. Oh, a little messy. A little labored, but get the kill nonetheless. Anywhere he goes now is a risk. Hades posted with the AWP, glaving towards Shelf to hold rotation. Smoke comes out towards Long. Flash trying to force Hades off the angle, and he will actually be caught by it. Second swing and a find. Down goes Hades. This is not impossible, but it's highly improbable. And a Molotov on the toes is not going to help. Swing. Down goes Glaive. 1v2. Time is of the essence, but he got 20 seconds to work with. At the very least, there's a possibility. Tap on towards the bomb. Not a stick as he invites in the fight. And he fights here. Surely not. Kixan has made something out of nothing. Kylar, a massive sigh of relief. It's a round one, but my oh my, that was way closer than it should have been. ENCE, they know that shouldn't have been that expensive.
Damn, okay. Yeah, it's definitely heating up here. You can feel that there is a lot more energy in this game than perhaps our first. You know, both these teams able to play to such a high standard. And they are really digging into that now. They want to confirm that spot in the upper final and get one step closer. Oh, to Dallas! These flashes are just so wild. It looks great, didn't it, for a second? ENCE were in. Nertz out in the open, and then suddenly the flash out of nowhere just saved his life and actually netted a kill for him, nearly even two. Unbelievable stuff on the timings there in towards mid. Kixan will catch Hades. He misses an AWP shot. Meanwhile, Mr. Nertz, his favorite place to be, will spot the peripheral shadows to find that frag. Just Glaive and Kylar all of a sudden.
2 remaining. What do you do, right? Kylar so low and Glaive not exactly healthy. Should be Heroic finding that 7th. Already guaranteeing a lead. The T side of Ancient is not a bad position to find yourself in. Bomb. The long old rotate towards A. There's nobody home. So they will get that plant or the post plant and the round 1 in a matter of moments. The question more looks towards the likes of Tessus. Sticking around towards B in that cubby. If you can get any kind of kills at the tail end here, this could really have a bit of a damper on the mood. There's not a lot of money for ENCE to work with into this final round of the half. Any exit frags, any hunt calls here could be incredibly dicey, very perilous. And there's one already. Carlo will fall, so will Glaive. And now look what it means towards ENCE. It's Heroic who have found a 7th, and ENCE who have got so little to work with. Buying here is going to be so damn tough. I mean, Kylar can get a rifle, and that's about it.
Yeah. It's the difference between 3 or 4 rifles if they'd work the economy out and 1. So, really, really big deal. Decent from Heroic once again. It's not quite as impressive as some of their halves put up against Freezy, but that is to be expected. A trial by fire in the first one, a game of streaks, a game of mixed emotions, seems to have done them some good, keeping themselves absolutely in the right headspace. Nade does not quite make it past the door, but that was the intention, right? That's what that nade was supposed to do.
ENCE trying to sort of learn from their mistakes as well. This time grouping in the direction of A. Will be a rotation off though. Glaive gonna double back as he joins the group at B. The bomb's being left in spawn. Now this, I like this from Heroic. They're gonna look for any fights here, but not overcommit. Worst case scenario will be dropping the bomb up close to like to 5-7s or anything of the sort. Look here, Glaive gonna sit up close. MP9 at this sort of range can be brutal, and the fact that he has the support as well of Diha, one of which can play anti, this could work for them. The bomb's gonna come back over, and there's 3 people here to meet them. They've not gonna spot anything on the cross as well, though. It does get 1. At the very least, Shush can hold down the 4. He will get caught by Hades. This is a really scrappy fight that could work against Heroic here.
Yeah, this is scary. Molotov will push Goofy out of position into a fight, in fact, that he wins. He's traded quickly, but Kylar is here to back them up. They weren't expecting him. You know, they were expecting 2, but not another. Hades, meanwhile, other side of the map, dropping kicks and nerds, does not know where to look, and he was absolutely dead to rights as he commits in. 7-5, some clutch rounds in places from ENCE, a lot more consistency from Heroic. We'll see who takes this first map after the break.
Look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down, loudly without a sound, and I will rise, and I will fly.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back in 7-5 at the turn of the half. ENCE, as I mentioned, with some clutch rounds in there towards the end to bring it as close as they possibly could. It is Heroic's map pick here. We'd expect big things out of them from the CT side. Didn't quite see that in their previous game against Preezy, though. So there are some vulnerabilities here if ENCE can find them.
It's true. It's very true. One of the vulnerabilities for ENCE's CT side was the A site. And they want to give Heroic a bit of a taste of their own medicine. That's where they're going to head here. Got the util. So it'll come down from Kicksan. Anti-flash being played, but Shush and Kicksan both get deleted. Very quick pop towards A. The site's theirs.
Yep, super effective. Really well played on the utility from ENCE. And brave with it as well, moving through a smoke. Took that as their marker to go. Just works out perfectly. And I mean, what can you really do from here? Saving in the pistol is a bit mental for me.
I agree.
But Heroic, just not fancying it. Yeah, sometimes, you know, if one player wants to save against 5, and he's got armor, you know, maybe a kit, maybe a P250, things like this, then I can kind of see it. But saving with 3, the speed at which pistols can turn around, I don't know if I can agree with that.
We'll see. We'll see what the players... you know, my only assumption is, like, maybe saving armor to buy into, you know, like an MP9 or something here. That's the only thing I can really think of. They're going to maybe try and force buy around it. The only thing I can think of. Yeah, okay, that's what we're going to go for. Armor so they can get to the MP9s and have a bit of util to work with. It's, I guess, better than nothing. It is a bit of a risk, though. When you look at kind of Heroic here, lose this round. Not only do ENCE tie the game up 7 apiece, but they should be able to get a bit of a 2-for-1. Get the round after as well, because the econ of Heroic will be in the gutter a bit. We'll see. Definitely a bit of a risk. That MP9 is all they can wield. Up close. Shush gets deleted. It's already not a great start here. Carlisle to find the first. He looks for more. It's Nert at range of an MP9. He's going to try and get up close. He's caught by a double flash. The guy can't see anything.
Yeah, man, this is vicious from ENCE. Absolute aggressive attack, really. Just very confident, I would say, from the ENCE side of things. But it was all a fake out. That's what that first kill can do for you in such quick fashion. Especially with an AK in around like this. That's a little nuanced thing. I don't even know if they've read all that deep in, but it's just sort of psychological of like, there's an AK, it must be an A play. It was in fact B. The aggression coming forwards takes out Goofy. A little recovered, but I would imagine another save here from Heroic. This one makes a bit more sense.
Exactly. Keep hold of a Glil, double MP9, especially considering they will have no money to work with next round. Understandable. The only other thing as well, just make you use yourself and everything over. Should be fine. They're saving the support position. One of those weird ones where for both teams, they know where each other are, but it's not going to make a difference. That will be the round. All sides square. At the very least, Heroic have something to speak of in towards the next round. Double MP9, a Khalil, and a 5-7 is workable. And Shush could even pick up his own 5-7 here. You may as well give yourself a chance. There we go. Got it. Actually, going to be dropped over by Nerds. So, 7 apiece. ENCE, good conversation at the gates in towards the second half. And firepower as well in towards this next round, so opportunities are there for ENCE to take that lead. At the very least, there's something to work with for Heroic. So I'm going to count them out in this round. It's going to be in trouble though. Caught by the flash, but definitely double away in time.
Oh, goodness, another messy round here from these two teams. It is absolutely what they are all about. Flattened in at mid though. That's going to be a big difference maker here. We've got rotations round from the Heroic boys to remain in the action. Try and trap them in towards B. Ikados and Shush. Whoa, for the aggressive moves. Barrel spotted. Hades not messing around. Shush, however, has upgraded himself both a pistol and a rifle. They'll know his position. They'll smoke him off. They'll get this bomb down, but that doesn't by no means mean that they have secured it.
Shush. Should start to become a known quantity now. Bit by bit. Doesn't have a kit to work with. That smoke is aptly placed, though. Right into the danger zone. The bomb was planted for them, yes, but... Oh, we could have found one through the smoke. Reloading a tap on towards the bomb. Looking for the last as well. Kylo not showing his face. Not giving them a fight. That smoke's probably going to fade before the defuse comes off. So Kylo just biding his time. His time starts to tick. Sticking it as well. And Kylo's going to find it with barely a couple of seconds left on that defuse. ENCE win it, but my God, are they made to work for it.
Goodness gracious. I mean, yeah, I think he also thought that smoke was going to go down, but we're maybe subconsciously trained on the old timers. Of course, they do last a bit longer here into. But yeah, hella close, hella close. Every single round, each drop of sweat just squeezed out of it, you know? Really coming close in a lot of these situations, even on those low buys.
Very important round as well for ENCE to close out in their favor. Just to reassure themselves. Close, but finding is all that matters. Back into the investment. Nicodos posted. He's the one to win out the fight, Hades. Just half a second too slow. Nicodos going to take one of those opportunities every day of the week. Opener. That's the way Heroic. Kickstand gets caught. He actually gets tagged up directly by the molly. He gets out just in time.
Big find from Shush. That puts Heroic in a really solid spot now for the 8th round. See what ENCE are able to dig up on their T side. Not really getting too much at this point, are they? Heroic, I think, need this one. Yeah. They absolutely know that. And they're not taking any chances right now.
Yeah, for sure. All posted, Nicodos. Just dance between the two angles, but Dia has crossed here. The time of play is a possibility, but Glaive gets caught. Now for Dia and Kyla, what is the call? Is there even a call, right? In a 2v5, saving's not the worst case in the world. They don't have a lot of money to work with. They can't buy next anyway. So having a double AK to work with is better than nothing. And that is going to be the case. 10 seconds left on the clock. They're just tail between their legs, backing it up. Keeping these AKs alive. That is going to be Heroic answering right back. Tying this game up again, 8 apiece. We have got a game on our hands here. First map of the series, and neither side giving up an inch. The most important thing there, Heroic. First of all, Nicodos getting active on the AWP. Always good to see. But on top of that, the fact that it's such a comfortable round 2, very little sweat off the brow, that's the sort of round we want to see out of Heroic. This is a really good response. Hence, they're going to squeeze together a full buy, but it's not exactly a pretty one. Double AK, of course, saved. Lil, Tech 9, and a Mac 10 to round it all out. Not impossible this round, but it's not going to be easy.
Oh, really nice nade there. Kicks and takes a peek, spots some players out as well. Not looking to stick around. There is a boost up here from Kylar, and nobody presenting. Heroic much nervier in this round. Goes digging. Oh, it's risky. So much damage done, to be fair to him. But no kill comes off, and this is what happens. Tessis now has to perform. Moving out for another, has been spotted by Hades. Flash comes in, though, and it's absolutely perfect. If only he had a few more bullets, he could have committed to that fight. However, man advantage looking good. Bomb down at the feet of Heroic.
Now what as well? Goofy playing up close red room. Second, yes he was. Swing. A little dicey, but Nerd's going to find it nonetheless. As Dia and a Tech 9, 2 tall in order. Really, really well done. Heroic claw back a lead. 9th on the board, a 1-round buffer zone over ENCE, which should realistically be doubled here. With a low buyout from the T side. This is huge. Not only they're finding the rounds now, but they're making them comfortable too. It's exactly what we want to see. Heroic, they're on the path now. Taking this map number 1. And so probably know that pressure's starting to mount on those shoulders.
Flash coming round for Heroic there to get control of lane. They'll spot nobody. So that does give them a good idea that it is potentially an A player, especially with mid control. Nice find from Shush on that orb. Nade going down, not able to find any more, but, you know, he's distracted away for Nerds to come in from the side. Gets his pistol out and leaves D-Heart all alone to just find one. That's all he wants here. He's trying to draw somebody in. Ooh, Nika does 2 HP, but he can't get it.
Close. Give him the credit there. But no cigar. Oh, well. Again, crossroads now. We find ourselves within heroic first side to crack in towards double digits, but ENCE, it's all about this response. If they want a chance, they haven't got too many fall buys to work with. Realistically speaking, maybe 2. Things continue on the same trajectory. I think ENCE know they haven't really got much room for mistakes anymore. Molotov coming towards elbow. Actually, air bursts. So Goofy giving this coverage for free. The Molotov must have caught a clipping on the wall or something. Airburst will actually make that a little bit more awkward. Nerds drop a nade. Does a chunk of damage. But now Heroic have lost mid, and they'll know this. So they have to fall back on towards the sites, and they really can't afford to re-aggress into it.
Just such a mess at the moment. Shush, though. Big kill from him. It's short-lived. Goofy, meanwhile, creeping up. Watch. Oh, and the patience from Nikodos will pay off. Not jumping the trigger. So man advantage now for Heroic, looking pretty good, in fact. ENCE have just slowed it down and trying to play a quieter game, a contact-heavy game. That well-timed smoke really does make life awkward, but Tessa's not necessarily watching the smoke. They are unsure. Should he go through? Should he wait? And I think they are going to play the patience game.
He spoke towards long. It's SS. Nade up, waiting for the timing. He's pulled the pin, but he hasn't thrown the nade just yet because they're waiting for this flank to come through. That's the bomb. Hades has fallen. Now they're going to do a recovery mission. C4 collected. The rotate is perilous because a double swing should see it off. It's Glaive all alone. The IGL going to lead by example here in a 1v4 to 1v3. And surely out of the realms of possibility. Hades, him falling with a bomb cost them a lot in that round. Glaive, that was just impossible, wasn't it? There was no chance. That's a 3-round lead picked up by Heroic. And now well and truly on the path to closing out their map pick. We spoke about Ancient maybe being a little bit of an inherent risk, right? Considering map number 3 wasn't exactly pretty against Freezy. It took a while for them to get going. You know, 9-3 down they found themselves in that first half, and they had to claw it back tooth and nail. This has been a much more solid performance and unified performance from Heroic, who at times look like they have some pretty distinct problems in the way the synergy of this roster seems to be set up.
Slow walk up into A here. Shooter's just chilling with the Molotov. Gets it down quickly. I think it'll really make too much of a difference. Smoke on top, that certainly will slow them down now. And ENCE maybe giving their game away a bit heavy there. A lot of utility spent, but a lot of utility left.
August quiet. Minute to work with. What is the play here? I mean, for ENCE, a lot of reliance upon 2 individuals of Glaive and Goofy in this one to try and find something. But a forced buy is, it's a risky call. It goes without saying. This is an all chips to the middle of the felt. This is the all-in poker call. All these anecdotes we like to say. It's now or never. This Hail Mary has to pull off if they want a chance in Ancient. Shadow spotted. Flash will come through. The second as well. Might catch the man on towards Map. Kyla finds the first and the second. Heroic letting this one slip. Tessa's will answer back, but it's still not by any means done.
Oh, that was the big moment. Tessa's had to find another and just buy some time. For the AWP to come round, Nikodos has actually found a gap. Bomb plant denied. 3 smokes for him to walk through here. Absolutely mental, but there's not much that he can do from that position. They do have plenty of cash, so it's fair to go for it. But yeah, Heroic dropping the ball ever so slightly. 2 funky angles taken, where maybe only 1 should have been taken. Either way, it costs them, and ENCE staying alive.
Yeah, they needed that. They absolutely needed that. We said that round was an absolute Hail Mary call there by Glaive. And it goes without saying, if they want any chance to turn the tides, change the wind, those sails, it had to come in that sort of weird and wonderful round with that sort of buy. And they do. Smoke gets broken by Nertz's nade. He's behind it. Does get a tiny tag, but it's not exactly what he's worried about. Looks like Kicksam will take a tag himself on the spam, but the thing considered, it's a much slower round of the offset fight. Control taken. Working in through mid and shelf. Not committing to anything just yet.
Similar setup as the previous round here for Heroic. So hoping to make that work. And meanwhile, again, playing the contact style, starving of info style. Only really one player at a time making noise is part of the plan here. But if anyone goes peeking in, there's actually 2 or 3, so an easy trade is possible. I think that's part of the logic here. Shadow spotted. Nikodos Kana just in time. Takes a tag of his own. Nade will finish him off. Oh, no. That's not good for Heroic now. He's just all alone on A, and this might be part of the plan. Hades contacting in towards mid. Big kills here, but still Shush to deal with. Could get good timing. Spots one, spots the second. Kylar, left low, needs his teammates to help him out. Shush is going to know that. He's looking to close the gap and get control of somewhere. Just one little spot, and he will indeed do it. Bomb down as well. Oh, it could be beautiful. We'll see what else can Shush get. He denies. Oh, no, he doesn't. Glaive stays alive. It's Tessus who came in for that frag. 2 versus 1 for the in-game leader on 11 HP. Only a few seconds, and unfortunately nothing he can do. After time, he goes down as well. What a move from Shush.
Yeah, from bad to worse, right? Just the fact that he goes down after time means that Glaive has so little to add to the finances and to the firepower, so to say, in this one. Triple AK, Kylar, and unfortunately Glaive don't have that luxury. It will be a Tech 9. Smoking a flash, no armor for Glaive. That's not going to help. A lot of reliance on this rifling core here. Gotta try and do something to dig ENCE out of this hole, because Heroic is so close to closing out this map. And honestly, deservedly so as well. The way they played these last few, Hades spam down through the wood. It's not the start they would want. The thing is as well, you know, neither Kylar nor Glaive have armor, so if one of those rifles gets even lower HP, it's not exactly like you can drop it over to somebody with armor like they usually do. You may as well just keep it on Hades.
Smoke surely not going to get away with this. Yep, taken down. Heroic, it seems they are back when it matters most. So now only 4 remaining, and you know, Hades. It's not ideal, is it? Tessus, he keeps on fragging here as well. It's disastrous because Kickstand, yeah, he's going to come round, catches one, reloading, nearly finishing off the second. Goofy trying his absolute damnedest to keep them in this game. Nikodos back end of B could be massive, could be a round ender, a game ender. We'll see.
Does posted, deleted. Falls to the hands of Hades. Now this one's interesting. Nertz rotating his way around. Not easy, but both Goofy and Hades are low. Goes without saying, this is a possibility. The only worrying thing is he has no information. He doesn't have the right util for this either. No smoke, no molly to clear angles, just a double flash and an aid. Has to take raw angels swinging through as well. Running out of time. Goofy might fall to an aid, but it doesn't really matter. Hades sees it off. We are still alive. 10 to 12. We find ourselves in quite the interesting little impasse here. 10 to 12. Unfortunately, just as we hit that margin, we do hit a tech pause. Looks like someone has dropped out of the server. So hopefully we can get them back in and right back into the action. But it still feels like anyone's game.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think that's what we wanted from these guys, is to provide a matchup that had that kind of competition behind it. That's definitely what we're getting. Some big rounds, some big moments, some turnarounds and everything. You know, it is a really, really great matchup here, obviously. And they're delivering on that. Heroic looked shaky against Preezy, and ENCE also looked shaky against Metasport. It's kind of nice that they have a game to open up. They've both won. They face off against each other, but they're a little warm. Maybe some of those mistakes, the server rust, as it were, not played for a little while, especially in an online sort of setup, seems to be sorted now. So yeah, very, very cool indeed. But really hard to call. Really hard to call who is going to take this one. It felt like Heroic, with that previous round, had a pretty good chance to do so. Opening kill against the low buy. What else do you need? And apparently they need a bit more, I suppose.
Yeah. And of course, we didn't really touch on it too much so far this series, but while we do have the tech pause, it's probably a better time than any to kind of talk about the veto for this series. Of course, this is Heroic's pick of Ancient. Our next map is Nuke, picked by ENCE, and if we need it, our decider is that of Overpass. So this one, on paper, looks like it's all written in the fact that we will go towards a 3-mapper, but who knows, right? I mean, this could still go towards OT. We could still see a little bit of life left in ENCE at the tail end. Heroic, you know, on Nuke, there are no slouches on that map by any means, but the expectations when you look at it on paper and you look at the statistics of both of these two sides, especially over the last few months, this has always been a little bit of a better map than of Ancient towards Heroic. On the flip side, Nuke's is a little cleaner. You know, Glaive really knows how to call that one, and he's played very well individually. Then on towards Overpass, it kind of feels like anyone's game.
Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree, but we'll see. Obviously, Heroic had a really great map earlier on Nuke, so there is certainly a chance that they could tap into that again. If they can pick up the victory here, then maybe they can go in with a little less pressure. That might help them out, but we'll see. This one is definitely not secured just yet. An unfortunate dropout there has taken some of the wind away from ENCE. This one should give it back, however. A couple P250s and that's all.
Not the greatest buy or start. Sure, she's lucky man to stay alive. Just doubles around that corner. Hello. Little does he know, he's got the absolute right idea with the spam here. Still's going to play up close. If they can catch a rifle off guard, there is a chance. Goes without saying, we're not expecting basically anything in this round, but any couple of kills, you know, considering how rough and ready kind of ENCE's economy is itself, counted out of the possibilities here.
No, I suppose not. Spam through the smoke. Not really finding too much from the USBs as to be expected. Small close. Bomb plank going to come in. They're just trying to see how they'll react to it. No movement really from Heroic. Decent nade goes around. Actually finds a kill. Kylar goes swinging in to his death. But at the very least, he's collected the information. And with that bomb going down, you feel like this one should be all but over. A little unfortunate on the timing there for Boost. D-Hard does have to watch out. Pops up to an AK, but I think they'll be happy to just let these three players survive, to be fair, and no more funny business.
Well, Eddie just making sure there's no real issues at the tail end. Nurtsing off. That'll be that final round in regulation. What is there to work with? 11 to 12. Heroic hoping to close it out. They've had, you know, a couple of opportunities to do so. Thankfully, before they go in towards the all-important kind of final round of this second half, they're going to have a conversation, bring Saw into it and see what he's seen thus far. Of course, good opportunity as well for Cuban too. This is so important for ENCE. It feels like for a long time, these guys have been playing catch-up. You know, 2 rounds down at the halfway point and always been trying to claw it back consistently in their favor. And now's the best opportunity to do so. If they can push it towards overtime, that's what we start to say that maybe momentum might swing back the other way. The question is, of course, for Heroic. Had a lead at the turn of the half. Looking to lock it out and head towards Nuke. Pretty confident. They go towards overtime. That might shake them up a little bit.
Possible. Very possible indeed. Okay, here we go. Utility down early on. Keep them at bay. In at mid seems to be the Heroic MO here, and it definitely has worked. Just got to be careful with how they keep hold of this position. Nerds, oh, he's blinded up, not fully, and that makes all the difference because he finds 2. Tessus, who's there to support. Huge, huge kills from Nerds. And that might just be enough, but we'll see. We'll see. This has been an ENCE team that has absolutely turned these rounds upside down from a number of seemingly losing positions.
Oh, well. On the backside. Shush. Tries to catch Kyler off guard, but he can't. But Nurse back. 2 versus 4. 1 versus 4. Sadly, the idea was nice, but I think it's out of the realms of possibility, or maybe not. Hades 1v4 to 1v2. Bomb collected, but no idea where the remainings are. Looks for Kickdown and Tesses. He's got plenty of time.
Yeah, he can do a whole number of things here. They've pulled together as well. Just looking to watch if he goes B or mid, right? They know he's on A. Let's let him have that. He could have run all the way towards B, but that would be a bit of a wacky thing to do at this stage. So it's well read, well eliminated here by the young boys. Hades. 10 seconds left, and they're now starting to encroach on towards the A-bomb site. He's going to go in for the hold, and he's just spammed down in the end. We're robbed of the potential 1 versus 4, but Heroic will indeed secure Ancient. Only just, mind you, when they were in a pretty clean position towards the sort of last 20% of the rounds possible, let's say. We felt 12-9, they should have been able to get it done. It gets a bit more costly. There is a timeout in there as well, which adds a bit more pressure. But in the end, they do get it over the line.
Yeah, and the main thing is that for Heroic, just having that confidence, closing out their map, 2 actually pretty solid halves as well. And now they get in towards Nuke and think, we can take this. Yes, it's a map which has been historically and obviously recently very good towards end. It still is a possibility, but we'll have to wait and see. Is this going to be a 2-0? Are we going to be heading to a 3rd map? All will be decided on the best map in the pool. Is that a Nuke coming up next? ENCE, nice and base from them in Glaive. Let's see what they're like. We're going to head to a break. See you after it.
Welcome back in, folks. We're getting ready for map 2, of course, Nuke here between Heroic and ENCE. Very much looking forward to getting into it. That first map delivered massively, but it is just over the line for Heroic. Very, very interesting now into this next map. Obviously one that Heroic have already played today. It's a pretty good success, but ENCE making a name for themselves on Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, this is the big kind of talking point, right? ENCE have looked very good in this map for a while. You know, they've actually been able to, take some pretty decent scalps, all things considered. We saw kind of literally earlier today, played against Met Support, 13-5, pretty comfortable by most metrics. But even recently, there's been some okay victories under their belt. The only real one that works against ENCE is that Vitality matchup at the Major. But, the RMR, may I say. Bar that, it's been okay. We'll see what they are to look like. Head on the way. Of course, Heroic starting on that much preferred CT side with this map, which is now the most CT side map in the pool, taking that crown away from Overpass.
Ooh, Nerds maybe had an opportunity to isolate and find Hades, but he misses it. And he's punished with death. Goofy will fall for that CT side, however. Looking good here for Heroic. They've traded a couple back. As ENCE can't really make it down the ramp just yet. Tessus comes back in for a bit more, and the fadeaway headshot is absolutely ridiculous. Hades all alone. They've located him now. Nikador's taking a lot of damage, but surely... no chance, Nikador. He's trying to get out of there, but Hades too quick for him. 2 more to find. Would be absolutely massive if Hades could secure this. He's got to get that bomb back. He's making so much noise. Surely they're able to deal with him. But this is the pistol. It can spin instantly. Creeping around. Shoosh. First one. Whoa, and he got his crosshair across. Couldn't find the head of Tessus, though.
Close. Not bad. Not bad at all, but still be Heroic starting things well. After taking their map pick, finest of margins, 13-11. Good to see them out the gate nice and early here. We are see ENCE going to go into a force, though, and without a bomb plant. Normally you wouldn't say this. Normally you wouldn't go for this sort of play, but I don't hate it, in all fairness. Especially if Glaive can get active. Somebody who's had a couple of moments. Lines like this. Tessus around the corner. MP9 drive-by. Catches Glaive on AK. Has had little to no work.
Quiet start since that frag. Tessus in the same sort of spot. We'll be ready for him. Flash comes in. Away from that. Calling on the support. Ooh, doesn't keep it instantly. But yeah, it's all about that support right now. And here it is. He's not even going to go down, man. Really well held. Heroic kicking things off fantastically here on Nuke. Ooh, creeping in, but goes straight past it.
Right idea, though. Right idea, but yeah, unfortunately, not the right execution. That is going to be that second on the board. And I think it really doesn't help when, you want Hero AK coming in towards that round, dies literally immediately. Yes, it can kind of be shipped across and bit by bit past the parcel, so to say. All things now, a 2-0 start, and Heroic looking very good. Ends down to a little bit less a buy, and not really going to expect all too much from them. So a solid start from Heroic. Really good work towards our side. That's was tempted to play inside of that smoke. Just get caught crossing with a silo player. Doubles back in towards main to support that of Kixan.
Like that. Creeping around the corner here. Ooh, and Nerds is going to turn away, so it could get a bit freaky. However, can't make it past Nikador. So first kill coming in. I'm going to drop down, try to isolate Nerds. Not going to happen. Looking good here. MP7 Menace, of course. Ooh, Hades. Eagle around the corner for 2, though. So that's certainly more damage than Heroic were hoping for, especially 1v5.
Yeah, not exactly the worst sort of position to be in, but still. Now again, we find ourselves in a very difficult situation, friends. This is a must-take round. If they don't, it feels like they are going to be in a bit of a problematic position. That's where they can start to falter and fall flat. One high here. Silo. With that first contact. Nothing offering up for them. Heroic just sort of essentially keeping that bonus buy of late. Not a huge amount to work with here, though. Towards outside, they got a couple of smokes to work with. They are going to start to phase sooner rather than later, so they do need to be a little careful.
Early Nadage not really finding too much success just yet. They're going to slowly creep down. Nobody's spamming through that smoke directly, right? And often what it can do for that player that is up close, or maybe one that's down below, it gives a lot of info, you know, but they're still weary of it. Tess's elbow poking round, still gets the Molotov out and escapes with his life, but certainly a bit more of him showing there than I think he might have thought.
Yeah, you're right. Hades creeping his way forward. Again, not a huge amount to offer up here. 5v5 and we're creeping inside of that 30-second mark. On the swing. Down goes Nikidos. Not how I expect the second. They don't. Shush gets one but only. Up on high. Tesses can't deliver. 2 versus 3. Numbers favor Ent on the plant. Both spawn to be set up as well. This is a tough retake for Heroic.
Yeah, not looking good at all. Kicks and moves on to the AK. They're still going to give it a look in. Good amount of cash available for these players, and maybe some info round that a couple of them are tagged with nothing presenting at the ramp doors. However, they're not really fancying it. Nert's still trying to stick around. He's hoping that maybe Kixan's running away will bait someone in. So just have a little look. And indeed, they are going to exit this way, in fairness, thinking that it is safe. Slowly starts to back away, and they should go down to the bomb from here. It's going to be close. Just about make it out, yeah. 1 or 2 more seconds if Nertz finds like one more kill or something like that. And I think everybody might have fallen, but it's unfortunate that they do not.
Yeah, well, that'll be that. That's that first as well. So needed coming through. Considering how rough things were looking at one point for ENCE, that is really going to help them out. On the seaside, start getting the ball rolling. Well, maybe there is a conversation to be had about them starting to snowball a little bit, but it doesn't really help considering they're only have a Mac 10 and like a little here. He's going to go quick in the flamesy lineup. Kingston only going to get one as Shush dropping down onto a site under a lot of pressure, jumping around that corner. This is carnage. In a matter of moments, it's a 1v2, and Nikidos thrust into a clutch, but then coming in his direction. Finds the first, looking for the second as well. What is happening? Stays posted. Molotov will force him off. What is going on?
Insane. Absolute insanity. On this A-bomb site, ENCE looking for a switch up with the speed there. Glaive a little nervy as he fakes it out twice, but it works for him. Nikados goes speeding up and will get finished. Oh my goodness. Absolute pandemonium is the only way of putting it down. A fiesta of clowns, as they say over on that A-bomb site.
Yeah, my God, what was happening there? That was one of the weirdest ones, one of the wackiest ones. It goes without saying. But around all the same, try and go quick. Going quick wasn't really the problem. It was just the lack of information they gave of what the setups are looking like. They're constantly just walking into danger. Kixan, who singled or Kylar. Might not expect this down, he falls. Didn't expect Kixan. That is such an audacious play, and it pays off.
Yeah, well, I mean, fire with fire, right? It's exactly the type of energy that ENCE had in the previous round. Oh, okay. We're walking in through Mini here. Shush going to be spotted, and thank goodness that he was. But he did go for a peek there, because he might have gotten backstabbed if not careful. He goes pushing into hut, into lobby. They kind of know about him, but it's all about sealing the deal. There's another player that's pushed down ramp to try and cover Hades. Oh, on the AWP, and then they get on top of each other. That's so awkward to watch. Kixan, he opened the round and he will end it, but not in the way that he desired. 3-3 as ENCE even up the scoreline.
Back and forth game here. Neither side really taking anything by the horns there. Doesn't really feel like there's any sort of decisive factor in this bar the econ. You know, the only thing is that Heroic don't really have the buy to work with here. Wasn't for that. These rounds are so difficult to predict. These for ENCE, this is a very important kind of crossroads they find themselves in. Full buy in for them, of course. Low buy for their opponents. Taking a lead on the T side really is going to help. Hades and D are trying to work their way forward. Get a decent amount of coverage. Towards outside, they just be careful. Hades could get tunnel vision there. That pistol decided to peek, but Nerd stays tucked, and now the orb sort of aware of this possibility. D are wrapping in towards A, finds one. He should start to slide into place.
Whoa, a little awkward for Hades, though. Really gets taken down by the D. Ignate's on a reposition. However, they're just going to there as well. Bullets don't quite make it, but he could get away with something. However, not ready for Hades. Should be all she wrote for this one. There goes the next scary weapon. Mr. Shoosh on the Zeus, trying to make it work, but he's spotted. He's finished 4-3, ENCE taking the lead.
Ain't bad. Ain't bad at all. Needed, right? Just to make sure those sort of rounds are taken, you know, somewhat cleanly. A constellation frag here or there isn't the worst thing in the world. And he's going to call Saw into action here. Calling for attack pause for Heroic. I don't hate this either. I feel like it is a bit of a necessity in the sense that you need to be careful. If you allow ENCE to snowball on this T side, before you know it, you could be in a lot of trouble. We could be already having those discussions about a map number 3. And for Heroic, they sort of want anything but. Map number 3 really feels like a coin flip. Do they want to take the odds of a 50-50? I don't really know. So, trying to spiral momentum from Ancient then in towards your own pick is absolutely the way to go about it. Still, tackle's done. Back into the buy. We look to Heroic, see what they've got in terms of that response. They need to try and, as we were saying earlier, kind of fight fire with fire. Get up in the face of ENCE. Try and make the side feel uncomfortable. That's where they're going to find success. Hades towards our side. We'll have at least the room to work with in terms of the at-range battles. The only man with the scope in the server.
Oh, risky peek. Gotta be careful with moves like this, especially when they are rounds down on the CT side, or just one at the moment, but still. Every round going to matter from here on in because ENCE's T side starting to look very formidable for a map that they favor. Dihar creeping, trying not to get spammed. And he is half a second later than the spam there. Makes it all the way down without being hurt or taking any damage.
Close here. Seeing what looked like to pop out towards A, but at least that smoke's going to slow them down. Decision's got to be made, though, for ENCE. Time's starting to tick. Creeping towards that 30-second mark. Haven't got a huge amount of time to work with. Popping towards B. Could be risky as well. Just 2 in through Ram. Might have to double back towards A, but 20 seconds, in they come. This is not going to be easy. On the corner, Nurse can line up a couple, only gets one. They've dropped down. The Hades now probably caught, finds one. Deagle pulled out, not quick enough to cock that gun, and they drop in towards Ben. On a swing, look who's here, it's played for one. Now 1v2, Shush is a top clutch.
Ooh, that peak is a little greedy from Goofy. Dihar now has to win this, and he does just about. Thanks to the crosshair not being perfect, but goodness, that comes a little closer. You know, once Glaive found that kill in the vent, that should have been round secured. 5-3, ENCE able to just change the pace instantly, man. They really do look good on this map. Heroic playing very reactively, and unfortunately, it's just not quite working for them.
Been uncomfortable for quite a while there as well, right? We were talking about sort of what was already starting to look a little shaky. 20 seconds left onto the site is never easy. Kicks into the flames. He just gets out of it. Nerd's going to find one with a 5-7-2. Double grenades though come through, and a Molotov at the feet of Nert's not going to help. Big flash on high, up close. The Deagle could get lucky through the smoke, and will. Shush finds one. Numbers actually favor the low buy.
Yeah, a little strange. But maybe Heroic can pull this off. Shush has got that AK, so expecting big things from him. But as the bomb goes down, they realize they are far away, lacking information. Lacking a kit, I think. So they have to make a decision in the next few seconds as to whether they want to go for this. And not sure that they do. It looks like the pistols are going to hold to try and find some exits. But that AK, you can see, he's out of there. He even gives them a HE and says, good luck. But I'm not getting involved. Still, with the way they're positioned, they might just be able to deny saves away. It's that 5-7 on the backside kicks in. They do know about him. Looking to get very cheeky indeed. I don't think he's going to get away with this, but they all go down to the bomb. Brilliant. Unsure, I think, at that kind of range. Not really knowing whether they would survive or not. You know, it's a bit funky. You can sometimes survive in the corner of control, but apparently all the way down those corridors, you'd go down instantly. So, yeah, kind of wacky.
Yeah, well, not bad. Not at all. Brent's the seaside. Pretty stellar. By most metrics, right? 6 rounds already. At least guaranteeing a tie at the bare minimum. Most city-sided map is not a bad place to find yourself in. We already said about how good Glavers are calling on this map. So far, so good. Giving his rifles a lot of space to work with. And they, you know, giving him a lot in response. His kills have been good. Yeah, going to set up close. The man who's made a big difference so far. You think that changes? There's one lurking in towards Secret. Feels like they know about this though. Molotov going to come on towards Testis in just a second. That'll force him away. Now he's in own quantity. It's a question, did he even want to go down towards Secret? Now they know Testis is playing down there. Is it even worth it?
Really tense round here. 50 seconds. Not a lot of fighting gone on just yet. Nerds. Really odd angle for him, but well held. Just brutally out in the open. Punished for it this time around. 4v4 is not a bad look. Nikodos going to chime in. Kicks in as well. Oh, that's incredibly lucky. Finds his kill. Hides away. Shoots for 2 on high. And the most dominant heroic round we've had in a long, long time. And still looking good with 6, but Heroic trying to close that gap.
It's a much better setup there by Heroic from the get-go. You're playing 2 towards outside, 1 through Secret. That's much better. They've adapted to what ENCE do as a default to start off the rounds. We see them be putting a lot of pressure towards outside and trying to manipulate that in their favor. It's a much better way of going about it. Now, of course, we will see a timeout called by ENCE just to make sure they, from what was a really solid start to this first half, make sure they guarantee the lead, right? That will give them all of that confidence to work with. It's the second half on the CT side, the much more favored side of Nuke as well. By no means, though, can you count out what Heroic can do. This T-side at times has been pretty damn special. I think ENCE know about that. They just want to make sure there are not too many worries. Final 2 rounds of the half, though. ENCE as well. Conversations about the buy, especially for Kylar. It's only got a deal. Unfortunately, it's not what you want to see. Really sport around it, especially that of Hades with the AWP. So far, he's been pretty damn good. Molotov. They force a fight here as well. Oh, and Hades going to win it out. Nikodos in map 1 was normally a little bit quicker on those. Eddie's now on map 2, answering back.
Kylar looking good with his frag as well, and just fly down a little aggressively, but still puts a lot of pressure onto Heroic. Decent read here from Shush, actually, to find that kill, go up the vent, and potentially think that they are moving back up themselves. Bolster the A-bomb site, try and retake onto B. But they're just chilling. They're just holding. And indeed, making the CTs panic. But as the CTs keep pushing, they will begin to think, well, maybe it is going to be downstairs. starving of information is sometimes the way to go for a T side.
Just playing with this clock as well. This has been pretty standard for Ent on these T sides. Yeah. Flashing. Nobody around the corner, so nothing to worry about. They've got outside control. They've got good information that nobody's around here. And now the decision then changes. For the likes of Glaive, it's right. Let's get clearance towards the side. Now it's about where do we go? Where do we finish? We could still go down towards ramp if we want, but it's risky. Feels like A might be the right call. It's Glaive moving his way around at range. Orb of one. Looks for a second as Nerds will pop his head up to double it down. Down goes Hades, leaves Glaive all alone. And while the call felt like it was pretty good, not going to be able to pass that man there. Nerds really decent close. 3 kills to his name. And Heroic make this a 1-round game.
Well, well, well. Here we go. Heroic picking up steam towards the tail end of the first half. Surely going to be able to get this one over the line as well. 1900 across the board for ENCE is hardly anything. I think we're all familiar with this kind of position from all ranges of the game. Not a nice spot to be in. So ENCE going to have to do the best with the worst, pretty much. Now I'm interested to see how this second half goes. I think Heroic may well be able to impress us here on Nuke.
Ready though. It's not going to be an easy one. Molotov aptly timed there. Shush, be careful. Here's the first. They're just going to mowed down. Like, they can't do anything against the rifles. Pure firepower alone is enough to see this round in favor of Heroic and close out this half at an even standpoint. Which, considering where we were, you know, a few rounds ago, Heroic will take that every day of the week. They were looking shaky for a while.
Deleted. Doesn't even get a chance to fire a shot. Hades going to try and follow in the footsteps of his teammate, primarily because the bomb's here. You know, if he wants any hope of the round, he's going to have to find that, obviously. He has been heard here, so I think that should be all she wrote in just a few moments. Smoke comes in. Spam. Oh, my goodness. He is doing well to dodge it, but dodge it he shall. And then what's the play here? Wait for the smoke to go down. Hope someone's walked through it, potentially. You can see, though, Heroic not giving an inch, man. Last round of the first half, 1v5 against a pistol, and nobody is losing their discipline. Hades left on 14 HP. Finished by Nerds in the end, and a 6-6 finish. Hell of a turnaround there from Heroic. Let's see if they can use this springboard of momentum into the second half.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. 6-all at the turn of the half. This map considerably more close than how we felt Ancient was for a large majority of it. However, just around here could change things. This is ENCE's pick. Of course, on the other side, Heroic took map number 1. The 2-0 is still definitely on the cards here.
Yeah, and if they can kick off with the pistol, that is always a nice help. As said as well, 3 rounds in a row for them. Picking up some speed at the tail end. So this swap across maybe comes at the worst possible time for them. I'm sure they would have loved a couple more CT rounds, but that is the way it pans out. Right, what do we got for the pistol here? Just Hades. Okie dokie. Hell of a shot to kick things off. It's all a fake out though. Just could get a bit messy, but Goofy, he looks even better. Finding 2 headies of his own, leaving it all down to Kixin and Tesses. They are worse for wear right now. Tesses trying to pull away with the P250 and the bomb. So he does have to be careful. Kixin trying to just draw some attention downstairs, and hopefully Tesses can catch them. But before I even get the words out, he has hit the deck. Just Kixin remaining. IGL. Doesn't really matter what role he plays at this point because he's got no armor and he's only got 38 points of health, and now he's got 0.
Not going to help, is it? Not going to help. And it's going to find that first. And, you know, for them, this is a really solid position to find themselves in now, right? Coming out the gate, into your CT side, getting that first run on the board, and also denying Heroic getting a bomb plant. Which means 1 or 2 scenarios. Either you come in towards this second round of the half here against a no-buy, which is going to be the case here, or a force buy, both of which are actually advantageous to you because you always have better firepower anyway. For ENCE, confidence feeling pretty good for them. Nade. Bouncing on that corner, would catch Tesses. A little bit of Inter was going to be dropped there, but opting against it. The MP9s might actually want to invite in a bit of pressure here. The kill bonus against these sort of fleshy Glocks, no armor. I'll take that every day of the week.
Ooh, Glaive has made a step. So they're aware of him. Obviously not too scared to flash into Hut there to have a little look. So Glaive pretty ready for this fight to come down, trying to get some pre-fire in and whatnot. Now calling on the reinforcements. And there you are, double for D-Heart on that MP7. So apparently Nertz is not the only one that likes it. Maybe they know something that we don't. It feels kind of nice. I don't know. The slightly lower rate of fire means that it's a bit easier to control at range, you know?
I'll give you it. All I'm saying is, you know, the numbers don't lie here. The MP9 is cheaper and it's like basically the same. That's right. And I think the rate of fire could be, you know, the benefits at times. But the thing is, with me, is I see Nertz use it and he makes it look as good as a rifle. And then I use it and I most definitely don't. So
yeah, it's an art, isn't it? It really is.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to tame the beast a little bit.
Speaking of, this replay. Through the flames here, taking fights early. Glaive gonna double away, and Molotov in towards Hello. Deny Goofy rotating in support. Top ramp control taken immediately, but it's Kylos still for the first kill. Headshot through a smoke, wall bang. That's unfortunate for Nertz.
Yeah, not much you can do about that one. It just happens from time to time. You shift round the corner trying to be sneaky, and then bang bang, straight in your head, and you are dead. Ooh, D-Har, this is big though. Nobody else out in lobby, he says. So you should be pretty ready for this hit downstairs. You've got Hades, you've got Glaive trying to play off against one another. Smoke onto the left side, try and corral them in on the right, but Heroic not fancying it.
No, not. 4v5. Time ticking as well in Heroic. Similar to what ENCE did in that first half. Just hitting the clock a little bit. Need on the corner. And the flash as well. Just to really make it feel a little nervy. And Glaive going to play up close. It's a dice roll here. Roll 50-50. What side do they come out? Making a choice. He's looking left. It might work in favor. Swinging the fight. He's going to get 2. Looks for a 3rd as well. Hades will be the one to confirm it. And Nikodor's left, scratching his head. How do I find this round in my favor? Glaive doesn't care. What a round. The IGL leading by example. The swing just nerves of steel in towards ramp. That'll be ENCE taking a 3-round buffer over Heroic, shattering the funds as well towards the T side and getting ever closer to pushing us towards our decider out of Overboss.
So I think you've got a couple things for me there on the Heroic side. You have to, once you start going, not stop, and they just got stuck in fights, and that allowed Glaive to come around. And then the second thing, and it is very small, very tidbitty, very nitpicky maybe, I think leading with the MAC-10 is maybe not the move going into the B-bomb site like that. So many long-range angles. You either have to lead with the MAC-10 and have him just run in Sacrificial Lamb and, you know, draw crosshairs, or use that rifle. And if you're going to take it a little slower, they should have maybe had a rifle at the beginning, and you never know, Hades may well have been one-banged by it, and then the round opens up, the bomb site opens up a little bit more. So, yeah, just a couple little things there from Heroic to point out. At the same time, ENCE did a very good job of gathering information, containing them in, and being ready for the hit.
Well, everything looking in a pretty decent spot here. Goes without saying for ENCE. It is a bit of a force, though, for Heroic. This is a big call. 1 AK, 1 Galil. Goofy caught here on timing. Could be. He's the one doing the catching. Down goes Tetris. Down goes Nerds as well. Looks for more, but kicks in a lot. Back of a double. Okay, now round is absolutely on. And Kylar forced to drop on towards the site.
Yeah, not sure that he's been heard, unfortunately. Glaive, meanwhile, finding a good timing in from behind. Not looking too good. Nika does slow towards the action here. Shush has got to be careful. Needs to pick up Kylar. Glaive has actually abandoned the area ever so slightly, but Kylar stands strong. Big kill. 10 rounds on the horizon here. Nika does the only thing that stands between it. Making a couple of steps. I don't think he's quite been heard, though. He's got this bomb. Gonna try and, yeah, speed in, but Hades, again, loving that back silo angle. 10-6 as ENCE are within touching distance of map number 3.
Yeah, and deservedly as well, right? I mean, this has been a side who have come in towards Nuke, completely reformed. I mean, you know, we can give them the credit. That tail end of Ancient was really solid from ENCE. They started to come alive. They actually really put Heroic under a lot of pressure. But I think the damage had already been done by this point. It was kind of a little bit too little too late. Now it's in reverse, where Heroic barely scratching the surface. And they haven't got a lot of full buys left in this game before we do open the door for the conversation of map 3. Heroic want a chance of taking this 2-0. They've got to start finding a couple of rounds, but succession. Consecutive rounds has been their issue. Finding hiccups here, there, and everywhere, but it's not been that consistency that we hope for. And of course, the T side is yet to get going. It's going to be the one to do it, though. Nerds playing in around the smoke of single. As it fades, he falls back towards lobby, and they slowly snuck their way down secret as a group. It's a good way of playing it because a lot of the attention is still drawn towards top site.
Fessus leading the charge here, or rather leading the march, I think is maybe a better word for it. Hades hidden away, looking for the timing. Ooh, spots them, but not going to be able to do too much to stop them just yet. Doesn't know where to look. What a spin for the frag onto Nika does. Is it going to be enough to hold them at bay, though? Not for the time being. Utility still remaining as well, mollying off one side. So there's nothing that can be done to stop the bomb plant. Nerds, of course, always lurking. Can't find the comfortable timing. And thus a man advantage for ENCE comes up. They're not really all that close to the action. Smoke goes down. Flash to keep them at bay. All coming in from ramp. You know, it really is not ideal here. Shush hidden at the back end of the site. Kicks him meanwhile, looking for a bit of information. Footsteps coming in. Shush going to take the first peek. A lot of damage. And he will go down. Tessus trades out one, but he's left very low. Kicks him meanwhile has gone unchecked. That might just work out perfectly. He shoots at the first target. There's a defuse coming in. They've got to get him off it. Oh, and they find him, but they can't get the kill in time. And ENCE pick up 11. The ninja defuse from Goofy is anything but... Oh my goodness, he just keeps it together, does not come off it, and survives for that ninja defuse. Mental.
I can't believe how quickly that slipped away. It looked like it was done and dusted for Heroic. One man unchecked, and he's based on all the damage, and Yeah, the Ninja Diffuse is great as well, but the attention drawn from the Cubby, really solid work from ENCE and Heroic still reeling. This T side is not starting. The engine won't turn on. It doesn't in a matter of moments. They could be in trouble. Yes, Nerds finds the first, but Dia answers back quickly.
Kixon creeping round. He's heard all these footsteps as they run away. And he might just be able to get a decent drop in here. Diha moves towards Heaven, but not necessarily checking the outside angles. I think if they just wait a little bit on that Heroic side, might be able to get Kixon into a very, very good spot. And that does look to be the case.
Well, a minute to work with. Decision's going to be made for Heroic here. C-side, like you said. He's started, kicks and nearly gets two. But Glaive turns around at the perfect time. Angel's looking down on him favorably in that one. Needing more. Molotov, actually pretty well placed, may I say. You know, Nikolos now can't go back towards heart. It actually might make this a bit perilous for Hades trying to come up. He could get caught. He somehow gets out.
That's a dodgy flash, though. I think Glaive wanted to make a move off the back of it. It didn't really happen. Quickscope misses. He's able to survive a little while longer. Glaive taken out by Shush as well. Heroic bounce back well, despite the difficulty of the previous round. They're looking a little angrier and channeling that anger into something efficient here. And still in with a very good chance, a very good position, a very good economy. But Heroic are not going to bow out quietly.
No, exactly. Better late than never, right? Is what we'll say. In terms of getting this T-side started. If there's at least a conversation to be had about Heroic, then we can start to sit here positively. Nade gonna come onto the toes of Hades. He'll be caught in the flames. Nerds finds the first again. Of course, they need that man to step up consistently if they want any sort of a chance. Nerds starting to really come alive.
Yeah, finding his feet a little bit on the map, right? It's the difficulty of a lurker. You need to know an awful lot about your opponents, about the map timings, about the conventional and unconventional way of moving. And I think he has struggled a bit on this T side to figure that out, but maybe playing a bit more to his own tune rather than trying to read ENCE. Might be part of the puzzle. Glaive takes him out, though. Enough talking about Nerds, he says. Let's get the focus back on me and ENCE. Big find, dropping back. Tessus, though, again. Oh, God! Oh, no! Made it in towards Heaven, but too many targets for him. Can't finish either of them. They will, at the very least, trade him out and get control of the A-bomb site, but that is a messy, messy way in.
That's the epitome of a deer in headlights, right? You do not know where to look. You do not know what target to pick. Oh, that's so costly. But really giving them so much room to work with. Not to be. Bomb still goes down nonetheless. Kickchan gonna stick up close. Flash will keep Kylo at bay, at least for now as well. And actually, it looks like ENCE might just be calling this. The U2 has kept them out of the sight. They really don't have any of their own as well to get back in. So yeah, you're gonna call for that save. Heroic up to an 8th. That's now back-to-back rounds on the T side. We said this just a few rounds ago, right? We're saying, if we want to open the door to any conversation about Heroic taking this to 2-0, they need to find consistency. Consecutive rounds on the T side. And that's exactly what they are starting to do. While to get going. All that we care about is that it is going. Saw her times in that first series for Heroic. No shows in certain halves. This is not to be a 3-round game, and it's on. I can see a pause called here as well. Cuban going to enter the fray. Understandably so. Money's a little thin over towards ENCE. They probably squeeze out a buy just because of the 3 saved, but what they work with here isn't exactly going to be great. Maybe an MP9 to come on towards somebody is my assumption. D is going to wheel a 5-7. Assuming maybe a bit more of a util play for him as well. Goofier question. There is money to work with around it, but do they actually even want to buy here, right? Or do you then kind of have at least enough funds left in the back pockets just in case this one goes wrong? You can buy the next. These are the conversations that Cuban, Glaive are having before coming in towards this one. It looks like they might not even, yeah, overinvest here. So Goofy, the key part of his USPS, just one smoke for him. Dia does dip down to like 1.2k, which means he won't get a full rifle, an armor arm, an X arm, but at the very least, something to work with here.
Minute 30 here. Tension definitely palpable. Heroic starting to prove to themselves and ENCE they can get something together. It is often the final hurdle that is the hardest on these maps. Where do we end up for ENCE? Clean from him, and a different position to take as well. He's been all around the hut area, trying to play all sneaky-like. But this one a bit more aggressive. Good to see him coming alive.
Well, numbers for Heroic. A must-win round as well, considering the situation. Dia turned away as the smoke was fading. That was a free one towards Kicks, and thankfully doubles back in time to get it. My God, that was looking weirdly uncomfortable for a while. Dia might get another chance today. Might get a couple because they're lining up. What is going on? A traffic jam in Vents. And then I'll drop the bombs. And Dia not taking any prisoners. That was very, very messy from Heroic.
Unbelievable. It just feels like they went into that round without an idea, you know, and then mid-rounded like, oh, we might as well try and go down the vent, I guess. They'll never expect that, but yeah, a weak mid-round call, to say the least. They needed a clear sort of game. You can't tell me that walking out squeaky and contacting into vent was their initial idea for that round. They maybe wanted to get downstairs because Nertz had got a kill and pressured that area. But yeah, they started off 5v4 in their favor pretty decisively, pretty early on. Pressure down below. I don't know. That's very, very messy from Heroic.
It is. It is. Not good. Not good at all. Our third map looming. And honestly, you know, so deserved. The way ENCE started this CT side and now the way they're finishing it as well, they've absolutely deserved to push this towards overpass. Heroic have not exactly shown what we would know or expect of them. And you know, it's looking a little problematic. So, potentially the final round here. Map point towards ENCE. Not good either. Slower on the offset here. And he's caught by the flash. Doesn't really flinch all too much, though. He sticks around. He knows how strong this position is.
Ooh. A shot from Tessus to kick us off. Hades trying to chime in will go down. And again, this is why it frustrates us, right? Heroic in a really, really good spot on the team side at the moment, looking much more comfortable. So throwing that previous round down the drain might end up costing them the game, where they would have had room for mistakes. 3 versus 2. Where is Nertz? Our favorite quiz show of the day. They are ready for him, but yeah, he's just not moving right now.
He always finds himself just somewhere he shouldn't be, right? They're pretty aware of this. It's going to be a save call, of course, for ENCE. Don't really blame them. And the good thing is with these two staying alive, they should be fine buy-wise. Dia can invest for himself. Same for Hades. If Goofy and Glaive stay alive, Glaive can drop one over towards Carlon. We're fine, right? The only issue is if one of these guys falls, then that will put them into a little bit of a question mark in terms of the econ. Things, at the moment, looking pretty positive towards Heroic. At least keeping a door open by a tad of that 2's area would require overtime. Down 2 go as well to the bomb. Actually not helpful that Glaive goes down to the bomb there either. I will mean they have to dip a little bit towards the pockets. Thankfully they are going to squeeze together a buy. Glaive has enough, but yeah, it will mean an MP9 to come out for Kylar. Not exactly a dream. At least Hades gets his orb. That's going to be potentially one of the big difference makers. Hades so far actually had a pretty good game. quite self-sufficient on the big green. Gonna need him. Try and close this. No warping the side for Heroic. Don't want to let this T-side spiral.
D-Heart. Not able to find anything through the smoke here. So once again, Heroic playing pretty quiet. Sending Tessus into secret. Really good spot for him. It's just holding the extremities. So curious to see what Heroic do with this positional control that they have. And it's not really showing any presence at all outside. A quick burst to get that wide control in towards hell as well, by the looks of things here. So yeah, kind of freaky. Nertz with the lurk out at ramp is completely unexpected. Perfect timing from him on that. And a big opening frag.
He did. Oh my god. Kicksan. Man Diaz had to sell the fake of the jump. I don't really think Kicksan falls for it, but can't hit the shots. Either way. Spotted. Shush. I don't know whether he would have heard the scope hit, but at least they know he's around. Diaz swinging in. Shush could be in a bit of trouble as well. He goes for a swing of his own, using the railing for an elevated peak. This is such a weird and messy round, but it could work in the favor of either. Dia not fallen off just yet. Stayed alive in towards that. A Mustang for Goofy for 2. Can't make it a third, and it's closed out. Heroic, finest of margins. Find that 10th. And man alive, this game has still got some legs behind it.
The Nertz kill making all the difference. Did you note as well, D-Har with another attempt at the fake drop actually worked the second time. They were really unsure. The comms were totally off on him, and he managed to get a kill and stay alive from the Raptors area. Yeah, they were very, very unsure. Eco coming out, so it will all come down to the very final round of regulation, in theory. Delivering as was written. Oh, Nika does, though, is going to go down through the smoke. Okay, hold on. Glaive finding another. Oi, this is very messy indeed. He knows his angles, of course. This is his map. That is his area, to be fair. Kylar getting Nertz. What is going on, man? 4 versus 2 for just a second there.
Still a chance, man. I'm going to count out these pistols just yet. The double sets up here. What a dink! No, not like this. Not like this! Oh, what, they're going to close it? ENCE close it on the full eco. On the pistols. Oh, Heroic. That is such a stupid way to lose a map. They overface and overfight. You can't help but laugh. It's just the dumbest way to lose a map. They overface and overfight against pistols, and they do not trade each other. Man, I mean, credit to ENCE. You know, from the get-go, that map felt deserved for them, but just the funniest way to close it out. And now we go to map 3, you know, going towards overpass. Heroic have got to be feeling a little nervy.
I guess so, yeah, just absolute disbelief at the end there. To be honest, really surprising stuff, but oh, what a way for it to end. At the very least, we get that third map. We get the delivery on this series. Overpass coming up, as you mentioned. Very excited for it. We're going to be about 15 minutes or so before we get into game. Make sure that you are back here for that. You don't want to miss it. See you there.
Give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of what you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down, loudly without a sound, and I will rise, and I will fly.
Third and final map here between Heroic and ENCE. It has been a very, very close affair so far. Only 2 or 3 rounds really separating these teams throughout the entire series. So really is all to play for here on Overpass. We are very much looking forward to getting into it, of course. And yeah, a difficult one to call here, I think, now.
Yeah, man. You know, 13-11 map number 1, 13-10 map number 2. And now we head towards Overpass. And you know, with kind of the way things have been so far, it still sort of feels like anybody's game. And Overpass as a map specifically does feel a little bit like a coin flip. You know, it's a map in which both of these two teams play a little bit, not exactly super comfortably. And we ask question marks about it. ENCE already played it 3 times in the last 3 months. one of those being a win, you know, against Falcons, but also we also remember when they got 13-0'd against Spirit, so not exactly the most comfortable of maps. And then you look towards Heroic, they've played it 6 times, only won 3 of them. So it's neither of these two teams is it a really comfortable map, and that leaves it completely open to interpretation coming into this. I think a lot of things that you know, the narratives and the conversations we have are going to come off the back of Nuke. ENCE looked considerably better than Heroic, and maybe that confidence might help them out.
Yeah, it is possible. It is certainly possible. I mean, I don't know. It's a very difficult one for calling, in my opinion, right? As I have kind of said, I think that both of these teams have played very, very well today. There've also been some kind of sloppy rounds in places. But yeah, this one is ultimately for all the marbles, of course, playing off for that game tomorrow. And the first sort of spot available tomorrow as well in the upper bracket final. It is as yet undecided who they are going to play off against. Of course, it's VP or Apex. They're also still going after a pretty long first map, it would appear. So, yeah, we'll keep you kind of updated with that potentially. Maybe check in again at the end of this series. So, yeah, very, very interested to see how that goes down. But the hard work, it does feel, is in this series. Really, really difficult to separate these two teams, as said. So, and you know, getting yourself started in the online realm after playing a few of the obviously big tournaments this year in the LAN setting, I think it can be a bit difficult to get used to it. So maybe after this first day, both teams will look a little more ready going into that upper bracket final in theory.
Yeah, and the big thing I think as well is that knife round's going to be very, very important. You know, winning that gives you that preferential side, and the assumption is that ENCE took it, judging by the fact that they will be starting on that CT side. But without further ado, we are ready to get things underway here. Ladies and gents, welcome to Overpass, our third and final map here in the upper semi-final. Winner of this was one best of 3 away from a spot at IEM Dallas. And what that would mean would be huge. Kylar spots one, drops a smoke.
Nothing showing up. Kylar continuing things pretty slowly around this corner. They are looking to burst out off the back of this smoke, I would imagine. Flash potentially on the way once they draw the attention of Kylar. In comes the utility, but he's not blinded. Still loses his head all the same. Dihar at the back end of the site. He's the one that is now severely under threat. Doesn't know where to look. Hades maybe keeping the dreams alive with 2 headshots. Like the third. Goofy, though, on the backside. Catches Nerds. There's kills all over. The bomb is out. He's going A. Screw this, he says. Let's go to the other bomb site instead. And, well, it was the wise choice.
Yeah, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. 2 versus 2. Now with it all to do. On this retake, Goofy and Glaive looking to try and get a bit of mileage up close here. Glaive going to be first contact. Gets the support very quickly of Goofy as Tess trying to invite in a bit of pressure to the right idea. I was spotted, but he misses the shot. Glaive will punish and kicks out of it all to do. He's waiting for a swing. He's not going to get it. Goofy might just stick here. No care. 10-second defuse. First fight going to be Glaive, and Glaive finds both. Brilliant on that retake. Just about enough time as well, but that all comes down to Glaive. Really decent and just showing he's still got it. He's still got the mechanics, and that kind of is what we were talking about. The confidence after taking map number 2, transferring that in towards the third. That's really important for ENCE. Really good to get out of the gate started really quick here. Heroic will fall by. That's expected and understandable with a bomb plant, but you still would assume ENCE had the advantage just a little bit better. Maybe a bit more of a fleshed out full by the rifles across the deck. MP9 Scout.
Creeping up. Banana. Oh, man. Yeah, he's going to go so overlooked here. I think he will be able to get in behind Kylar. Plays his cards right, but he goes more for a peek towards the site itself. Trusts in Tessus to find that kill behind him. Difficult spray down for Glaive, but he makes it work. Still, they're not looking to dedicate on towards A. At the same time, ENCE have not really moved any resources. Not like it's going to be an easy take towards B. They maybe just weren't expecting the B hit to come so quickly. Goofy trying to stay alive here. Finds himself double kill. Not able to get that third in, but so much damage has been done here. This is looking good for ENCE. Just got to keep themselves together. Bomb plant coming in.
They're still pretty close. Both these guys are low. Could be enough. Glaive from the heavens going to find both again. In a clutch that's needed in a 2 versus 2 is Glaive again, who steps up for a double to see the round in ENCE's favor. Very, very close. He's oh so reliable, Glaive. 3 kills overall in the round. Another opportunity for them to pull further away. Now, Heroic, off the back of that bomb plant, they could again go for a force, but I think now the better play would be half by a little bit, upgraded pistols, or so to say, full by next. Try and get the AKs out fully fleshed, but who might say anything? It looks like they're going to go for a full buy again. Double Galil, triple Galil, in fact, an AK and a scout on Nikodos. Inherently, it is a risky buy, though. They are coming in now, definitely with lesser firepower. To miss Molotov as well, which isn't going to help. But all things considered, ENCE still have the advantages in this round, technically speaking.
The spam from Kixon finds 2 out towards long. Really solid pickup. And Heroic in a good spot here for round number 3. Hades is holding in towards the site itself, but no one really gets his way here. I think, now that he's spotted especially, they will just commit to long.
Well, opening 2 not going the way of ENCE. They need a miracle to try and turn it back in their favor. That's not going to help. One more falling. Down goes Hades. And probably the chance of this round as well. Diha and Goofy sticking together, but they're not going to be the luxury. And there is the question of, do they save here as well, right? They just try and keep hold of the M4 and the MP9 because they're not going to have a buy in the next. The round will go the way of Heroic. There's no 2 ways about that. Any more for any more. Bomb goes down. That'll be the round. And again, now, question marks about ENCE. They are going to go for that save, though. I think it's absolutely the right call with kind of where their econ is at the moment. Definitely the smartest thing, just to have at least something to work with in towards the next. But it might not be given the luxury. At least there's a small call for Hunt. Plenty of time. If Nerds does keep running his way forward, he might get the right idea.
Yeah, they're definitely not the healthiest to Hunt, but it does look like they could go for it. However, not really dedicating. If they run into them, fair enough, but they're not going in super, super deep. Smoke will absolutely keep them at bay at this point. Still, really solid first round for Heroic to be finding, keeping that pressure on, trying to breathe down the neck of ENCE here, and they will successfully find their first. It's just all about getting a few more now. The buy from ENCE is not going to be the best. They will try and put together what they can. It's incredibly rough, though.
Yeah, so nice, is it? Not exactly the easiest to work with here. We'll see if there's maybe anything to work with. But, has to be said, good opportunities here now. Try and answer back. Bit of spam coming through. Nothing to be found with it. Kylo the first take a bit of damage. Nade just about to get away from as well. So they sort of relinquish this con control. They haven't exactly been quiet about it as well as they run back down Banana. So Heroic got a decent amount of information, decent amount of map control too. So far, so good.
Shusha's spotted out the jumping player there, but no real peek coming round on towards A. A lot of noise made by Kixon there, giving away the fact that they are indeed in towards short. Nade chips away at Glaive, but not too deadly. Goofy, he's the one that maybe wants a fight here, waiting for it to come his way. Trying to get the timing, but his crosshair ends up in the wrong spot, and they are surprised over on this B-bomb site. Diha alive for 1. Glaive dealt with quickly, though, in the interim. That was the big player that I think we kind of had our eyes on. He doesn't really get anything. 2 remain and 2 will save.
That'll be that. That'll be that. Hey, friends, we kind of came in towards this round with questionable expectations as well, judging on what they had saved, and yeah, not to be. So Hades, and Kylar, double MP9, tail between their legs, and that's all they're really going to have to work with. This next round as well will be that eco. Not only the Heroic tie this game up, but they get the added addition of being able to take a lead here, and they should be able to take a lead, unless these perilous ecos convert once again. We've already seen it happen once before. I found a round over towards Nuke. Hilarious as it was, it has to be said. It's all tied square, 2 apiece. I know for Heroic, this is not a bad T-side start either. So far in towards CS2 especially, the T-side or overpass has been really eluding a lot of teams. They've not been able to make this look all that comfortable. And the fact that Heroic are kind of pretty early doors already starting to get decent little repertoire here, I think it's already quite positive signs. 2 apiece. Yeah, like we said, this round the expectations are pretty low, friends. Double MP9 to work with and a small amount of util.
Yeah, should be Heroic taking the lead on this one. Kylar goes down early on. Okay, Goofy on the USBs. Bit of a flashback to the previous map, but nothing else coming off as he just gets shut down quite quickly there.
Okie dokie. Glaive, no chance. Tried to get in behind. Ain't gonna be. The Hades expectations, as we said, were low, but only the 1 kill. If they can pick up something, you know, an upgrade in terms of a gun, that'll be lovely. No, it's gonna be the case, yeah. The falls to the hands of Nikodos, and 1 man is all that's left. Hades in the MP9. We'll look around and try and make something work, but I don't know whether he's going to find anything here. It would be nice if he can get himself a rifle just to take in towards the next, but he's kind of going the wrong way.
Unfortunate. He might make his way down here eventually, though. You never know. Bomb goes down, and he is indeed down the connector quite quickly, but he's severely smoked off. But there's an M4. Thanks so much. Oh, he can't keep it, though. That's very unfortunate indeed. 3rd round for Heroic coming off, and again, looking very clean. They don't lose all that much for number 3. I like what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, same here. Same. This is good. Heroic. Very solid T sides being put up. We can start to see these guys find that form that we expect a little long term, then maybe world ENCE in a bit of trouble. It's already looked considerably better from Heroic. Nuke, it wasn't a no-show, but it wasn't any level of consistency out of them. Oh my god, Kylar shoots around the corner! How is he still alive? How is Shush still alive? Nikodos is not the same luxury. Kylar is so low, he's barely alive, and he chunks an 8 as well. But somehow, some way, nobody's died towards ENCE. They are so lucky.
Oh my goodness, another bloodbath coming round. This time there will be a lot of deaths, but heavily for ENCE. Ooh, DR in for another. It's just Nerds with nothing but 6 HP here now. And that is going to spell the end for Heroic. He might just even be tempted to save here. I don't know. They've got loads and loads of cash, but just feels like he's going to be able to do nothing. It'd be a pointless AK to throw away.
Yeah, maybe one of those things where if they come to him, he'll take it, but he's not going to look for it himself type vibe. But it's a long old way, isn't it? 40 seconds still left. As he is just chipping away at the clock. But that is going to be the round back in favor of ENCE. That sort of messy fight, Kylar, you know, he's a lucky man to stay alive first and foremost, but even getting a kill out of that as well, considering the kind of chaos of the situation, he is not going to say no to. Actually spouted in towards the round. Con control felt like a priority for Heroic. And it's something that worked against them. So now all tie square again. 3 rounds apiece. The AK is saved by Nerds. He's had plenty of money for Heroic to work with. They're not under any sort of financial pressures yet. But a couple more rounds in succession from ENCE, and that may no longer be the case. This is exactly what we want out of a decided map, with the upper bracket final as well. Spot on the line. 2 sides going toe to toe. Neither side taking control. That's the way a third map should be. The way it's feeling at the moment. So back into that investment, back into that buy. Positive, of course, for ENCE in terms of keeping themselves a little healthy, a little bit more in that conversation long term. But like I said, we're going to need some consistency out of them before they can really put the pressures on Heroic.
Boost coming in here. I like the idea of this. Ooh, what's that heard though? Kylar, be careful here with his exit, but he was able to bounce away and survive. Hades at long, not so lucky. Flamed out, finished off. Glaive though will manage to find a kill down below off the back of the boost. So it's all getting a little bit wacky. There's select kills across the map. Kylar meanwhile calling for some support.
Very quiet round here, though, right? The early to mid round, bar those 1-for-1 trade sort of thing, there's not a huge amount to offer up. As we're peering towards that 30-second mark, Heroic got to make a decision. They're grouping towards topside A here. It looks like Tessis might be the one to lead the charge. Glaive got the crack angle, holding front bar frames. It's not the easiest of the shot here, but information could be huge. In comes the flash. He's flashed off the angle. Now probably beckoning over rotations. A little late. Down he falls. Nicolas, crispy shot from here. Swing on the corner. That's the bomb caught, but not dropped. Rotating over towards Transformers. Down it goes. A 2v4. Do ENCE want to go?
It would appear so. I mean, Dihar went flying in. Goofy will find a trade there, but obviously not going to give this a go. 1v4 in total. Yeah, man, this is really, really difficult to split right now. Heroic looking fantastic up top. ENCE try their best to respond, but it just is not quite enough. I think, honestly, we're not all that deep in, but I'd expect a bit more from the CT side. Although these spawn changes, seem to be really messing a few of these teams up. In all fairness, either way, not looking as comfortable for my money, the ENCE side.
That's it. That is it. So, 1 round lead taken. But a buy right back in for ENCE. Hades in towards his favorite AWP. Is, however, glass cannon orb. No money for armor. Talk about a risk, right? This is... this could be make or break in a way, right, for this half. ENCE win this, they're right back in that conversation. Heroic win it. Economy shattered, and they can pull away. They can get, at the bare minimum, 6 rounds on that T side, which would be huge. A lot of the onus is on the AWP of Hades out towards long. Doesn't really want to overface or stick around. Kylar's going to fall as well to the hands of Tessis. So already, Heroic piling on the pressure.
Nice shot. Able to back off as well. Pretty big deal. Meanwhile, aggression coming in from ENCE. A little more proactivity. A little more confidence. It's good to see, and you can witness where it gets you.
BB4. Still not out of the realms of possibility, but as long as Hades stays back dicey, it's all the world to work with. That's the bomb spotted. Swinging the corner as well. The worst part now is that Kicksan's in a bit of trouble. Somebody has to kind of bail him out. He's stuck in that corner. A shot from Hades. Who cares on armor? Who needs armor? Hades into his back dice. Finding 3 in total. Looking for the 4th as he peers around that corner and he'll get it. A quad kill from Man. With only one thing on his mind, the glass cannon working wonders. A risky buy, but the reward is bountiful. And ENCE are going to tie this game right back up. Heroic trying to chip away at the clock, and it costs them numbers. Now, 4 apiece. Again, anybody's game.
Early utility spammed away. But yeah, this is again proving the competition between these two teams and why we are here, why we're loving this one for a qualifier, right? Absolutely brilliant. More of this next year, please. All the rounds matter, all the games matter, and so many stakes from the minute go. And indeed, it may well improve the stakes going into the tournament itself. Give you more storylines of how deep these teams have pushed. Imagine Heroic bring it all together. They make it to the semi-finals. You know, there's a way longer journey that they have been on. In a way, Tyler looking to deny them that journey. He's unable in this round at the very least. Nicodos looking for more. Oh, and the tag lands, but unfazed by the bullets. Nicodos will find his counterpart. D-Heart, Glaive, Goofy have all got to step up here. Glaive trying his best. Tessus takes him while blind. It's a slim man advantage and a nervy one at that. They do not fancy sticking around on A. Down below, they will go. Nertz runs into D-Heart. Nades attempted, not really finding anything. They are lucky. It's only the MP9 for D-Heart giving way less options in terms of how to fight this. He's now all alone, however. Finds one, but traded instantly. And Heroic pick up 5.
Yeah, nicely done. Nicely done. The call to rotate there, I think, is really good in the mid-round, or mid to late round, so to say. You know that they got a little bit more space with that monster play going unnoticed. There's Nerds has snuck his way forward, and they know it's the perfect time, if any, to rotate over towards B, try and prioritize isolating a fight. And, you know, you're in your ends there. You've got 2 decisions. Do you stick together, play for 2 towards 1 site and gamble it, or do you split 1 site? And they go for that split, that 1-1. Raying through B, and it doesn't work for them. MP9, it's just, you know, not strong enough. They might disregard the monster smoke here. Shush, jumping down. Nobody's close in the CT swing. Isn't bountiful. Hades and Glaive both falling. It's just sort of falling apart quite quickly here, Eds.
Yeah, nasty looking. D-Heart will be melted. Weird little boost for the remaining 2 players. Not even a boost, just positioning. Oh, no. What are they kind of doing? Flash comes in. They're aware. Shush will find the double. 6 rounds secured on the T side. Pretty good for overpass.
Yeah, you're not going to complain with this at all. Final 2 rounds of the half, and for Heroic, anything from here on out is, you know, just a cherry on top. If they're able to get a 7 or even, you know, quite possibly an 8 as well, considering what ENCE are bringing in terms of buy, that is huge. This is, up until very recently, was the most seated side of the map in the pool. Still only 2nd instead of Nuke. And Heroic are making this T-side look stellar. Pretty concerned about ENCE. We said this is not a good map for kind of either of these 2 sides, but it was also kind of especially towards ENCE. Get 13-0'd on it. Not always been too popular with them. Nerds stuck out. Goofy just caught in no man's land. Hands around his ankles, didn't even expect it. Hades at the very least will bail them out as down goes Nerds. Goes behind the smoke and fall away.
Kylar, big opportunity here. Shadow spotted. Oh, rounds the corner for another tough spot to fight from, right? You can't really back off once you've committed there. So, completely fair enough. Success. Looking so clean here. 14 and 5, by the way. And I think that kill really epitomizes what he has been doing on this T side.
Yep, spotted. Chance of saving here. Now feels like a real luxury because Nikodos with a no-scope. Oh, insult to injury. As Heroic are going to find that 7. And look what it does to ENCE now as well. Look what it does. No real money to work with. Is it just going to be MP9 across the board? No. Hades will get himself a scout. But Dia hasn't really got much choices himself. So down he goes to a 5-7. This is all that ENCE have to work with in a bye in the final round of the half. This could very well be an 8-4 T-side overpass. You really don't get to say it all too often.
Flash coming in. Nerds turning away from them. Oh, and the double spray down for Nerds. Yeah, he knew what was coming. He knew that play. Maybe they've gone for it exactly like that already in this game. You remember a few rounds ago, they did find success with a short push. Either way, Nerds has turned this round upside down for ENCE and put Heroic in a winning position.
B9, 5-7 scout. Not an easy ask here, is it? Look towards A as well. It's very easy to overwhelm. He's run out of util now too. Drop that smoke front sight. He'll try and play around it at the very least, giving himself some opportunities, but it goes without saying Hades needs one of the most miraculous rounds we have seen in CS2 to make this work, and he's not even given the luxury of a breath. Down he falls to Nikodos. The premium sniper finds him, and that probably should be the round as well. 5-7, MP9, a 2v5 retake. It's going to be Heroic finding an 8th round. What a first half.
Dihart and Glaive will give it their best try, but yeah, any team worth their salt is not dropping a round like this. Heroic with a heck of a bounce back. Kind of a disastrous end to Nuke. Just as they were starting to look good, they slipped up in a big way. Not looking to slip up here. That's fortunate. Dihart can't even get a kill. It is 8-4 at the turn of the half. Heroic with 8 rounds on the T side feel like they have done enough. Only time will tell. See you after the break. And here we go. A little bit of chaos strewn by Heroic there in that first half. 8 rounds on the T side. Certainly feels like enough. But ENCE, no strangers to comebacks. Heroic, no strangers to losing to comebacks. So we shall see here. They've got to make sure they keep their eyes on the prize. That upper bracket final is on the horizon.
Hey, it's not a 9-3, right? That's all we care about. That's a thing that has scared Heroic before. It's 8-4. Maybe that'll be enough of a buffer. Let's see. Enter the T side of Overpass. It's not an easy side to play. Even though Heroic made it look easy, that's more testament to how kind of rough ENCE did look at times. They just fly in towards A. Up through long. Nobody's tested them, so why stop?
Kixan getting out aggressive here. Flash comes in for him, but he can't really do much with it. Thank goodness has found Hades, but he is dealt with quickly as well. Dihar going to drop down, but they're getting this bomb plant in. A flash for Kylar. Nikodos playing back, playing safe, not giving them the fights. Takes another angle, but he will lose it. Shush and Tesses, the only ones left. Tesses on 15 kills. He is the final boss, but he seems to have been nerfed here. Shush will be left on 16 HP, surely not a chance. Even dropping away for him is going to be difficult. Dihar should have this one in the bag. He does indeed.
This work needed as well, right? For ENCE, they'd been in a spot where things weren't really looking too good off the back of that first half. They needed to come towards the T side, get a really strong pistol here, and now they can start to work with things. I think for Heroic, for me, there'd be no need to force here. I know they've liked the forces, but since nobody was really fragging in that first round, there's no need. I think, you know, kind of accept the fate here a little bit. Say, yeah, this is not really going to amount to all too much. Guns in towards the next, and with that 2-round gap we've got to work with, still wouldn't feel all that much pressure. Get a group together. We're not expecting a lot here, but it would be cool to get a couple of kills. If they can pick up anything in terms of an upgrade, that'd be lovely. And that feels unlikely. It's an AK. This is the perilous to get around it. The big nade, the big trade coming through, and Nerd is going to find 2.
Okay. Oh, God. Oh, Nico just gets his AK up in time. 2 versus 2, though, is definitely not what we were expecting this round to come down to. Dihar on the MP7. He's got to be careful. Careful. Ooh, he checks it. Not before getting dinked, though. Should be winnable from here, as Nikodos is only 14 HP. I think he might tacitly concede this round. And just save the AK.
Well, you take an AK. He actually might go for this. He can hear all of this information, and they genuinely might not expect him here. They are aiming for it, though. Dihar swinging on the clear. No, not effectively. Nicholas made something out of this. Surely not. Tap on towards the bomb. Not a stick, though, but trying to bait in a fight here on the corner. It's Goofy to try and deny it. Nicholas has made something out of nothing. Do they clear him? Oh, my God. Nicholas has won it. An eco. A full eco. And Heroic have converted. ENCE did that to close map number 2. And now Heroic have done it to kickstart half number 2 of map 3. That's a stinker from ENCE to lose.
Yeesh. Oi, oi, oi. Okay. This just went from a pretty dire situation to a terrible one. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. And yet, here we are witnessing it. Heroic. Let's see what they can do with this God-given gift that they have had bestowed upon them. Clean buy from them, of course. It is a much weaker one from ENCE, as they will try their damnedest to scramble and recover the pieces. Eating a nade, though, is not the way that Kylar wanted to start his round off.
No, not at all. Oh, it's such a brutal one to lose your ENCE. That'll hurt. That'll really hurt. Already knows as well, the Heroic social media manager. He's gonna be having a field day with that one. ENCE are going to live that one down for a while, especially if they are to lose the map as well. That realistically could be the catalyst to it. Popping out in towards Monster. Shush going to be tested. Lines up 2. Tyler would trade, but look who's there into his barrels as he comes alive himself. Kicksan. They're getting no space towards this being happening. They actually will try and get a plant. Nicholas, other ideas, couldn't see either. To take the round nonetheless. That's Heroic rapidly locking themselves into double digits, and ENCE, they are in a serious amount of trouble.
A lack of timeouts here from ENCE. Across the course of the series, something that I have noticed. I think that they would have really put themselves into a fantastic spot if they had taken timeout after losing that previous the very shaky round, the very seemingly unlosable round. Yeah, they just even needed like a mental reset, let alone where you're at logistically in terms of buys and things like that. I think you just need to talk it over and be like, okay, it happens, let's remain focused, let's stay on it. But it seems like they are just trying to go with the flow here. 1-for-1 trade. Nertz has to be very careful. Flash is coming round. One successful, one blinding him. He will find another before falling. But now we have a couple rifles recovered. God knows what can be done from here. Kickson out of truck, though, might not be expected. Oh, and he's trying to play the patient game as well. You know, Hades will come in and clear it, but then not ready for when he peaks. It is well played by Kickson to just sort of track his opponent in his mind before he swings in. Goofy, all alone, spam down. 11 rounds secure.
Getting ever closer now to that finish line. You know, deservedly so as well. What has been a really, really solid up. Kind of, you know, in towards the second half. Was looking off the back of that pistol. Maybe like an opportunity for ENCE. And it's petered away quickly. It goes without saying this gun round is everything. Lose this. Heroic lock in 12. Lock in map and series point. Upper bracket final point. IEM Dallas spot on the line. Not a lot left to work with ENCE. They could be on their last legs here. Heroic going to go for a quad B stack, leaving Nicholas alone towards A. It's a ballsy call. With the bomb actually sort of in that direction, it might just work.
Yeah, I mean, possible. You would definitely think here, though, that it is going to be a rotation up to the top side in time. Flash round. No one out at long here for ENCE. Slow wind up for the T side. This is kind of their last chance. If they lose this, then I think it is pretty much over. They have to keep Heroic off of 12 for as long as possible. You know, we're looking at like 11, 10. It's a long road. It's a long, long road for ENCE.
Popping out. Glaive and Kylar combining the flash. Actually, the initial damage being dealt. A sure fall. Goofy going to find one of his own towards Nerds. And I think this could be for this round. Is that one down? Did I say that? Kicks out, finds two. One with a nade and tests up close. This is flipped immediately. Hades with a Krieg in hand looking to deal some damage up close. Not the best weapon in these sort of scenarios, but might be able to give him some sort of advantage at range. Tessa spotted. Dropped as well. The Orc missed shot too. Looks to reface, put it forward to the hand of Nicholas. And it kicks out on the swing. He started off that retake. He'll close it too. And that is Heroic finding a 12. And that could start to be curtains here for ENCE.
It is possible. It is entirely possible. Yeah, as mentioned, 12-5 is not what you wanted. If you're ENCE, it pretty much locks things in here. What can you do? You know, you have to buy, you have to keep on it, and now you can make zero mistakes where they've already made numerous. T-side not really getting off the ground. Heroic, meanwhile, looking much more comfortable on the CT end of things. Of course, in name, once a great team on this map. It's a very different roster now, but maybe the ghosts of the teams of old certainly remaining.
Tough one. Very tough one. Oh, his shot. Smoke fading as well. God, this is a bit of trouble here. He's kind of stuck, and yeah, off the back of that flash, Glaive, that was the freest kill he's got in a long time. He comes to the corner too. Doesn't go as deep as he would like. Kylo, get a freebie, and he will just about. Little labored, but no, it will fall in the end.
Kicks and chilling around here. Might not respect how close they are. Just careful of the long angle in particular. Able to stay alive for a few seconds. Yeah, I thought Hades would indeed be after him, so that for me might just do it. Shush, his position going to be revealed as he picks up the hard. Tessus, meanwhile, ahead of the smoke. Let's be careful here, ENCE, man. I know it's, you know, 5v2 overall, 3v2 now, but look how split they are. They are maybe allowing a few isolated fights to come in. Shush is completely repositioned. Drops Glaive. Oh my goodness. Down to a 2-on-2. Another potentially heartbreaking way for the series to close out. Kylar is left on 4 HP as Tessus looks to finish it here and now from a 5-on-2 to a 1-on-0. Yes, sir. Heroic getting it done. They will close the series out 2-1. And an absolute mess of an overpass from ENCE coming in.
Yeah, you know, what a dominant display coming through as well. I mean, that really just shows exactly how good this team can be. You know, maps number 1 and 2, they traded, right, in the sense they were both pretty close, 13-11, 13-10. And it did feel like maybe ENCE could kind of, you know, chain that momentum from map 2 into map 3. But, yeah, never the case. They never got going. The first half really let them down. You can't be on a CT side and only getting 4 rounds. It's simply, but it's not good enough. This is the second most CT-sided map in the pool, statistically speaking, and it's only by like half a percentage, you know, over that on Nuke. When it comes down to it, this was not good enough for enter that final thing, but it's not the end of the world, right? It's a double bracket, you know, it's double elim. They had that lower bracket to go through, and it's not the end of the world. But I mean, congrats to Heroic, man. They really deserved. They had a really decent start to the day, and we followed them through now, and of course, they'll be in that upper final tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. Just to kind of update with where the rest of the bracket is at. So we have had our first exit. Movistar Koi, in fact, getting knocked out by Bait in 2-0 fashion now. So kind of a surprise there, I think, to see the hot off the presses Movistar Koi, one of the best looking teams in Tier 2, check out so quickly. Beyond that, we don't know much else. You know, Heroic make it forwards. VP Apex is still going on. Preezy Metasport still going on, so maybe go and check out some of the other streams where those games are going down, and indeed you will be able to stay up to date. I suppose the sort of big one there will be the VP Apex game. That's over on the B stream, and then I believe Preezy Metasport should be over on the D stream. Just having a little double check here. Yes, it is indeed. So you've got B and D. I'm sure they'll get hosted and all that good stuff. But from ourselves here on the main stream, that is going to be it. We are back tomorrow, 3:30 Central European, for, of course, more Counter-Strike action. We kick things off down in the lower bracket side of things to get started. And then, of course, as I'm sure everybody will be waiting for, that upper final, that first spot getting locked in will be tomorrow at 7:30 Central European. So make sure that you are here for that. You want to see who makes it, of course. It is all to play for tomorrow afternoon. We'll see you there.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. ENCE is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ENCE.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Strollin's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's no
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
live within rules.